For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket.
Chase bouncing away to Smith on 99, bowls here. Smith gets it past Smith on and gets himself a 29th Test 100. Drawing level with Don Bradman. Seals to the crease here, and Labuschagne drives through the offside. On to 200 he goes with a boundary. With him now, forward running the ball to points. Steve Smith is inevitable. A double century that he forecast in his own words and delivered with his own actions. An elegant double century.
I guess anytime your name's mentioned alongside the Don, it's pretty special. It's pretty flattering. But nice to get a big one today and set us up and put us in a good position. I have felt really good for the last couple of weeks batting, and fortunately was able to spend a good time out there yesterday and today.
The might of Australia's batting enshrined in the double-doubles of Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith. The historically rare dual milestones propelling the home side to a massive total to start the summer. Stark bowls to him, edges through the cordon for four. Oh, the heart will be beating. He'll know he's alive right now. Can he remove him? Chanderpaul cuts over gully and down to the boundary for four. Bowls here to Chanderpaul, who takes on the short ball down towards fine leg, up and over the top. And that's hit him directly on the box, stopping all stations to pain.
If you're talking like the BGs right now.
Hazelwood passes, umpire Tucker bowls here. Chanderpaul lavish off the back foot, cutting away for four. Chanderpaul faces Hazelwood here. It's full and driven on drive. Nice shot.
On debut, announcing himself in a tough cauldron here when he's been out in the field for nearly 2 days, and he's been very impressive. He can go on and get 100 on debut here on day 3. Hopefully the West Indies have unearthed their next batting talent in the next 10, 15 years.
After a demoralising 5 sessions in the field, the West Indies showed spirit and courage in the form of a debutant with a charming lineage to defy the Australian pace attack and restore hope in the dressing room entering day 3. This is SEN Test Cricket.
For Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Welcome to SEN Test Cricket.
The curious test match. This is after a couple of days. I can't remember a test match on Australian soil that has only seen 4 wickets after 2 full days of play and a mountain of runs assembled. Australia declared 4 down for 583, and then the West Indies, I think against expectations last night, none for 74. And Tej Narain Chanderpaul will resume on 47. And his captain, Craig Brathwaite, will be on 18 when play begins in an hour and 15 minutes' time. Gerard Whateley with you on SEN Test Cricket, part of our broadcast team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, Simon Katich. Hello to you, Simon.
Good morning, Gerard, and good morning to all our listeners.
4 down after 2 days' play.
Yeah, it's remarkable, isn't it? Particularly when you come to Perth and you see a green, grassy wicket, 10 mil of grass on it day 1, and to think that there's only been 4 wickets is quite remarkable. But what it does highlight is that I don't think it's due to this wicket. I think it's due to the quality of the batting, and probably, I guess, to a lesser extent, well, not a lesser extent, but the West Indian attack was pretty undermanned in terms of pace and experience and not having a spin option or a front line spin option, and Australia's batting in these conditions is dominant. So that's played a part in West Indies not being able to take too many wickets. But what we saw last night from the West Indian openers was brilliant. Fight, courage, and also technique, that if they can do that again today, we're going to see a contest.
It's such a delight. This opening pair are both inspired by Shiv Chanderpaul, as Craig Brathwaite has spoken of it. And then to watch Tej go about his work is just a straight throwback. Pete Lawler called him not just a son, he's a clone in the way that he plays. So we've got an ICC Hall of Famer whose influence on West Indies cricket was in front of us for 2 hours last night, and it served their country so well.
It did, and I think his young son, Tej Narain, who's only 26, yes, people probably think he's quite experienced, but you've got to realise in the last couple of years with COVID, he hasn't played a lot of cricket. So up until this year, he'd had pretty much a 2-year hiatus because things were shut down in the West Indies and they don't play a huge amount of first-class cricket anyway. But it's great to see him out there making his debut. And whenever someone gets picked, it's great to see them get picked on the back of runs. And he's done that. He made runs in Canberra against the PM's 11, but he's also made 4 first-class hundreds this year. Made some earlier in the year playing for Guyana in their first-class system. So great to see he's been picked, and hopefully he's got a long career in front of him.
It's a batter's game. Damian Fleming, where have all the wickets gone? Hello to you, Flem.
Yeah, good morning, everybody. Yeah, I was down there with Brendan Julian, Mitchell Johnson, Trent Copeland, the Quicks gone. Why is there only 4 wickets here? Because it's grassed, and it's reasonably quick and bouncy. We felt like the Aussies bowled pretty well. Once again, maybe just a fraction short. But between the 4 of us, we were going, I'd like to bowl on this pitch. So it's almost like you need to be just about perfect with your line and your length. And I reckon you're going to get a wicket. But anything fraction fuller, anything half volley, I thought Brathwaite and Chandimal played that well, didn't they? Wait for the half volley, bang, got it any length, let's go it there. But it sounds like the ball was still swinging and it's still moving off the seam. So it's remarkable that we haven't seen more wickets. And even Chandimal, I know I come in later, it's sort of remarkable. I remember watching him first up and I was thinking, would he have faced anyone this fast and this bouncy before? And not just 1, but 3? So that's a remarkable effort, isn't it?
Yeah, so that is a proper baptism of fire. And he gets hit in the nads, he gets hit in the shoulder, he gets hit in the chest. So he's getting pummeled. And his counter-attack was magnificent. His Fredericks hook down for 6. There's a little bit of calypso cricket in that. And
there is a little bit, I'd be interested in your thoughts, Cato. When you make the next step up to international cricket, you've sort of got to upskill in the moment too. Because you go, oh, geez, playing in India for the first time, oh, there's no swing. It's not bouncing. They're whipping me from 7th stump line through square leg. No one's ever done that to me before. I've got to puzzle solve this in real play. So for Chandimal, that's a bit scarier when it's 145, 150 pace and bounce, and he did it. And then, as you said, at the end, there was a bit of calypso. There was Fredericks, even more slightly flamboyant than his father.
Yes.
Nudger and Weaver and all that. So some good signs, but yeah, what are the Australians going to do today? And it sounds like they've got to be fuller. They've got to give it a chance to be late swing, late seam. I want to see Camp Green bowl. I didn't mind Lyon coming on just to test out, and Brathwaite doesn't have a great record against off spinners, and because they were going back, throwing it up and bringing him forward, they had catches there, but within 2 overs, they should have worked out. This isn't working. I would have bowled Green from Lyon, from the Justin Langer stand.
Yes.
Yeah, a good point, Flem, about problem solving on the run when you're out there, because you can be prepared for it. And no doubt his dad has prepared him for what Test cricket's about because of the volume of cricket he played for the West Indies and knowing and understanding the game so well and how to build an innings. And you can see that in the way he bats. He lines the ball up exactly like his old man did. He gets in behind the line of the ball, and he had to against Mitchell Starc yesterday because there were 4 slips waiting. And if he'd stayed leg side of the ball and just sparred it with his hands, he would have been a walking nick. But he lined the ball up well. He knew that they were probably going to target his ribs because they had a leg slip in, had the bat pad in at times. So he did that. He was prepared to cop it. But then what was great to see, and his old man used to do this, but people probably forget, is that once he got set, all of a sudden, he just unleashed all these flurry of shots. And before you knew it, he's raced away to 50 or 60. And that's exactly what he did yesterday. He cottoned on to what the Australians were doing. They were peppering his body. So he got inside the line, put Cummins into the stands. And then when he got a bit of width, late in the day from Hazelwood, when he came round the wicket, just carved him through point, staying a little bit leg side of it. So he's going to be hard to bowl to, just like his dad was. And it's great to see. I love seeing openers play like this. And Brathwaite was very good as well.
Yeah.
Drove straight and didn't only probably played it a couple of balls away from his body, which is hard when you're facing Cummins because you feel like you have to play with the ball nipping around.
So the West Indies resume at none for 74, and I think the attraction of the day's play would be to see a debutant make a century against an Australian attacker as good as he'll face. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools Built Tough. Day one belonged to Marnus Labuschagne. Day two belonged to Steve Smith, the fourth double century of his career. There's been a lot spoken by him. He's been so generous in his insights into what he's done with his game, but in that was just a supreme confidence. So never mind anybody else's view. Smith felt that he was on. It was there in the one-day game in Adelaide, and he was just chanceless. And I'll stand by, that's as good as he's looked aesthetically, not as good as he's played, as good as he's ever looked, I think, in his Test career.
Yeah, spot on, Gerard. And I think it always shows in batsmen when they can speak as confidently. And Steve Smith's not a big, he doesn't talk the game up because he's pretty much understated. His record speaks for itself. But when someone like him is that confident in his game, you know he's going to be on. And he showed it with the way he played. I totally agree with what you said. Yes, it's probably not his best Test innings because when you look at the quality of the opposition, it probably doesn't have the level of experience or firepower to really test his game. But I think within himself, it doesn't matter who bowls to him when he's playing like this, he'll get a greater challenge against the South African attack, but he'll be that confident with the way he's playing and the way his technique is at the moment that he'll get runs against anyone.
Yeah, I think it was his most poised knock I can remember, because when I think about Stephen Smith, it's exciting, it's creative, it's extravagant. He's playing helicopter shots, back over the bowlers, lob shots. He's moving around and whipping them outside off stump or hitting them over point. It was in some ways like a majestic, traditional knock from a great player, which is scary for the opposition, isn't it? Because he was unhurried. He's got that hunger. I'm loving how he's averaging over 60. I'd love him to be able to maintain that. But really important because, yes, we've talked about the South African bowling attack, who, just looking at the Australians, it's going to be a barrage short ball. And I think it can work against the Australians. Marnus almost obsessively playing that shot. Travis Head jumping, hands in the air. But we've got to face spin in India and we've got to face the swinging ball in England. And with two openers who haven't had great records in England, Marnus very good in 2019. Marnus and Smithy's runs in the spinning in India and the seam in England are going to be so important.
It is worth recounting just how historically rare it is to have a pair of double centuries in an innings. So we told you yesterday it was the 17th time in Test history, but it puts Labuschagne and Smith in the company of Bill Ponsford and Don Bradman in England in 1934, Don Bradman and Sid Barnes in England in 1946, Bill Laurie and Bob Simpson in the West Indies in 1965, Ricky Ponting and Michael Clark, versus India in 2012, and then a decade on, Marnus Labuschagne and Steve Smith versus the West Indies. So that's a nice honour roll to find your place in.
Certainly is. And look, I think much has been said. We talked before about the wicket and the fact that only 4 wickets have fallen so far. But I think when you look at the quality of the batting and where these guys are at with their games, it's no surprise. Marnus Labuschagne's at the top of his game. Very disciplined, played beautifully. Steve Smith at the top of his game. And then we've seen these two openers for the West Indies look in good control against a very good attack. So when you look at it from a batting perspective, then you can start to understand why there's only been 4 wickets on this wicket, because there's still enough there for the bowlers.
Yeah, I think the favour of batting, and you grew up at the whacker, is you can trust the bounce. And if you leave well, wait for that half volley, bang it down the ground, bowlers get frustrated, you get a cut or one inside the body to pull. So it's probably more impressive from the West Indies, the way they played. But, yeah, when there's consistent bounce, I think it's still very good batting conditions.
The pitch report for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. What did you see, Simon?
Yeah, once again, it still looks really good. It's probably lightened up a fraction today after another day yesterday, although it was cloudy, and it's still cloudy again this morning. Whether that burns off or not, I think it's supposed to be a bit warmer today, 27, 28 degrees. But, yeah, the wicket looks good. There's a few little cracks opening up, but nothing untoward or look like they're in dangerous areas. But there is a bit more rough, so I expect Nathan Lyon to have a big role to play today and trying to hit that rough and get a bit of turn and bounce.
And our weather is for rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water as well. So what have I got? It's 19 degrees now. The sun will break through at midday and it'll get to a top of 24. Tomorrow, 28. Sunday, 32. So it's a very pleasant morning. It's brighter than it was yesterday, but still heavy cloud overhead. All right, so what happens? Where will day 3 take us? Flem?
Not 6 wickets for the test match. Will they get more than 2 today?
Surely.
Can you promise me, Gerard?
The game moves today, Flem, I reckon.
Moves today. I'm backing Australia to bowl them out. When do they do that? That's, 10 wickets? Oh, God. Maybe with the second new ball late in the day. That's all I've got for you.
So the nervous Nellies who thought 3-day test match,
it's
4-day max, is we're going to day 5 as matters stand.
Which, from actually Western Australian cricket fans, I'm very happy. I hope they come in their droves on Saturday and Sunday. But, Cato, hopefully you got a bit more than me.
I hope there's a contest. I could see the West Indies batting today. If these two bat for a session, I could see them getting through the day because I think there's still another couple of players in this batting lineup. De Silva's shown in his short test career so far he likes to dig in and won't throw his wicket away. But he might have that challenge of facing the second new ball.
Yeah, it's when they bat.
But the challenge, I think, for the Australian quicks is a lot of them have come in without much first-class cricket. So how they go in backing up in their second, third, fourth spells today, that'll be the question. And if the West Indies can blunt that, I could see them batting today.
I've got a feeling, not big on it, but, Cam Green is on workload management.
No doubt.
So what's his budget for each day?
Yeah.
It's probably 10 max.
It's low, clearly.
Probably not even that.
Yesterday. I agree with you. Damian, Fleming, Simon, Katich get us underway ahead of day 3. The West Indies to resume at none for 74 after Australia 4 declared for 598. Mitch Stark is about to join us downstairs. That's coming up next on SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
The Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Go your own way. And Trojan Tools. Built tough with a lifetime guarantee.
The West Indies blunted Australia's attack late yesterday for 25 overs and thus will resume at none for 74 after Australia declared 4 down for 598. Let's head inside the battery of the fast bowlers. Mitch Stark, thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer, is here with Adam Collins. Collo.
Morning, Mitch Stark. Thanks for coming over to have a chat. 4 wickets in 2 days here at Perth. I guess on face value, not what we expected on a surface that we thought would have a little bit in it. Your assessment last night with your fellow quicks?
Of our bowling?
Oh, of the surface of your bowling, yeah.
Well, I think everyone probably expected it to be a bit warmer and drier first 2 days, which I think probably would have seen it quicken up a bit faster, perhaps start to break up, which obviously it wasn't as warm yesterday, certainly not this morning either. So perhaps that plays a part. But yeah, I think everyone probably expected it to be a bit quicker and maybe bouncier than it is at the minute. We'll see how it progresses as the game goes on. But I think there's enough there for bowlers. Obviously enough there when you're patient as a batter and play some good shots. But yeah, I thought we were okay yesterday. Probably, if we're honest, probably a tad short. We obviously saw that from the first innings. The West Indies were quite wide and didn't attack the stumps much and didn't really force too much of the batters. So, yeah, even us, I think we were probably a fraction short. Bit of swing in the air, a couple of half chances. But I thought they were quite disciplined. So hopefully we're back on the money straight up this morning and we can couple of breakthroughs.
You personally, it's been an unusual few weeks in a way, and a lot of focus on you during the T20 World Cup, missing out in that last game against Afghanistan, not having the new ball at different points as well. But you've always reiterated throughout your career that Test match cricket is your focus. This is the real deal for you.
Yeah, it is. That hasn't changed. Won't change. So yeah, this is what it's about. It's the baggy green. First test of the summer is an exciting time, and yeah, back into our work again today.
And to be in those contests like you were last night with the young man Chanderpaul on Test debut, looking to hook as well. You don't see that too often in the modern game.
Yeah, seems pretty confident in his setup. Obviously, Gazza and I are a lot older. We've bowled to his old man and to him, so we're feeling a bit old. But there's obviously a lot of similarities. He's got good pedigree in the family. and it sounds like he's played a lot of first-class cricket and quite confident in his game plan. So it's probably not the most powerful batter, but I think he's pretty confident in his setup and knows what he wants to do with the bat. So yeah, look, if he's half as good as his old man, he's going to be a good cricketer.
And of course, you've got that massive foundation, partly due to the doubles from Smith and Marnus. I'm sure they were celebrating together last night, enjoying their work.
I think old boy Smith was a bit tired, but no, they were both phenomenal. Even Travis, to come in there yesterday, he got to 99 without a problem with these, and at quick time too. So I think that just shows how good the wicket is if you're disciplined and are willing to dig in and get through a couple of tough spells. But the way Marnus and Steve went about it, phenomenal to both get doubles here in the first test of the summer. Yeah, just it was a treat to watch for everyone, and the few that were here would have seen a great masterclass.
And just with Steve specifically, of course, you played with him throughout your long career, and seeing him back to his best, almost like he's been reborn this summer, a few tweaks to his technique, but he looked magnificent yesterday. He
did. I think that's come probably throughout the World Cup. Obviously didn't get the game time he would have liked, which meant bad news for Michael Di Venuto because he had to throw a lot of balls in the nets, and I think probably in the back of his mind whilst he wasn't playing, it was getting ready for Test match cricket. And I think his little tweaks in his technique, he's played so much cricket, he knows what he needs to do, and has obviously found that sweet spot to play the way he did. I think listening to the TV in the rooms, I think Brian Lara said it was chanceless 200, which I think it was. So that's just that shows the class of the boy, and hopefully he's got a few left in him.
You touched on Travis Head before. Had a lean time of it in Pakistan and Sri Lanka, but the importance of starting the summer so well, sure, missed out on the ton, but batted so easily throughout that middle session.
He did. The way he started, a great intent, and just continued on with knowing his game plan really well. Obviously, he was phenomenal for us last summer with the Ashes. Had a little bit of as you said, a bit of a lean patch in the subcontinent test, but back on it again yesterday, and showed what a great player he is and for us in that middle order.
I'm sure you've had a chance to catch up with what's going on in Rawalpindi. England finishing 75 overs, 4 for 506. 4 blokes making tons, going at 6.74 runs and over. You play them next year. I'm looking forward to seeing them doing that to you. Have you had a moment to think about that scenario in England 2023?
You're looking forward to them. That
could be fun.
Them doing it to us.
Well, I mean, them trying to do it. I guess my point is them trying it against you might be a bit different.
Yeah, they're taking Test cricket on. We actually saw a bit of the back end with the time difference. We saw the bit of the back end last night as the bowlers, and we actually thought they might have just swept off the wicket that we played on in March, repainted the lines, and wheeled them out again. So that's how flat it is up there. But you still got to score the runs, and it was phenomenal striking from those boys. So we'll see how that plays out in the series.
Mitch Stark, thanks for coming home here to chat to SEN Cricket. Good luck today.
Thanks very much.
Mitch Stark there with Adam Collins. We will talk more about those deeds in Rawalpindi and what England is doing to Test cricket. That is utterly fascinating. And some of what's been written. Now, keep in mind, Rawalpindi was where Test cricket went to die when Australia played Pakistan there earlier in the year, and Colo and Simon Katich were there. But England propelled the game along to make it possible to get 7 days action to fit into 5. So that's something to discuss as our day goes along. Our experts to join us throughout the broadcast. For Anaconda, hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. We'll bring Pete Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan together shortly. Brad Hogg, Ian Bishop. From a West Indies perspective once play gets underway. We're going to chat with Todd Greenberg, the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricket Association, next as this summer comes to life. Our pre-game is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. First ball of day 3 is 50 minutes away at Perth Stadium. The West Indies none for 74 in reply to Australia's 4 declared for 598. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. Throughout the summer, we'll not only talk to those involved in the action on the field, Mitch Stark just with us before, but those who are tasked with running the game off the field and the many issues that face cricket and cricket in Australia across the coming months. One of those is the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association, Todd Greenberg. Todd, great to have you on SEN Test Cricket.
G'day, Gerard. Nice to chat to you again. Thank you.
What have you made of the start of the Test summer?
Well, it's just great to see red ball cricket back. 5 days of Test cricket, hopefully, and it was wonderful to see some of our boys make lots of runs and was actually pleased to see the West Indies bat so well late in the evening last night, so should augur well for a great day 3 today.
What do we think of the test starting on a Wednesday and the trick of scheduling international cricket?
Yeah, look, not ideal. I think even Cricket Australia would probably admit to that. The timing of the test ultimately has been dictated by the circumstances of what is, as you and I both know, an unbelievably packed schedule. So, part of me empathises with Cricket Australia on the challenges of that schedule, but hopefully the quality of the cricket will build some momentum for us, particularly this test, and then into the next 4 test matches and for the remainder of the summer. So it's a very inexact science. I think we've got real challenges in our sport of how we maximise our attendances through what is a very difficult scheduling process with multiple stakeholders involved.
How important is it, Todd, do you think, to have not necessarily packed stands, but a sound representation at the grounds for what we regard as the most cherished form of the game here?
I think it's fundamentally important for a number of reasons. If I look at it first and foremost through the commercial lens, I think it's really important for our broadcast partners who, invest significantly in the game to make sure when they broadcast it that there are people through the stands and at the games, because it does create a better broadcasting environment. So that's clearly the commercial lens. I think it's super important in the domestic sense for the local community, local cricket spectators to have the opportunity to participate and to come and attend that once in a year opportunity. And third, through a lens of participation in next generation, we want to make sure kids are still enamoured by the longer form of the game. I love T20 cricket. Lots of people do, but there are other ways to digest cricket, and we've got to remember that continually. And the best way to do that is take people live, show them that experience, get them up close and personal to what it looks like and feels like. And, part of that is on us to give them a great product. So all of those things are super important in my eyes.
Do you know, or do you have a view as to whether enough has been done to promote, to advertise these games on the ground in their cities, particularly the ones before the school holidays hit and the traditional dates of Melbourne and Sydney?
Yeah, look, I don't know the answer to that question completely. What I do know is, and I was in Perth only last month, and I know that the WA community love their cricket, and the players I've spoken to said they've been incredibly warmly welcomed, and they're rapt to be playing a test match back in Perth. So I know that as a fact. But, starting on a Wednesday, school still hasn't finished. It is hard. It's a tough assignment. And as I said, it's not an exact science. And look, there's a lot of good people at Cricket Australia who've got great experience in marketing big events and selling tickets, and they've done well over time. So I hope over the summer it does improve and we get good numbers through to our grounds. I think it's important. And, the other lens that I didn't add before about the importance is the quality that the players feel inside a stadium when it's full. You'll get better performances from your athletes and your players when there's, lots of people inside stadiums and grounds to play in front of. That's factual. And any player will tell you they love playing in front of big crowds. So it's very important.
This test summer has begun after a period of what has amounted to culture wars within cricket. We've been discussing this for about the last month, Todd. I'm so interested from the association that looks after the players. Have you got any metrics? Have you got any measures, say, to what the public attitude toward the team is and maybe was after the moving events of morning one, taking a knee, a barefoot ceremony on the flag, and how that fits in with that, with those who would deride it as woke?
Yeah, it's certainly captured lots of attention, these sorts of discussions. I know that as the governing body, Cricket Australia will have lots of measurements in place, whether they're the modern-day versions of an MPS and those sorts of things, which will tell you, brand ratings, and they'll tell you perceptions of people. But from my perspective, we live in a modern day world where everyone has an opinion on everything, and that's okay. But, our players, I've said this to you before, Gerard, on your program, our players are more than just cricketers. And, someone like Pat Cummins is a man who's very true to his own values. And I believe over the long term, the surest way to actually go backwards is to betray your own values. So, I'm glad that our players stand for something. I'm glad they believe enough in it to do the things they're currently doing. And that won't appease everybody. And that's okay. We're not in a position to try to be everybody's best friend, but we are trying to do what we think is best for the game and inclusive for the game. And I think in the long term, that will be rewarded.
I don't think we've ever had the need to run opinion polling on an Australian captain. How do you think he would be faring, Pat Cummins?
Look, I think he's doing a great job. I think it'd be fair to say he's still learning and growing into that current role. But I think he's doing a wonderful job. I mean, clearly he's a great tactician on the field, and he's a great leader off the field. And as I said before, he's got views on things, as all our players do. And I encourage them to have those views. I encourage them to share those views. You know, Pat has been very vocal on his support for climate. And, you know, if you just look at it now, you speak to some kids who play community cricket, they've probably had one hit over the last 6 weeks because of the rain, sodden grounds all throughout the country. And some of those are, you know, overturned by the fact that we've had some unbelievably hot days in previous summers. That's already impacting the game in a very real way. So what Pat's been saying is probably no different to just about every major corporation in this country over the last 10 years talking about the impacts of climate. Pat believes in it. So if he believes in something, I've encouraged him continually to say something and use his platform for good. And as I said, that won't impress everybody, but that's okay because everyone has an opinion and Pat does as well.
Todd Greenberg is the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association. Todd, are you any clearer on a date for Dave Warner's appeal against his lifetime leadership ban?
No, I don't have a time frame, and I'm hoping to have one soon. As you know better than most, we've been advocating to have Dave's leadership ban lifted for the best part of a year now, and I'm hoping that does take place. I can't be assured of when and how and when that will happen, but hopefully it's soon because it's taken, in my mind, quite a long time to get to this position. You know, having got to know Dave a little bit since I joined the ACA, I can tell you he's a very selfless guy. He genuinely puts the team first, and that's not just my view. A lot of the boys who play alongside him will tell you that exact same thing. So, look, it is with Cricket Australia and their third party now with a panel, and I hope over the short period of time we'll get some resolution on that, particularly for Dave.
Yeah, so the most practical application of this, Todd, is the BBL period immediately after the Sydney Test. Do you feel confident it will be resolved by then? So if there is a desire for Dave to captain the Thunder and the hearing goes his way, he would be able to do so?
Well, I'd like to think so, because if it doesn't, and it's a significantly missed opportunity, not just for Dave himself personally, but it's a missed opportunity for cricket. You know, the BBL is full of young, aspiring cricketers trying to make their way. And the only way they're going to get better and develop their own craft is to learn from those who've been there before. And Dave has the opportunity to do that. In fact, he's willing, ready and able and put his hand up to lead and to support that next generation of players. So, you know, if we don't get resolutions in that time frame, it will be a significantly missed opportunity. And I'm hopeful that's not the case. And I'm hopeful and confident that we will get an outcome, but time is starting to tick.
And are you clear on what the parameters are? What will Warner have to prove at the hearing? Does he know that yet?
Not in its complete terms, but on a simple level, what I think it will look like is Dave will submit an application that will talk to the fact that he's learnt significantly through this last period of time and that he's probably better for it. I think he's a better leader now than what he was 4 or 5 years ago, because in any leadership role, people make mistakes, and if you learn from those and apply them, you'll become better for it. And I think that's a perfect script for Dave. And I think a lot of it should be forward-facing about what he can contribute to cricket over, let's face it, the back end of his career. He won't be here forever. We won't have the opportunity to use David on the field, for a long period of time. So this is a opportunity at the back end of his career for him to give something back to the game. So I think that's what will take the focus of that submission.
And Todd, as we close this chat, has the ACA shut down its past player function, which had been I take it, a tradition at a certain day of each home test match across a good many summers?
No, we certainly haven't, although we have had a little bit of feedback from members about some of the changes we have made. We've actually created 2 functions this year, not one, and we've moved out of some of the corporate hospitality area, and then we're going to have an additional function for our former players at every state game. So we're doing one at a Shield game later in the year. And actually we're working on a new initiative, which I think will be really wonderful. I haven't quite been able to tie down the details, but hopefully by the time I talk to you in Adelaide, I'll be able to share with you the details of what we are doing with some of our past players, and it will be really well received, I think. So, no, certainly not. We're looking to increase it, not decrease it, that's for sure.
Okay, so, but it's not quite the formal hospitality. So the idea of a ticket and a $30 food and beverage voucher, is that accurate?
That is accurate. Yeah, we have moved from a corporate hospitality function to sitting in stands and not having that function. And look, to be fair, the last couple of years we've seen very dwindling numbers in these areas, and you know, if you don't fill the room, ultimately it becomes a very inefficient use of members' money. In saying that, though, that we'll get to the end of the summer and we'll review it, and you know, if the feedback from our members is that's something they really want, then we'll look at it again. But we are looking to try something a little different this summer. And that's an initiative which I'm close to finalising, which, as I said to you, I'm happy to probably share when we catch up at the Adelaide Test.
All right. I look forward to doing that. Todd, thanks for your time this morning.
Pleasure, Gerard. Nice to chat. Cheers.
Todd Greenberg is the Chief Executive of the Australian Cricketers Association. You'll have your thoughts, 0433 98 11 16. We'll get some local knowledge from Brad Hogg shortly and bring Pete Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan into the broadcast box ahead of day 3 in Adelaide, in Perth, I beg your pardon, where the West Indies will resume at none for 74 on SEN Test Cricket.
Game show for Isuzu, D-Max and MUX, and for Trojan Tools built tough. Adam Collins with Brad Hogg, who is a member of our call team for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. We're about half an hour away from the resumption on day 3. The Windies are none for 74. Chanderpaul looking good on debut on 47 there with the captain Brathwaite on 18. They're still 524 runs in arrears. Hoggy, 4 wickets across 2 days. Wasn't what we were expecting when we looked at the surface on day 1. 10 millimetres of grass, all the hype that we're kind of conditioned to here at Perth, but it's not been that kind of test match so far.
No, it hasn't. And the reason why the curator leaves a little bit more grass on this particular wicket than in previous years when you're out the whacker is because it's a drop-in wicket and he doesn't want it to crack out the back end, or he's trying to avoid it to crack out the back end and also hold a bit of moisture in there. So at the moment, he's done a good job. It was a hot day on day 1 and the forecast was meant to be 30 plus for the whole test match. But temperatures around here or conditions around here change very quickly of late, and we're going to have a couple of cool days, so that's going to hold the pitch together as well. And I'm just looking forward to this West Indies team. Everyone's talking about it was going to be an easy rollover. I was rocking up here thinking, right, it's going to be a 3-day test match, and the way these two batted yesterday, Brathwaite and Chanderpaul, they really held the pressure against a very formidable attack. And they sustained it, and when the loose ball was there, they pounced on it.
Yeah, you had faith yesterday. I think there was a bit of a stench of death around this test when Australia were doing as they pleased in that middle session. It felt like one-day cricket with 5 out on the boundary. You're like, no. Let's let the Windies bat first before we make an assessment. And fair enough too. Talking to Mitchell Stark down on the edge of the ground about half an hour ago, he said that his assessment of the surface was it hasn't broken up. It's not been hot enough. I mean, you're still wearing a jumper on morning 3 here, but he also acknowledged they bowled a little bit short yesterday at the Windies, with Chanderpaul looking to take on the short ball throughout.
Yeah, that's a good assessment there from Mitchell Stark. But I just felt Hazelwood had good lines, but just the way that Chanderpaul was able to take him, he took a few on the body, but just a slight little bit of width. It wasn't too wide, but Chanderpaul just took it on with that cut shot. There was plenty of space in that point region, and that was his strength. And the good thing about Chanderpaul, he showed that he had patience, he had guts, he had determination, but then when there was a slight opportunity to take on the bowling and try and score to put pressure back on the bowler, he took it. And that's a sign of a quality player moving forward.
And it wasn't a long gap between being hit in the box and doubled over in pain. So when he was taking on that short ball from Cummins, hitting him for 6, and then playing those lavish cut shots off the back foot, both feet in the air, sort of that classic Caribbean style, I suppose. He's got a few tricks, that Chanderpaul.
Oh, he has. But the other thing too, when it was full, he was looking to hit straight.
Yeah.
And he virtually went more mid-on than mid-off. When it's on the offside, he generally goes through that point cover region. He just opens up the face, but that's because he's square on. He doesn't really look to hit through that mid-off region, but just down through that mid-on region. And for me, that's good because both batsmen were looking for those fuller deliveries. They knew that Australia was going to try and get the ball to swing and seam, and they were waiting for it. When it was full, they drove straight down the ground. When it wasn't there, they just defended. If it seemed, they didn't chase it. They had that dead bat, didn't chase it, and it missed the outside edge. And when it was short, if it was there for them to hit, they took it on. If it wasn't, they tried to get out of the way, defend it. And for me, I just think it was a good courage. And if these two bat for a little longer, that middle order aren't going to be under as much pressure because the heat of the Australian bowlers, because they're coming off T20, they haven't bowled a lot of long format cricket or red ball cricket for about 4 or 5 months. So their bodies are not used to it as well. So they're going to wear out. The West Indies have got a big chance here of upsetting Australia's journey to that World Test Championship final.
Yeah, impossible not to draw comparisons to his old man there. You talk about driving down the ground. It was that on drive that he played that was very Shiv Narayan Chanderpaul. Of course, you played against Shiv, and Mitchell Starc was making the point that so's he. And Nathan Lyon, it's very unusual to play against a father and a son in the space of one Test career.
Yeah, oh look, I think that's fantastic that you're able to do that and just see the similarities, but also see the character of the player. But that's probably the best thing. It's not so much the similarities of the way that they look. It's more what's upstairs in the head. And for me, it looks as though the young man here is very much like his old man. Very, very switched on upstairs. I won't say tough upstairs, just mentally focused.
I think we all had one eye on Rawalpindi through the final session yesterday, and then when we went back home last night, England making 4 for 506 in 75 overs, which is the quickest the side's ever made it to that total before. We touched on it briefly with Mitch Starc pitch side that if they try and play that way against Australia next year in England, it'll be fascinating.
Oh, will be, but they are different conditions over there in England as well. You've got the Duke ball and it's going to seem a little bit, but they will play that aggressive brand of cricket. But I don't think you'll be seeing the scoring like yesterday. 75 overs only bowled, so that means Pakistan are 15 overs behind the over rate. So they're in a lot of trouble with losing points on the World Test Championship. But that would have been terrible to bowl there last night, just getting pounded all over their Pakistan outfield.
Thank you, Brad Hogg, for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. When we return after the break, it'll be Gerard Whateley, joined by Peter Lalor and Bharat Sundaresan.
Overhead here at Perth Stadium, 20 minutes away from the opening ball of day 3. Our pre-game show is for Isuzu D-Max and MUX and for Trojan Tools Built Tough. Australia 4 declared for 598. The West Indies to resume at none for 74. To our Western Australian audience joining us for the first time, welcome. It looks like a lovely day in your city. Gerard Whateley, Ian Bishop has stopped by to set the scene from a West Indies perspective. Welcome, Ian.
Thank you very much for having me.
You would have enjoyed the last 2 hours yesterday.
It lifted my spirit a bit because when you're in the field, and I've been in that situation for a day and a couple of sessions, and particularly as a captain who opens the batting, you could be wary of the mind, wary of physically, and then a debutant at the other end. To handle the pace, some movement, the way they did it yesterday was very commendable. And for Chanderpaul in particular, I think whatever happens in this series, going forward, I think it's a good sign for West Indies cricket. Not only can he spend time at the crease, but like his old man, he can play some attacking shots as well, because his old man had the 4th or 5th fastest Test century against Australia back in 2002.
So there's such a wave of affection for him, and the mannerisms that you spoke about, the temperament and the mentality that he brought to his game, and he's given us a great little taster of that.
Yeah, he said in an interview the other day, he says, I'm not him, in relation to his father. And I can accept that. I couldn't begin to understand what it feels like to be the sibling, the son of such a wonderful player. The closest I'd probably seen it otherwise was Darren Bravo and Brian Lara, coming from the same community. So, look, I don't know what the portents are for today. Yesterday is gone. They'll have to start over. And the middle order of the West Indies, guys like Nkrumah Bonner, guys like Jermaine Blackwood, Kyle Mayers, will have to do it in their own way. It doesn't mean because 74 for naught yesterday will carry over into the West Indies, have to still be batting in their first innings at the end of the day.
Yeah, so give me your best case scenario for the West Indies today.
6 down at the end of the day. That would perhaps, well, best case scenario would be 300 for none, really. But I'd expect, I still can't believe only 4 wickets have fallen in this test match, and 2 to Spin and 2 to Craig Brathwaite of all people. So I still think there's something in this pitch, and I expect the Australian bowlers to come out today, adjust their length, adjust their line, and put more pressure on the West Indies. But as I said, the hope is that the West Indies are still batting in their first innings at the end of today.
Ian, seeing you during the day, thanks for stopping by. Ian Bishop, part of our SEN Test cricket team. All right, so we all play around with the commentator's curse and the capacity to influence deeds out on the field from the broadcast box. I think Pete Lalor might have done this as well as anybody I've ever sat with yesterday. Craig Brathwaite has brought the field in. It's impossible to think that he would deny Travis Head. Bit of theatrics to it.
Only Travis Head can deny Travis Head in this situation.
Could it be back-to-back milestones? Head. Oh, he's chopped it on. Unbelievable. Steve Smith throws his head back. One got through and the other got sheared off. Travis Head goes for 99. Only Travis Head could bring Travis Head undone. Peter Lalor, congratulations on your first commentator's curse.
I feel like I've standing there with a box of matches next to an burning building. I didn't do that. That wasn't me. You've cut that together. That was a fantastic moment, wasn't it?
Oh, my goodness.
How enjoyable was it to see those two closing in on the milestone? We were sitting here and 196, 96, and then 197, 97, 198. It was inevitable, wasn't it? It was inevitable that I would F it up.
Bharat, Sundaresan, hello.
Hello, Gerard. But you know what? I think it was a significant moment from a West Indian perspective just to see Craig Brathwaite celebrate the wicket the way he did. 4 for 598. You've been the captain on the field, and just him jumping up in the air and punching the air. I asked him in the post-match presentation about it, if that was just frustration or he wanted his team to just kind of, lift their spirits, lift their heads. And he said it was that. It was more to just lift his team. He says, I enjoy every test wicket. Yeah, but to do that at that time, and I wanted my team to believe that we're in this game. And it gave us some momentum. You don't think getting someone out at 99 at the end of a 200-run partnership would give the fielding team momentum, but it did give them momentum, also considering the fact that it was he who walked out to bat then to lead the charge, and they've done well.
What's occupying your mind, Pete, as we gather for day 3?
Well, I was thinking, that's a good Australian team, isn't it? I almost walked into the 7 box and said to those boys in there, that's the best Australian team I've ever seen, but I don't think I would have got out alive. And then I look up from dinner at what's going on in Pakistan. I feel like, I said to a few of the journalists, I think we've missed the story today. The story is in Rawalpindi. What an extraordinary turn of events. What's going on in... Nobody wants to watch cricket like that, do they, Gerard? Nobody wants to see all those runs scored in a day.
So the revolution is on. Bazball's not just a snappy catchphrase.
I'm getting nervous.
I'm getting very... of your old game, Pete. It's not stayed enough for you.
The stodgy Poms, the England of Chris Tavares and Jeffrey Boycott. But lest we forget that they are steered by Kiwis. So, I think that we might have had a little bit of outside influence on this behaviour. Let's just say that. I can't give it to it. I can't accept that England can play cricket like that, Gerard. That's just not how it's done.
Well, it hasn't been how it's done. And it looks 70 sustainable.
I looked at the score and I was just shaking my head for about half an hour. Yeah. And then I looked at how many overs they bowled and I shook my head for the next 90 minutes. 75 overs. They were robbed of 15 overs. It could have been a hell of a lot more. Hey, it wasn't a good Bharat to see that, to have a look at that Pindi Stadium again. It brought back some great memories of watching runs scored. I bumped into one of the Australian team this morning who will remain nameless because they were so resentful about it all and said, yeah, but look at that bowling lineup that England were playing. There's a couple of debutants in there. They didn't have Shaheen Shah Afridi and this and that, but still that was a great effort. It must have been great fun to watch.
Yeah, Pete Lalor sounded a little like Brooks from Shawshank Redemption. I was expecting him to go, the world went and got itself in a big damn hurry, and he sees the cars speeding past him. Just listening to you talk about England and the way they're batting. But I'm with you. And it is a cultural revolution. This is not Joe Root and Ben Stokes and Johnny Bairstow taking Pakistan down. Ben Duckett, Gerard, and Pete, I remember the last time he played in the subcontinent in 2016, he didn't know which way the ball was going. He was absolutely clueless. To see him come back and embrace this new culture and score the kind of 100 he has, Harry Brook, another young kid, walks in and scores the 100 the way he has. And Ollie Pope, again, we saw him last year here. He was all over the shop.
Yeah.
To see him go and do that in Pakistan tells you that it's not just a few players who are taking Test cricket to the next level. It's the entire English cricket setup, and it is exciting. Having said that, it is Rawalpindi. We shouldn't get too excited. In an alternate universe, the Test match is still going on, right, Pete? We are still in Islamabad and traveling up and down to Rawalpindi. That's still going on somewhere.
Yeah. But well, Australians have got a bit of work in front of them today. I think we were expecting wickets to fall last night, weren't we? And I think that's that's a bit of commentary you didn't replay this morning, me saying that there'd be a few wickets before stumps. But the Aussies, while they didn't bowl badly, I think that they acknowledged that they probably should have pitched it up a little bit more. It's interesting, isn't it, how bowlers can never get their lengths right. How hard is it, for God's sake? I mean, in Perth, you've got to get it up there to hit the stumps. A little bit about, good luck for West Indies and probably for the game itself that LBW wasn't given, but it was out for my mind. Those kids' pads are designed to trick umpires.
So this is a con, Pete, isn't it?
It is a con, isn't it? The baby pads.
So it's up over the knee roll.
Above the knee roll.
But undersized pads.
Yeah, the knee roll's just above your ankle. So, it's smashing into the centre of the stumps. But well done him.
I want to play a little bit of Steve Smith from last night. So 29th Test century drew alongside Don Bradman. He feels ageless. He doesn't sense that himself. So the idea of Ricky Ponting's 41 was put to Steve Smith.
Nah, that's a long way away. Yeah, look, I'm not sure. I'm 33, 34 next year. Not sure how long I'll play for, but we'll see. But 41's certainly a long way away. There's a lot of Test matches, I guess, in the next year for us. So we'll see how many I can get. Hopefully, I can get a few more in that period of time. We'll see. We'll go from there.
Peter Pan's contemplating getting old.
Well, I was watching him walk into that press conference and trying to get up onto that platform, and he was moving like my dear old mum before she died. He was in a really bad way there. He looked like he was 134. But what's most shocking about it is that Steve Smith's the last person in the world you'd expect to admit that there might be an end to his career. Yeah. It's the unthinkable thing. It's unthinkable that you would have thought it was unthinkable for him, and it's certainly almost unthinkable for us because we've become so accustomed watching him bat. And now that isn't it interesting that now that he's back in that really good place, he's actually saying, maybe that's it, get out while I'm on top, take the Manhattan option and get out of here.
And he said it like a couple of times in the last 1 week, which is even stranger. Yesterday, he, like you said, Pete, he looked in so much pain. He took 20 minutes to finish his shower, which led to me starting a debate in the press conference area whether he's a soap man or a body wash man. I think soap with all his mannerisms, I'm guessing. But yeah, you're right. He is. Look, there's just something about Steve Smith where he's just so desperate to get better all the time. He keeps talking about it with himself most times, and when he speaks to himself, I'm always there listening in. And it's, I think he will change his mind if he has a great tour of India and if he does well again against England. Because for a long time, he didn't get hundreds the way he was. If, say, this summer and the India tour, he gets back to the run scoring, he becomes the run scoring machine that it looks like he's going to become again, I think he might rethink that decision. And also, when you're in that kind of pain, like you said, maybe start thinking about life slightly differently.
But the pain, when did the pain start? When did he actually, because he's injured himself on some sort of bizarre contraption that he attaches to his hips, doesn't he?
2 days before this test, but I think that the Steve Smith back is an issue because the last couple of years I've seen as the summer's worn on, he has had some stiffness in his back. You see him in training as well, constantly stretching his back. He went through this whole yoga routine, which I recorded on video the other day at the WACA, which was like almost a 7-minute yoga routine. He looked interesting from some angles, but he did that to just get his body in shape. So I think just the way he bats as well, and the amount of energy he puts into just training, I'm sure it'll all catch up. So, and the back is generally what gives way, doesn't it?
I can understand a guy like Warner sort of pointing to the end of the career with the kids getting older and it's getting harder to tour and he needs to be with his family and things like that. But I think Steve's still got some clean air in his life, but obviously he has plans. But, I mean, I don't know, I've never actually reached that point where I feel like I'm good in my job. Gerard, you could tell me, or Bharat, you could tell me. Do you think, oh, okay, I've got there, I can do something else now? I never thought it would happen.
I think it enshrines for us that this is the last phase of the Steve Smith career. So this last piece and whether he can separate himself to clearly be 2 to Bradman and ahead of Ponting and Greg Chappell. Is that, I feel like that's the... And I had it pegged for 3 home summers. This and 2 more, but I'm less sure about that after listening to him last night.
So this 15-test run that we're on, this is the first of 15 in about a 8-month, 7-month period. Could see a few people not there at the end of it.
It really could. All right, let's see the passage of the day. Are you in for a Chanderpaul century?
Oh, very much so.
Yeah, so am I.
Yeah, I think we need that. I mean, the game needs that. And just going back to what you were saying about Australia's bowlers, I think they'll be very disappointed with the way they bowl.
Terrific. Pete Lalor, Bharat Sundaresan with us. We'll hear from them during the day. Our apparel partner is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. We'll bring Simon Katich back in. First ball of the day is pending. Our pre-game show has been for Isuzu D-Max MUX and for Trojan Tools. Built tough. The West Indies none for 74. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus.
For Henley Completed Homes. Now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket. Your winning team with MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Visit MEGT.com.au today.
The sun has broken through just in time for the first ball of day 3 here in Perth. The weather is for rainbirds, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. It's 21 degrees, so a very pleasant morning. Heading for a top of 24. None for 74, the West Indies. Chanderpaul's 47. Brathwaite is 18. This session is for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. Gerard Whateley alongside Simon Katich and Damian Fleming. Welcome back, Cats.
Morning, Gerard and Flem and all our listeners.
The bowlologist is in because it's bowlology time. Josh Hazlewood from the far end.
I'm going to try and get you a wicket here, Gerard. 3 slips, Gully.
Just leave Chanderpaul for us for a while. Let us dream.
Okay.
Let us dream. Josh Hazlewood to begin the day's play. His right arm over the wickets. Brathwaite's Chanderpaul's on strike and he's played inside the line. He has that lovely little touch about him where it looks like he plays and misses from behind, but he drags the blade inside the line.
Yeah, and that's very good opening batting, that. He certainly played well inside the line of that ball after seeing the replay. But that was a lot fuller there from Josh Hazlewood. So expect the Australians to really get these two on the front foot today. They've spoken about it after what they would have viewed from the footage last night.
Hazlewood getting himself motor and he bowls to Chanderpaul, who's legitimately beaten, and that flew. Carey's taken that around the ears.
So just in 2 balls, you can see there is just a bit of natural variation. The first one was a cracker from Josh. It hinted at swinging in, it hit the seam and went away, and now we've seen some steep bounce going away from the left-hander. I just feel with these 2 batsmen, though, that set their weight back, it looks exciting. I feel like you're going to have to just bowl a lot fuller.
Hazlewood, 2 good ones to start. He bowls to Chanderpaul, who's beaten again.
Yeah, he's beaten, but I don't think he's playing at that ball. Just watching it live, I just think he's holding his line. He's trying to cover the top of off stump, and then anything that he sees that goes outside his eye line, he just wants to let that go through. And then the way he played yesterday, I think if it's full enough, he'll look to try and drive straight back past the stumps, really straight, mid-off, mid-on, and he won't try and err from that because he knows that if he starts getting away from his body with his hands, then that's when the slips are going to come into the game.
Chandapol faces up. And he gets himself inside the line of the ball under his armpits, taken down the leg side.
And the one thing noticing about Chandapol, he's on debut, but he's a very experienced first-class player. He's not flustered, is he, from the just going outside the outside edge. Brathwaite, he's the same. He doesn't get flustered. So this first wicket is so hard for the Australians. You just feel like get a new batsman in. It's not easy starting on this pitch, but phenomenal effort from the West Indian openers so far. So much rests with these two. Chandapol's on 47. He's edging through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. It's a half century on debut for Tagenarine Chandapol. And a wave of affection that has greeted him on these shores. For the deeds of a previous generation, but for the unearthing of a wonderful young talent. He's 51. It's none for 78.
And that was beautifully bowled by Josh Hazlewood. Found a foolish length, but it was also beautifully played because it went straight to ground. He played it softly. He wasn't trying to overhit the ball. He knew it was a good length. And yes, it squeezed between the third slip and the gully, who's now coming into fourth slip. Cameron Green is getting into that gap now where the ball went, but it was well played from the youngster.
An early boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. Chandapol faces up to Hazlewood. He's edging and he's caught by Warner at first slip. So the half century's as far as Chandapol goes, and Hazlewood strikes in the first over of day 3. Chandapol departs for 51. The West Indies 1 for 78.
That's champagne fast bowling because the batting was pretty good. You know, a couple of plays and misses, ones that he's played inside it. He got the outside edge on the previous ball, Josh Hazlewood, but as you said, Chandapol with soft hands was able to keep it down, but he went fuller. That's the ideal delivery to batsmen who set their weight back in the crease. So promising start to Chandapol's career against a superstar Australian attack. But for the Aussies, they needed this. They need to break through in the first hour to give them an incentive to get into this more vulnerable middle order for the West Indies.
Yeah, they certainly did. That's a big start for Australia, that. With the ball 25 overs old last night, if the two openers had got through the first hour and maybe taken that ball into the 40-over mark, then all of a sudden it becomes a different equation for the Australian attack. But to strike in the first over of the day and then to have the Australian skipper back that up now, he's on 199 test wickets. Yeah. He worked the two openers over last night, so this isn't going to be easy now for the number 3 Bonner, who comes to the crease, although he's at the non-striker's end, given it was the end of the over.
So the GWM Ute scoreboard, GWM go with more, 1 for 78. Brathwaite is on 18. He's removed the bail and marked his guard. Pat Cummins is down below us at the members' end. He bowled 6 overs, 1 maiden, none for 15. It's a stacked cordon. Captain to captain at the start of the day's play. Cummins bowls and Brathwaite flicks him down to fine leg. Hazlewood gets around to keep it to 1. It's 1 for 79. Those patrons from yesterday so yesterday they removed their shirts and in permanent black ink, whatever they could find, they put holder on their chests. Today they have returned at the start of play and they've gone the fluoro pink texter. So they are fully committed. They're going to spend the day shirtless in the Justin Langer stands, and they've gone the full putty. Fluoro pink on their chests. Dedicated to Jason Holder. Bonner to see his first ball. Cummins delivers it to him, and he's fishing for it outside the off stump. It's a play and a miss. And Krumar Bonner's a 33-year-old right-hander who's played 14 Test matches. Highest score of 123, 2 Test centuries. He averages 37.5.
Yeah, he's probably got one of the better Test batting records of this West Indies batting lineup. But as you say, Gerard, he's only played 14 Tests and none in this neck of the woods against this sort of attack. So that first ball there, he's got a big challenge here against Pat Cummins. He doesn't want to be wafting at balls outside that off stump.
Bonner stares down at Cummins and he's beaten. Oh, that's a hard defence, as we've spoken a lot about soft hands, as he's pushed hard at that.
Yeah, he wants to feel bat on ball here. And the problem with that against someone like Pat Cummins is it's not quite there to drive. And that ball could easily have caught the outside edge. He's going to have to control himself here, Bonner. A few nerves. Wanting to get one away early.
He's got a career strike rate of 34, so that's probably against type, that type of shot. There's obviously a lot of nerves.
Cummins bowls and Bonner finds the ball this time as he prods forward in defence.
Although he's repeated there, I know he's got bat on ball, but that's very hard. He's playing well in front of his front pad. So when it's stump to stump line, you know, he's probably in a good position to play that. It'll be when it's a fifth or sixth stump line going at it. If you're not hitting in the middle of the bat, that outside edge is going to fly.
Yeah. And that's what Pat Cummins will do here. He'll work the lines across the stumps, whether it's off stump, forward stump.
Cummins bowls and Bonner fends the ball wide of the short leg, and he's able to get his first run as he squeezes it to mid-wickets. It's 1 for 80, but Pat Cummins has a lot to encourage.
Caddo's loving that, Gerard, because he's just put himself in a time warp when he was bat pad, and with that hands in front of the front pad, you at bat pad are thinking, I'm going to get a catch if it's middle and leg.
Well, that's the hardest thing about facing Pat Cummins, is he's terrorising both edges of the bat. So, yes, he's played and missed it a couple, but then as soon as he gets that ball to just come back in off the seam, the inside edge of the bat's in danger as well.
Brathwaite faces up to Cummins. He's defending the ball out of the stumps. Couple of singles from the over. 1 for 80, the West Indies on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
SEN and Bing are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
I've seen better batters in a fish and chip shop.
He couldn't hit the water if he fell out of a boat.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Alex Carey just changed one of his gloves. It's not totally settled after 2 overs. He just changed his left glove. Everyone's got their own idiosyncrasies, don't they? I wonder what he didn't like about it.
I don't think I've ever seen that before.
Same.
Was it a new pair and he just didn't like it? Has he got another new glove?
He started with the wrong pair, Gerard.
A lot of questions there. Hazelwood is in and he bowls to Bonner, who leaves outside the off stump, and it's right into those gloves of Alex Carey. Maybe that felt a little bit better.
What's noticeable is these West Indian batsmen, a number of them wearing chest guards, so they're obviously concerned about the pace of this Australian attack, but also the bounce that they get. I don't want to get hit in the ribs. It's not nice.
Hazelwood at his metronomic best in that first over, removing Chanderpaul. He's got the number 3 before him now. He bowls and Bonner is squeezing the ball past the stumps. He looks wretchedly uncertain just through the early phase of his innings.
This is a critical period for him here because both Hazelwood and Cummins are going to ask questions each ball with their length, with their line. And at the moment, he's just not sure around that off stump. Jammed down on that one. And there's going to be no let up for him, so he's got to be really decisive here.
Just a nervous tap as he awaits Hazelwood, and Bonner plays straight to mid-on, no run.
I agree with what you said last over, Flem, about him. He looks like he's probably going to be more comfortable the straighter they bowl. Then as soon as it starts getting that little bit wider, and particularly on a good length, just looks like he's probably that little bit more tentative when it's outside his eye line.
Yeah, and then, what is your bowlology theory? I don't mind bowling stump to stump, getting to feel the ball, then you chuck the quicker, fuller one on a more fifth or sixth stump line.
Bonner defends.
I don't want him leaving consistently. I want him feeling a bit of bat on ball, but uncomfortable bat on ball.
Yeah, it's a good comment because there's two ways of going about it. They know that he wants to spar at the ball so they can hang it out there and wait for him because he wants to get going in his innings and play the patience game. But you're right. If he's patient, then he doesn't have to play. The other side of it is they can keep going straight, getting him hit the ball, and then he starts feeling like, I'm fine, and then throw the one wider to get him sparring at it.
It's the theory that I liked.
Bonner faces Hazelwood and he's almost nicked off the play and the miss.
And also why I like bowling straighter as well is it does bring in all the dismissals. So they might middle a couple, but, one might just jag a little bit and you get an LB or a bowled through the gate. If it nips away, you've still bringing the slips or wicketkeeper into play.
And that's the greatest challenge in Test cricket, isn't it? From a batting and bowling perspective, is that you've got to be able to bowl at the stumps and you've got to be able to play the ball at the stumps as a batsman.
Hazelwood probing away and Bonner leaves that last delivery. A maiden over, 1 for 80. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. If you're a Perth Scorchers fan, I'm about to ruin your Friday morning. Pat Cummins is in from under our broadcast position. He's bowling to Brathwaite, who defends the ball to the offside. So Mitch Marsh and Phil Salt are going to miss the entire BBL season. Marsh has had keyhole surgery on his left ankle in Sydney yesterday to repair a long-standing injury. He'll be sidelined for 3 months. And Salt sustained a grade 2 ligament injury to his left shoulder while diving for a ball during that third ODI at the MCG on November 22. So Mitch Marsh and Phil Salt out for the entire BBL season. Not just a blow for the Scorchers, but for the entire competition, which finds itself on trial as well. Brathwaite faces Cummins and leaves outside the off stump.
Big news, that particularly from Mitch Marsh's perspective. He's just had so many injuries over the years, and that's a decent length of time on the sidelines, 3 months.
So Maxwell lost a couple of weeks ago, and now Mitch Marsh.
I mean, they're massive names, particularly Mitch Marsh and Maxwell. They're superstars.
Irreplaceable as those rolled gold names which have complete recognition across the sporting world. Brathwaite faces up to Cummins. He's beaten outside the off stump, a ball that doesn't carry to Carey. So we're seeing some odd things from this pitch. One that flew from Hazelwood, up whistled around his ears, Carey's ears, and one that doesn't carry from Cummins.
Yeah, you just wonder whether it did get dented a little bit on day one when it had a little bit of moisture in it. And those dents or divots in the grass, because it's so thick.
In the grass, isn't it?
It is in the grass, it's not the wicket itself.
The pitch, yes.
And they can change the direction and pace of the ball when they hit, depending on the shape of the dent in the wicket.
4 slips ready. Brathwaite ducks the bouncer from Cummins.
That was one of the weirder things doing pitch reports when day-nighters come in and when they had 14 millimetres. There wasn't follow-through marks. A little bit of that, but it was more the ball leaving dints in the pitch. Yeah. Really obvious dints.
Warner at first, Smith at second, Kawadra at third. Greens come into probably fifth slip. Lyon at point, Labuschagne at mid-off. Cummins bowls.
Yeah, this is the spell. If the West Indies want to survive the day, then this is the spell they have to get through off Cummins, because 1 for 80 could easily become 3 or 4 for 90 or 100.
But this is a bowling partnership of pace, hostility, suffocation. It's brilliant, and you know, probably what you expect, really. Cummins on the verge of 200 Test wickets at under 22. Hazelwood, is he getting up near 300 now?
He's at 216.
16.
Cummins bowls and Brathwaite finds the ball and runs it through gully, which was opened up. Green chases it down into the deep, slides in and keeps it to 2. Runs hard to come by. A couple at the end of the over. 1 for 82 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
Got a boat or a jet ski? How good is getting out on the open water? Throw in a line, tow a tube, or just soak up the sun. But what if something happened to your boat? Get peace of mind with Club Marine Boat Insurance. They're specialist boat insurers and have been around for more than 50 years. Flexible cover for your jet ski or boat, motor or trailer, and gear, all in one policy. Get a quote at clubmarine.com.au. T's and C's apply. Check the PDS to see if this product is right for you. Go to the Club Marine website for a PDS and TMD.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Josh Hazlewood made the breakthrough at the start of the day. He's bowling to the number 3, and Bonner leaves a rising delivery outside the off stump. Simon Katich is in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee, and Brad Hogg joins him. Hello, Hoggy.
G'day, Gerard. How are you? Simon, how are you going? Good morning.
Morning, Hoggy.
Yeah.
Full of energy.
Yes, full of energy today. So beautiful sunshine coming out here out the Wacker, Optus Stadium.
Hard habits to break, aren't they? I listened to Pete Lawler's podcast with Gideon Haig. He did it the whole way through the 25 minutes. Thought he'd spent the whole day at the Wacker. Hazlewood bowls. Bonner. Oh, that's ever so close to the outside edge. Can't settle. And Hazlewood just nipping it past him.
And this has been the concern around the West Indian batting lineup. How will they go against these bowlers on this sort of surface? I don't have much experience in dealing with this sort of stuff, given where they play at home. The West Indian wickets in the Caribbean are nothing like this. It might have been in the past, but not anymore.
It feels like that outside edge is coming. Hazlewood to Bonner, who defends the rising delivery uncomfortably up near the chest guard that he's wearing.
Well, you just mentioned something, Gerard. When your number 3 is walking out with a bit of padding on his chest, like he's eaten a cow or two, you know that he's not comfortable about the extra pace and bounce that's coming to him. I was just very impressed with Chanderpaul. I was just hoping that it was one of those moments in cricket where his debut just turned into 100. Something special.
For 51 in the first over of the day. Hazlewood bowls, got into the pads, and Bonner turns him away. Well fielded by Head at mid-wicket to not allow him off strike. There really was a single there if they'd been proactive and wanted to get things moving. Head had a lot of ground to cover, and the full dive out to his left.
Yeah, just a little bit conservative, but I guess when you're on one, you don't want to take too many undue risks, particularly if your mindset is you want to dig in and bat for long periods of time. I think Brathwaite's got that mindset. Not sure whether Bonner has it, but time will tell. But young Chanderpaul took a good ball to remove him. He didn't do a huge amount wrong. It was a perfect line of length from Hazlewood.
Survival mode in the middle. Bonner is playing it out to cover, and this time he does go with the stroke. So a bat on ball, rolled it between the point and the mid-off, took off with a stroke. He's to 2, 1 for 83.
Yeah, you're talking about Chanderpaul there. It was just a good line, but just anything slightly wide of off stump, it looked as though he was defending, but then he'd pull the bat away. And normally when people leave, they shoulder arms, whereas Chanderpaul doesn't. And people are going, well, doing what he does, that's probably caused his downfall, but it hasn't. It was just the slight change of line from Hazlewood, got it right, where it's just on that 4th stump line, not the 5th stump line.
Brathwaite to see the last ball of Hazelwood's over, and he's flicking him down for 4. In on the pads, a very fine glance. Stark had no play in the deep. Brathwaite to 25. At the end of the over, the West Indies 1 for 87 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
From cricket to NBL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
Hazelwood was annoyed giving up the boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. He's had such a good line going. Brathwaite good enough to pick him off when he strayed. 25 from 88 balls, the West Indies captain. And Krumah Bonner getting a fierce working over from the Australian quicks. Cummins is at him, and Bonner is leaving right at the end after being drawn to play.
These are the moments that I love. Someone just a little unsure, just a little conservative going out there, a little worried, not knowing exactly what's coming to him, unsure about the extra bounce, the pace. But just that initial fight, the first 10 overs, if he gets through those first 10 overs, all of a sudden he can put a 50 or more on the board as well.
Heads come out of bat pad this over. Cummins over the wicket, bowls, and Bonner opens the blade, runs it, gathered by Lyon, the throw, well run by Bonner. Lyon had a bit of ground to cover out of point, so right on the money, that was there.
It was, and not often you see a Jamaican get run out. They're quick. That was a good, well-timed single there from Bonner, and that's what he has to do. He can't keep absorbing 6 balls on the trot from Pat Cummins, because Pat Cummins will work him over and get him out. But if he can do that and get the odd single here and there, it'll just relieve the pressure, work as a team. He got 123 batting at 4 against England in March in Antigua. Just whether number 3 is a bit high for him.
1 for 88, Cummins bowls, and Brathwaite squared up. Inside edge onto the pad, falls away to the offside.
But you brought up a good point there, Katich. I think that's why the West Indies last night with the opening partnership were very good against this Australian attack. The Australians bowled really well, but it was the left-hand, right-hand combination. Brathwaite was very defensive, but Chanderpaul was willing to be defensive, but anything on offer he went after. And you need that batting combination so that at least one player is putting pressure on the bowling attack. Australia really didn't have much on offer to counteract it.
Cummins is in, Brathwaite is beaten. And find the ball on the line of the 4th stump.
We're just seeing why he's so good. Every ball is an absolute battle just to survive it, let alone score off it. And that one has climbed. But what he did well, he kept his hands controlled, didn't go away from his body too much, held the line as well as he possibly could. And he lives to fight another day.
It's the highest quality partnership bowling, what we're seeing from Cummins at this end and from Hazelwood at the far ends. Brathwaite trying to blunt it. He's beaten again.
I'm glad it's him out there and not me. I can't imagine having to face Pat Cummins. He is just an absolute superstar. That line and length is relentless. It's almost like he's put a handkerchief down and he keeps hitting the same spot ball after ball. But what happens ball after ball is slightly different. Some will nip in, some will hold, and then some will go off the seam and leave. And that's the greatest challenge that these two have now, is it's going to start to play in their minds about which balls they have to play out and which ones they leave.
Cummins is in his 9th over. None for 20. He'll close it out, and Brathwaite 3 in a row. There's Flem would have him walking. 3 strikes and you're out. 3 past the outside edge without a feather. 1 for 88, the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Got a boat or a jet ski? How good is getting out on the open water? Throw in a line, tow a tube, or just soak up the sun. But what if something happened to your boat? Get peace of mind with Club Marine Boat Insurance. They're specialist boat insurers and have been around for more than 50 years. Flexible cover for your jet ski or boat, motor or trailer, and gear, all in one policy. Get a quote at clubmarine.com.au. T's and C's apply. Check the PDS to see if this product is right for you. Go to the Club Marine website for a PDS and TND.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, the industry super fund for all Australians. Hazelwood with a wicket in the first over of the day. The West Indies 1 for 88. Brathwaite is 25. Bonner is 3.
Just quickly what Kato was talking about there, the ball seaming away, not chasing it, leaving your hands there. You want to be beaten on the outside edge, not the inside edge. You've got to cover your stumps.
Hazelwood in from the Langer end. He bowls to Bonner. Full face of the bat. It back to the bowler.
So that's where you've got to make sure, and that's where good practice, test match batting practice on tough net wickets or tough nets is ideal, because you're sitting there, you're trying to get as far forward as you possibly can, cover that in duck, but if it seems away, just learn not to chase it. And if one's good enough to get your outside edge, well, so be it.
Yeah, we were talking about yesterday afternoon with Bish about controlling your hands, particularly as an opener when the ball's moving around. It's one of the hardest skills to develop.
Hazelwood bowls. Bonner is forward, running the ball to cover, goes with the stroke. The throw from mid-off, misses. Labuschagne on the job, but couldn't find the woodwork. I fancy Brathwaite had it well beat anyway. That's 89.
Excellent running. Good proactive cricket there. They realise they've got to work as a team here to help each other out. And, you know, maybe face a couple of balls, absorb that pressure, and then try and rotate strikes so you're working together and not having to absorb all 6, because it just builds and builds. When you get pinned down one end, it makes Test cricket so much harder.
This is the highest quality Test cricket, the start of the third day's play. Brathwaite faces up to Hazelwood. He plays it firmly to mid-off. Labuschagne fields no.
With this quality bowling attack, which especially Hazelwood and Cummins, that just hit and pound that good length, and it's very hard to drive down the ground, it's where your mid-off and mid-on should be in. When they've got the new ball and it's the first 10 overs and they're going to look a little bit fuller to try and get that swing, get the outside edge, yeah, your mid-off, mid-on can be back a little bit, but your point still comes in to get on that one. But as the game goes on, they're not getting that swing. They go back to the good length. Everyone gets in close.
Brathwaite faces up and leaves Hazelwood. Carey takes over the stumps.
Because they're bowling that line where it's you can't cut. It's more just a dab for that quick one. So you're trying to get them to cut a ball that's not there, because you're putting that pressure on the in the infield.
Yeah, absolutely spot on. I mean, you know that these two rarely bowl cut balls. Very rare they give something short and wide, unless something's gone wrong with their footing or their run-up, lost a little bit of rhythm. But spot on. You see Marnus Labuschagne now at mid-off. He's in line with the stumps when he finishes up where he's walking in from.
Brathwaite facing, ducks the bouncer. A little too high to cause him any real discomfort.
I can understand the mid-wicket being slightly back a bit, because if you're going to be shorter, the pull shot comes into play because of the line that they bowl. So that's fine back there, but on the cover side, get in there, put the pressure, get in the face of the batsman.
So one to come in Hazelwood's 12th over. 1 for 41. He was expensive yesterday and he's given away very little so far this morning. Goes to Brathwaite, who's leaving. Picked the line and the height well. 1 for 89, an absorbing half hour of play at the start of the session for MEGT, Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts. Adam Collins coming in.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
From cricket to NBL, A-League to horse racing. For all the big moments, expert commentary and the latest breaking news, when it happens in sport, SEN has you covered. Find your channel on the SEN app today.
SEN Test Cricket host plus, that's a plus. 15 runs and 1 wicket in the first half an hour of play on day 3 here at Perth Stadium. Chandipal caught in the cordon for 51 in the first over of play from the bowling of Josh Hazlewood. This pair have put on 11 runs since. Bonner, the number 3 on strike to Pat Cummins. He's got 4 in the cordon. Bowling here, beating off the inside edge. This is absolutely relentless, Simon Katich. How has Cummins not broken through yet?
Yeah, he hasn't had much go his way yet. But to the credit of the batsmen, they're finding a way to just survive each ball here at the moment. He looks like he could get a wicket at any stage. There's been plays and misses. That one just catching the inside edge of the bat, squirting out onto the offside.
I mean, if you looked at the scoreboard and saw 1 for 89, you'd think, gee, they're going well here, the Windies. And objectively, they are. The board's all that matters. But, yes, the lived experience watching is that the Australians are all over them here, striving for a second breakthrough. Cummins bowls bouncer. Bonner gets underneath it.
Well played. Beautiful.
Yeah, to their credit, they're showing good fight. You know, it looks like they've got a plan, and the plan is to try and bat time and stick to a defensive game, which is, you know, knocking the ball around for the odd single here and there. And if they get something loose, which is few and far between, then they'll potentially pounce. But at the moment, these two are giving them absolutely nothing.
Yeah, Bonner has the patience for this kind of innings as well. He's got a career strike rate of 35, so he can hang around. Batted for 558 minutes earlier this year against England. Faces up to Cummins, hits him on the pad on the way through to the keeper, seaming the way again.
I'll tell you.
You mentioned that ton earlier, Kat. Sorry, Brad. 123 at Antigua, but yes, 558 minutes in the middle, so he can absorb pressure, and he's got a much better test record than a first-class record. Bonner averages 28 at domestic level and 37 for the Windies, so he's been stepping up as their number 3 of late.
Yeah, that Antigua wicket is a lot slower than this one here.
Of course, yeah.
And they're used to those conditions, but it just shows the application that he's got within, and he's trying to do that at the moment. It's just that these conditions are a little bit more tricky.
So Bonner facing up to Cummins. The captain bowls here, and he gets forward in defence. Well played.
Well, if he's got a strike rate of 35, we better do some research or some stories if he bats a long time today.
Well, he did make 86 batting with Kyle Mayers in that extraordinary chase a couple of years ago. So Mayers makes his unbeaten double ton on debut. Down the other end, it was Bonner. They put on 216 to haul down 395 in the 4th innings.
In Chattogram.
Yes,
2021.
Right. Yeah. So it's second opportunity as a Test cricketer. 33 years of age. On strike here to Cummins, who bowls full out. He's driven. Compact cover drive out to the long side of the ground. Labuschagne in hot pursuit. He'll think about diving. He calls the whole thing off. It reaches the rope. Now boundaries for Rotterflex by Blunston. That's the first for Bonner. He moves to 8. The Windies 1 for 93.
Well, this is just like football. A full forward getting pounded by the backman, full back, but he gets 3 kicks for the game and kicks 3 goals. So he hurts them on the scoreboard, but hardly plays a part in the rest of the game. It's a bit like Pat Cummins just hitting that good length, play, miss, play, miss, play, miss. He gives you a bad ball, you put it away. You make it count.
Robert Wall's 72 grand final, 6 kicks, 6 goals, something like that. Here's Cummins. 3 slips, bowls here. Beats the outside edge again, although Smith does like it at second slip. I think it's only Stephen Smith. Boundary from the Cummins over. 33 gone. The Windies 1 for 93 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
I'm Gareth Hall. If you love racing as much as I do, then join me for Giddy Up on SEN Track. You'll hear all the latest news from the stables to the track, as well as talking to racing personalities, leading trainers and jockeys. The champion trainer himself, Chris Waller, joins us. It's an honour and privilege to have Nick Luck in the studio, straight from the horse's mouth. Giddy Up Monday to Thursday from 8 a.m. and Fridays from 9 a.m. on Australia's home of chasing, pacing and racing, SEN Track, the SEN app and DAB+.
I saw the fist pumping in the back of our commentary box from our West Australian colleagues because Cameron Green is in the attack. His first involvement in the Test match. Time for a change of scenery. Head to Mildura next long weekend for the bowling change. First change of the morning. They're all excited, Kat.
I thought the West Coast Eagles had walked out on the ground. Sorry, Hoggy, it's not your Dockers today. It's a West Coast home ground. I thought they were running out to do
Well, it's a crowd like the West Coast Eagles out the moment with the way they're playing.
So Green from the Justin Langer end, all West Australian. The slow claps into Brathwaite, the captain, digs out a full ball, pushing out to mid-wicket, gets an easy single.
You open your trap up there, Tiger.
There is something special about the parochialism in Perth, isn't there?
Oh, yeah.
Hoggy, you're on the board here, and Kat, you grew up here and played shield cricket here. I would argue it's more noticeable than anywhere else in Australia.
Definitely, without a doubt. And it's good to see that it's come across from the Wacker, across the river to here, because it was certainly the case at the Wacker back in the day, particularly playing shield cricket. Yeah. Opposition teams would come there and they would cop it from the fans.
Oh, even with the Scorchers.
Yeah, correct.
So Cameron Green had a good year with the ball as well. 4 in the cordon, bowls here. Bonner shoulders, arms through to the gloves of Carey. Cameron Green with the ball.
But you just...
He took a really important wicket at the final day in Lahore, wasn't it? Shafiq to start that final day when Pakistan thought they were every bit the chance of chasing down 350 after a competitive declaration from Pat Cummins, but it was Green that opened up Pakistan on the final day of the series.
Yeah, what's going to be interesting to see is how many overs he actually bowls today and potentially in this series.
Here is Green, tall man bowls and hits him on the back of the helmet. Bonner went down. He gets straight back on his feet, I should say, straight away. But he ducked into the bumper. And you can hear the crash into the helmet. That'll require the medical staff to come out. West Indies physio, Dr. Dennis Byam's already on his way. But, oh, yes, on the back of the lid, not far away from the temple guard as well. That's nasty.
Didn't really get up, that one.
Yeah, I just noticed yesterday there was a bit of up and down with the bounce. Even on that fuller length, there were just a couple that hit the toe of the bat off a good length. That was ugly. But this is what the West Indies grew up with. Fast bowling, short bounce, getting the hook shot taken on. I remember the series that I went over in 2003, 2004. Brett Lee's bowling to Brian Lara. I've been sent out to deep square leg, and there's only 5 West Indians in this little pocket, and they've got a couple of eskies, and I'm talking to their wives on the phone and stuff like this. I was really getting onto them, and Brett Lee's bowling pace to Brian Lara. It'll be a half volley, 4 through the covers. Next ball, good length. Next one, Brian Lara's feet's off the ground and swaying and ducking, and they just loved that hour of cricket. Brett Lee bowling to Brian Lara with sheer pace, where the batsman's on his, well, he's like a cat on a hot tin roof because of that pace, and they were just loving it. They were drawn to it.
Yeah, this, of course, was the city where Jeff Lawson had his jaw broken by Curtly Ambrose in 1988. We had that in the quiz the other day. That'll be back at lunch. Our lunch break will be for Whirlpool kitchen and laundry appliances. Then we'll have the we're calling it the Basilenko Super Quiz. There's Bharat and myself. Every day a new theme. Today's theme is heavy scoring after what happened at Rawalpindi yesterday. And, of course, here as well. Only 4 wickets in the first 2 days. But 1300 736 736. If you call up during the lunch break, you're a chance to win a $100 voucher next to 7-Eleven. So that'll come later. But we did mention on the quiz the other day Jeff Lawson having his jaw broken at Perth from hostile short pitch bowling. And good to see some of it back, although you never want to see a play go down like that.
Heavy scoring. Steve Orr's last test, India batted first at the SCG in 2004 and made 711, I think.
How about
we were still bowling on the morning of day 3. I didn't think we were ever going to get a chance to go out there and bat.
I was going to say, the fact that
brutal.
they batted for an hour after the resumption on day 3, it was Partheev Patel, wasn't it, who decided to punch the bruise towards the end. You guys were knackered.
And what's amazing is in that test match, Steve Orr's last test, we nearly won the test after being 710 runs down. It was just phenomenal.
The way that Justin Langer batted when you guys replied to 700, 100 in as many balls. Did you get the reverse sweep, I reckon, to 3 figures, something like that? And it was as though you had your eyes on the follow-on mark. If we could just get beyond that, then we can get sort of back into the game, and so you did.
Generous declarations as well, wasn't it?
It took a generous declaration from Ganguly to set a chase on the last day. But, it's amazing to think that you play a test match like that. And potentially this could be the same in a way. If the wicket stays good and West Indies bat well through today, then there's a chance that Australia might have to do the same, where they bat again and set the West Indies a target on the last day and a bit.
Just joining our coverage, sorry, Hoggy, I should note that the reason we have a delay is because Kumra Bonner has been whacked in the side of the helmet from Cameron Green's second delivery. They're just going through the formal concussion process. It looks like he's fine. He's not gone back down onto his haunches, but with the score at 1 for 94, we do have a pause.
If you're the sub, you wouldn't be eager to get your whites on after seeing that.
So these days, Kat, the process is there's a formal concussion test done on the field, and then the is transferred to the doctor, right?
Correct. And I guess the issue was previously there was a little bit of an issue with the fact that if the away team didn't have their own doctor, potentially that decision's being made by the home team's doctor.
Right, I see.
But I think now that's, judging by what you saw there, that's been sorted out and he's right to go.
You brought up a good point there, the follow-on, generous declarations. I think that's a good thing with the World Test Championship. You want generous declarations so you get wins on the board. I think there should be less points for draws so that teams are encouraged.
Okay, Bonner's back on his feet, facing up to Green after the delay. Bowles here, leaves alone outside the off stump. Good positive leave. Gets the front foot out and watches the ball all the way into the gloves of Carey.
So there's more positiveness from captains to make sure there's a result. But Cam Green, he's the fourth quick all-rounder. You're sitting there and think, all right, he's going to be less pace than a Hazelwood, than a Pat Cummins, and then just comes in, oh no, I've got more of this. He's very accurate, tall, hits that good length, very difficult customer.
Green up to the crease. His fifth delivery here to Bonner. Ducks another short one on target. Fast feet. Bent the knees and had the periscope up, but this time misses his helmet.
I reckon he's got a lot more energy too than normal. That follow through is a couple of metres further than normal because he's on his home ground too. Just that energy.
This young man is showing no mercy here. He's gone again. A couple of balls later after he hit Bonner in the head or the helmet. He's tried to go upstairs again.
Last ball of a lively over. Green to Bonner, full and defended out towards point. So just the single coming from it. Windies 1 for 94 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
SEN and Bing are teaming up this summer to bring you live coverage of the Test cricket.
Mum, was that a golden duck or a duck?
I don't know, but I think Peking duck for tea.
An unbeatable partnership. Bing, proud partner of SEN's Test cricket coverage.
Our first session on day 3 for MEGT Australia's apprenticeship and employment experts as Cummins charges away from us and bowls to the captain Brathwaite, who defends back down the pitch. No run. We've said goodbye to Simon Katich, so it's Adam Collins with our expert Brad Hogg for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee.
Yeah, Kato brought up a good point about Cameron Green. How many overs is he going to bowl in this test match? Because you've got to be careful with him. He's an all-rounder, and those all-rounders are very precious. And he's had a few injuries, so his body's still developing.
It will be fascinating how his career develops with respect to his bowling, won't it? Because I mean, when he was coming through, he was seen every much as bit a bowler as he was a top-order batter. Cummins bowls here, and inside edge from Brathwaite onto his front pad. Lucky it was there, otherwise the leg stump might have been in danger. Certainly that's the nature of the response from Cummins as he follows through all the way down to the West Indies skipper. Watching it back here on the replay screen. Yeah, thick edge onto the back pad, so not far away at all.
That's the thing. West Australia, we're blessed with it, and Australia's blessed with it. Mitchell Marsh, when he's bowling full tilt as well, you've got a depth of all-round talent that can bowl 140 plus as well as hit a good ball at number 6.
Here's Cummins again. Bowls to Brathwaite, who drives out towards Labuschagne. mid-off, no single. Because initially, well, certainly the word back from the Aussie camp was they didn't want to bowl Green for any more than 8 overs in an innings, and so it was in his first summer as a Test cricketer. But his workload picked up last year. Bowled quite a bit in Asia, in Pakistan and Sri Lanka. So I think they've reached the point with Green where they feel like his body's good to go.
Yeah. And this is a trouble with Australia. You've got all these T20 tournaments around the world now where they're going to play a bit more T20 cricket.
Sure. Well, the expectation on Green will be if he plays in those that he'll bowl a lot, I'm sure. Cummins here to Brathwaite, who goes back and defends from his middle stump. But he's only 101 balls.
He's only bowling 4 overs a game. And if you go to the IPL, it's 2.5 months now. So keeping those workloads up so that he's ready for Test match cricket out the end of it, the back end of an IPL, that's going to be the concern for Australia. And it's for all the fast bowlers as well. But this is where you'd like to be able to have those T20 tournaments less dominant in the world of cricket right now, because you could have one of your all-rounders just for Test cricket and the other one for white ball cricket.
It's Cummins. He's got 199 Test wickets. Bowls to his opposing number, Brathwaite, who plays off the back foot out towards cover point, no run.
So then you've got someone prepared for the longer format and someone just prepared for the white ball format, rather than try and mix and match all those different formats and put extra pressure on your bowling, because only bowling 4 overs, you're bowling them out as fast as you possibly can in a T20 match. But then you go to the endurance game at Test level. It's a lot of strain on these bowlers at the moment.
And points been made before that bowling 4 overs with that high intensity can be as problematic as the Test match stuff. Cummins to complete his over, play and a miss from Brathwaite. He was neither here nor there playing from the crease. Another maiden for Cummins. He's got none for 24 from his 11 overs. The Windies 1 for 94 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XGT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now, with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products. Makita, rule the outdoors.
In Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Cameron Green to start his second over. Towards us and towards Bonner from the Justin Langer stand in. Delivers here, leaving alone close to the off stump. That's a nice channel for Green to be in. Yeah, the point you raise around T20 tournaments, that is going to be a big decision for CA and Green to make. I mean, he's nationally contracted, of course, so he'll have some control over his whereabouts. But
I just think
busy Test schedule coming up this year. 4 in India, probably the World Test Championship final, 5 in England. The IPL, you're right, 2.5 months now. It'll be 3.5 months in 2 years' time.
Oh, look, the ICC and the boards around the world have to get together and say, right, this is not good enough, our calendar right now.
Green bowls to Bonner, who off leg stump, clips down to long leg stuck. Will do the fielding. He's 9, 1 for 96.
What are the tournaments that are most important? Right. We've got the World Test Championship where every game counts. I think that's the same with one days and T20s. If we're going to have bye series in those particular formats as well, all those games have got to count to something. But I reckon in the Test series, Test Championship, we can have divisions. Divisions of 4.
Tease this out. Green up to Brathwaite this time on 26. Bumper. Again gets underneath it, but only just. That was sharp. Looking for the speed radar here. It hasn't flashed up on our screen, but that had serious wheels on the way through.
Yeah, so you have your top 4. They play against each other. Then out the end of the 2-year period, you have the series, a home and away series of 1 and 2 to play out for the World Test Championship. So it's a 6-test series. And then 3 and 4 play against the top of 1 and 2 in a 6-game series.
Green, hostile spell already. Bowls to Brathwaite, who defends off the back foot. That's better. That's a mid-off, no run.
Whoever wins that, they either go up or stay where they are or go down. So and then you have a third division as well. So you're allowing associate nations, if they're developing, to be able to move their way up to the top of Test level. So let's say we've got a country like America that they might take off cricket in the next 20 years because they've got big numbers. all of a sudden they've got an opportunity to just scoot up the list.
Green bowls to Brathwaite, who shuffles across his stumps and pushes out to mid-on, no run. I must admit, I love your sort of blue sky thinking about how Test cricket could be. Personally, I'm worried that even those countries that have admitted to full member status in the last 4 years, Ireland and Afghanistan, they're not playing any Test cricket at all. Zimbabwe in the next FTP played 21 Tests in 5 years.
Yeah.
They won't get all of those in either.
Yeah, well, if you have the top division, they can be playing 5 Test series. The next division, 3 Test series. The bottom one, 2 Test series.
Continue this next over. Green bowls to finish. And riding the bounce is Brathwaite, defending into the onside of the pitch. End of the over, Green. None for 2 from 2. The Windies 1 for 95 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
It's the final days of Anaconda's massive Black Friday sale. Get in quick for huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Black Friday sale. Get in quick to Anaconda. Play more and pay less. Anaconda!
Pat Cummins in, away from us. The Windies trail by 503. Bowls here to Bonner, who's forward in defence, out to the offside. No run. Adam Collins here with Brad Hogg, our expert for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Brad Hogg, he's reimagining international cricket as we know it, and we love it. Please continue.
Well, the other thing is, too, you put 3 or 4 months aside just for Test cricket. Everyone around the world's just playing Test cricket at that time. Another couple of months for international white ball cricket, and then you set aside 4 months of the year for T20 tournaments for each of the leagues around, and let those leagues compete against each other.
Cummins is bowling from the members' end. So Bonner here, West Indies number 3, who comes forward again in defence. I suppose that the challenges when limiting the T20 comps is that full member boards will say, well, why haven't we got the right to make money to sustain our game the way that India can? Let's say they prioritise, as you're saying, pick 2 or 3 leagues and that's it. Let's imagine it's the Big Bash, the IPL and the PSL for the sake of the hypothetical.
Well, I reckon the PSL and the IPL should be playing alongside each other. So you have that 2-month period.
So they both play a competition at the same time. Okay. Cummins 3 slips in a gully, delivers here. Well forward is Bonner, looking good in defence to mid-off.
The reason why I say that is because Pakistan players aren't allowed to play in the IPL, and there's a lot of depth of international cricketers to go around to go to both tournaments. So
even though a lot of players are going from one to the next at the moment, so a lot of them have been playing PSL and going straight onto
Well, you get that choice.
I suppose if you're, say, Sri Lanka, they started the Lanka Premier League a couple of years ago, their argument would be, well, why aren't we entitled to make money?
Well, they can do it as well, but they've got to put on a league that competes with those 3 in that particular period of time.
Cummins into Bonner, 9 from 35, hits him on the thigh pad, spills out towards gully, no run. Didn't know where that one was going. It's been that kind of spell from the Australian captain. 4 dot balls in this over so far.
And it's a bit like the Big Bash with South Africa. Right, who's got the better product? So you have to make sure you're providing the best product to get those overseas players coming. So there's a lot of competition there, but there's a lot of players out there that are available on those particular times to go and play those T20 leagues.
Yeah, what's certain is you look at the schedule at the moment, it's blocked on each other. And there are so many competing interests. Cummins up to the crease and bowls and goes straight past the outside edge of Bonner, above the shoulder of the bat. The previous delivery hit the seam and jagged back. This time it stands up straight and goes away from the right-hander. This is just glorious fast bowling. Cummins doing everything but finding the edge here.
And just the way that Cummins is bowling, the West Indies were doing similar stuff with certain deliveries, but they just weren't putting enough deliveries in the right area to keep the pressure on the Australians.
Bonner has missed that by a long way as well. Cummins to finish his set. Bowls to Bonner, who gets forward. That's better. Pushing out towards Mitchell Starc at mid-on. The maiden is complete. The Windies 1 for 95 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM, go with more.
How do you keep the romance alive in your relationship?
If you want romance in the evening, it starts in the morning with doing the dishes. It goes for the whole day.
the small things again, I think. It's the smile, the handhold, the doing the dishes occasionally. It means a lot.
It's often the little things that make a relationship better. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about keeping your love alive, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
You can communicate with us in the commentary box on 0433 98 11 16. That's all for Tyre Power and their summer scorchers sale. We've got a message in here from Bailey, who's enjoying your conversation, Hoggy, about re-evaluating world cricket. As Green starts a new over, bowls to Brathwaite on 26. He pushes nicely straight at the man at mid-on. They'll get one. Josh Hazlewood dives to his left and keeps it to the single. Brathwaite 27, the Windies 1 for 96. Bailey says that he's loving your World Test Championship idea, but what if the Aussies and the Poms went on a decline and were in different groups? Would we not play the Ashes?
That is a very good point, Bailey.
I mean, the way they get around that at the moment, the World Test Championship as it's currently conceived of, there are 9 teams playing in it, of which you need to play 6 series across each 2-year cycle. A brief delay in play here as the helmet comes out. There'll be a short leg for Bonner when they start again. Given the way Green's been bowling, that stands to reason. It means that the Ashes always get played because obviously it's in both boards' interest to make it so. And it also, to be blunt, ensures that India don't have to play Pakistan because they aren't willing to host each other for well-documented reasons. So there is still some latitude the way that it's currently devised. And in the Future Tours program that came out middle of this year, that's been confirmed for the next 2 cycles. So they're 2-year cycles in the World Test Championship. It gets a bit confusing with all the jargon, but as we know it, it'll go for another 4 years at least. Green with the short leg, bowls to Bonner, first ball's full, left alone outside the off stump. I'm sure it won't be long before we see the bouncer again. That's 141 kilometres an hour. Yeah, so we know we have some certainty in the short term. Where I'm a little bit worried is that if the World Test Championship loses steam for whatever reason, if the powers that be, in other words, if the BCCI decide they don't like it anymore, then it might go back to how it used to be with host sports deciding when they play each other with no structure. Green bowls and Bonner defends, and that was fine for 100-odd years. The problem now is all the T20 leagues that you were describing earlier, Hoggy, that is going to complicate scheduling. Take South Africa. They are not going to be hosting Test cricket in January anymore because of their new T20 competition. That's when they played the majority of their Test cricket. If they don't need to play Test matches as part of the World Test Championship structure that the ICC sets for them, then even will they? I mean, I hope the answer is yes, but it's a question that's worth asking. Green bowls and Bonner drives out behind point in the end. No control of the shot. It did go along the ground for the most part. He moves to 13 with that boundary for Rotaflex by Blunston. And in the process, the Windies bring up their 100. 1 for 100. They've lost 1 wicket this morning. That of Tage Chanderpaul, who was caught by David Warner at first slip from the bowling of Josh Hazlewood. 451. All the numbers for Lauren X Cleaning. Google Lauren X Cleaning today. They're hanging in there.
Yeah, the reason why he got away with that is because he had good foot movement to the pitch of the ball, went through the shot, and
so Green's got the short leg, bowls again to Bonner, short ball, there it is, and this time Bonner knows it's coming. Crouches down, gets well out of the way.
But the thing with the Test Championship now at the moment is teams don't play a similar amount of Test matches, so that's one. But the other thing with the T20 leagues, that's where most of the money is made from players from New Zealand, the West Indies, countries like that, even South Africa. So we've got to look out what's important for the game. What do we want in the future?
Couldn't agree more. Should be drinks after this ball. Green bowls, defended again by Bonner. Just play well through that over. Just seeing if they have drinks out on the field. We'll take a beat and check first. It looks like the Australians in the high vis are coming out, just waiting for the signal from the umpires. Are they going to wait one more over? I think they are. So we'll go to a break. Our coverage is for Host Plus. That's a plus.
It's the final days of Anaconda's massive Black Friday sale. Get in quick for huge savings on camping gear, bikes, kayaks, fishing gear, clothing, footwear and more. Some exclusions apply. Up to 50% off Black Friday sale. Getting quick to Anaconda. Play more and pay less. Anaconda!
Stuff for your face and body? It's men's skincare with a purpose. Top quality Aussie-made grooming and skincare to help guys look and feel great with no hassles. Plus, Stuff is helping mental health too. Find Stuff at Woolworths or visit websiteofstuff.com.
Change of bowling for Australia. Mitchell Starc into the attack for the first time today. He bowled 7 overs, 2 maidens, none for 15 yesterday, replacing Cummins, who's been quite superb throughout the first hour of play, but no wicket to show for it for the captain.
Just finishing off on the conversation, we'll try and finish it this over, but you look at Test cricket, South Africa, West Indies, New Zealand players, they need that T20 lead to boost their income. You can't have the best batsman in the world, A.B. de Villiers, through his time, getting paid less than probably the worst player that Cricket Australia have got on their list in the bottom 18.
Starc bowls here to Brathwaite, who looks to drive and does drive. Straight of the man at mid-off. They'll get a couple. The tidying up is done by the captain Cummins. Moves Brathwaite on to 27. 29 make that. 1 for 102, the West Indies.
So that's just on your base contract. So when you've got that discrepancy of pay for the level or standard of the particular players around the world, well, all of a sudden you're opening yourself up for other opportunities for those players to make money in different markets.
National contracts in South Africa are a fraction of what they can earn on the T20 market, but that's part of the problem. Same as it is for many of the West Indies players. Starc to the crease, left arm over, bowls here. Brathwaite gets forward, inside part of the bat, quick single. Travis Head with the throw. Had it hit, it would have been interesting. Bonner was to the danger end. They might consider an overthrow, but they don't, which suggests the ball deflected off Bonner as he was reaching for his crease. They get 1 in the end, 1 for 103. Brathwaite to 30. Watching the replay back here, Head, he was through comfortably. He was off the back of the bat as he was sliding it past the popping crease. Yes, so central contracts are, I would call them contested space. I think we might get to a point where match payments need to be inflated dramatically and accept the fact that a lot of T20 specialists won't actually be interested in a national contract. Take that young Brevis from South Africa, or Will Smead from England, the other great example, where they're going to go around the world earning a lot of money, but they'll still want to play for their country. They just won't want to be contracted. Complex times. Starc delivers here to Bonner. Full toss, driven through cover. Just for 1, though, maybe 2. They take on Labuschagne and get a second. Bit of a bobble there as he tried to collect and throw. So Bonner moves along to 15. It's 1 for 105. Halfway through over number 39 on SEN Test Cricket. The host plus, that's a plus.
I know it's an international game, but you look at American sport, NFL. I think in the NFL, they've all got the same pie to spend. It's just about the management that sort their players out, isn't it?
Well, the difference here is that the ICC isn't some sort of... It's a federation.
We've got to try and even
an
it up.
organisation of its members.
We've got to try and even up somewhere.
Back to that after this Starc delivery. Halfway through he's over, delivers here. Bonner leaves alone well outside the off stump. And by that I mean it isn't sort of some technocrat sitting in Dubai dictating terms. Or it's a decision. They're collective decisions made by the major boards, which of course is controlled principally by the power brokers at the BCCI, who wield so much power. There previously was the big three, wasn't it, with CA and the ECB as part of that organising body. So if there is to be change, it'll need to be the wealthier nations wanting there to be change. That's the question.
Well, there's change everywhere else in the world politically, and we're seeing that in sport as well.
Starc up to the crease. Bonner's on 15. Bowls here. The West Indies number 3 leaves. It's a better delivery, though, over the top of the off stump. Leaves it alone on the basis of length.
You can do little gestures like we had at the start of the play, but the big gesture is, right, how do we even it up to make sure the West Indies get back to the potency that we saw back in the 1970s and early 80s, because they're athletic. They add so much dynamic to the game.
Well, you know what, their chief executive, Johnny Graves, is always talking about wanting to see a better distribution of television rights money between home and away nations. But yes, that's sort of an ongoing debate. Starc
To finish the first over of his new spell to Bharat, who digs out a full ball, pushes it out to cover. Labuschagne gets another touch. Bharat will retain the strike. He's 16. The Windies 1 for 106. And this time, drinks will be brought out onto the field at the end of the first hour of the third day. Our drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. On the other side of it, Gerard Whateley coming in for me.
As the supportive parent of a teen, there are times when you must decide yay or nay. Venturing into their stinky bedroom to open a window? Yay. Tasting the roast chicken they cooked, medium rare? Yay. Letting your underage teen try alcohol at home? Nay. 87% of parents aren't giving their teens alcohol. Drinkwise wants you to know it's okay to say nay. Go to drinkwise.org.au for more info.
The GWM Ute is up for the challenge. Born tough and built smart to give you more. More features, reliability, comfort and safety for less. GWM Ute. Go with more.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Farmers and fleet managers, they know. Construction crews and car mechanics, they know. And you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
70s edging through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. It's a half century on debut for Tajnarayan Chandapal, and a wave of affection that has greeted him on these shores. Up to Hazelwood. He's edging and he's caught by Warner at first slip. So the half century's as far as Chandapal goes, and Hazelwood strikes in the first over of day 3. Wait to see the last ball of Hazelwood's over, and he's flicking him down for 4. In on the pads, a very fine glance. The West Indies hanging tough. They lost the wicket in the first over, and there has been some brutal stuff to deal with. The outside edge beaten repeatedly, and the number 3 shaken up by the short ball from Cam Green, but they're still there. Brathwaite 30, Bonner 16. The West Indies have added 32 runs across an hour and a bit. The drinks break here for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew, coming back into SEN's coverage for Host Plus. That's a plus. One of the great voices of international cricket, Ian Bishop. Ian, welcome back.
Thank you very much for having me back.
Have you seen the first hour?
It's been competitive. Australia have bowled a more consistent length, a good length, than perhaps maybe they did later in the evening yesterday after the new ball burst. The West Indies have fought, and Nkrumah Bonner, who's got a couple of test hundreds and a couple of half centuries, but they've been mostly scored on slower, lower pitches. Bangladesh, the Antigua, the Sir Vivian Richards Stadium in Antigua, very flat, very benign for those 2 test matches. So this was always going to be a greater test of his game, and particularly the back foot game. I thought he's acquitted himself well so far. Brathwaite just doing what Brathwaite does.
So Bonner is that the first dozen balls, he looked like he could have got out on any of them. He had to wear the bouncer from Green, which is a fearful blow, which that felled him, and he took a period of time just to compose himself. But he's dug in. He's dug in.
And that's his nature. Even though he got into the West Indies team for international cricket for the first time in 2011 in T20 formats, he played a couple of games and then didn't sort of play any international cricket, wasn't selected for a long time until 2020, 2021 in the test match form. And what we've seen now is a guy who, like Brathwaite, just likes spending time at the crease, put away a lot of shots in order to try to succeed belatedly at age 31, I think. So, again, virgin territory in terms of playing against this quality attack on bouncing pitches, and it'll be fascinating to see how he goes.
The West Indies medical staff just staying out a little longer. I don't think Bonner's going to continue here. I think Nkrumah Bonner might be departing the scene. Perhaps the blow to the head and 20 minutes on, maybe a few signs of concussion. So retiring hurt for the moment, Bonner, who's on 16 from 47 balls. didn't seem to develop across that drinks break, and the medical staff in attendance, and Bonner is leaving. So that's the more cautious protocols of modern time playing out before us, Ian.
Yeah, we don't know if it's a delayed sort of reaction to the impact of that fearsome blow. We hope that he'll be okay. Of course, I was sitting next door with Justin Langer, the former Australian coach, former Australian batter, who was hit in the head a number of times across his career. And the precaution is good, but it really is something the West Indies could have done without, now that you get a new batter in. And Bonner was looking good post the hit. He had looked solid, had looked competent.
So it does, without racing too far ahead, it allows for a concussion sub in the modern game. So they can now take their time. There's obviously 8 more wickets to fall before that would come into play. Jermaine Blackwood is called into the middle, the 31-year-old vice-captain of the West Indies team.
Yeah, someone who, for most of his career, was a guy that would play a lot of shots. And he had relative success with it, driving the ball, cutting the ball. But in 2022, he's changed the way that he's played up to this point anyway. He's looked to spend more time at the crease because he's been dropped about 3, 4, 5 times in his career already, and decided, I think in the 3 years he was out between 17 and 20, he said he talked to Virat Kohli. Virat Kohli gave him some tips on, if you want to score runs, you need to spend time at the crease. 200 balls, just bat 200 balls. Got to, I think, 2019, 2020, had a big domestic season, came back into the team, and this year has looked to spend more time and put away a few shots.
3 test centuries across his journey. Scratched out his mark. So it's been a lengthy delay in play, around a drinks break and a retirement. 4 slips in place. Cam Green is bowling from the Justin Langer end. Here at Perth Stadium, Jermaine Blackwood sees his first ball. He digs out a Yorker, squeezes it out to mid-on. 49th test match, no ball is called, so we really can't get any momentum into this for the time being. Have to bowl it again. Well, the beach ball, which has been kicking around down with the rowdy shirtless fans, has been confiscated. Blackwood defends what ends up being the new first ball of the over. He defends it to mid-on, so those fans who have painted their chests with pink zinc for Jason Holder have also unveiled a sign which reads, "Justice for JL." They're sitting in the Justin Langer stand. How representative of Western Australians that is. They are a group, and it has drawn official attention. I don't think that sheet is going to be there for too long, so you want to grab a photo of it quickly. Green bowls, flicked off the toes. Maybe off the toe, in fact, of Blackwood. It trickles down to Stark at fine leg. It'll be a leg bye.
You talked about concussion substitutes. Blackwood himself, I think, was a concussion sub in 2019 when Darren Bravo, I think, against India at Sabina Park, got hit in the head. And Blackwood, being from Jamaica, was the man in closest proximity. Came in, I think he must have gotten 20 or 30, batted well, and then got left out for the next test tour. I think they were going to Afghanistan.
Brathwaite faces up. He turns the ball to leg. Won't go for a run. Justice for JL has been removed, incidentally, so it was there for a ball. Very touchy officialdom here in the Republic of Western Australia. The secessionists won't be pleased. Sorry, Ian. Concussion subs.
Sorry. That's
these
irrelevant.
sliding doors moments. Labuschagne gets his career going. It's a concussion sub for Smith. Green bowls. Brathwaite defends the ball to leg. COVID last year. That's how Khawaja gets back into the team in January, and it's the renaissance of his career only because Travis Head gets COVID and opens the way, and Khawaja makes 2 centuries in a test match and then can't be left out. And here he is approaching 1,000 runs in a year. So you just never know in cricket where your opportunity will come from.
Stay ready in life.
There's a leg slip, so 2 slips, a gully, and a leg slip. Slight change of attack as Green over the wicket bowls, defended by Brathwaite with little fuss. So those rowdy patrons are now chanting their justice for Langer. It's not really
some separatist movements.
Yeah. They're not really free Mandela, I must say.
Trying to take my mind back to when I was still playing and here, I'll come back to it.
Yes, please do. Green is bowling. Brathwaite in behind it. Tip and run to cover. Quickly out of the blocks. Cummins, he did the pirouette as he was going to throw it. Fell out of his grasp. A single taken. That is the end of the over. 1 for 109 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Sailfish are sort of like salmon of the kingfish.
Really?
Yeah, they do nothing for me.
Salmon of the kingfish?
Yeah, so like kingfish is like the prize fish. Oh, we got a couple of salmon on the way in. That's what I say, sailfish. They're a cool looking fish, and I've caught a fair few sailfish.
They're the fastest fish in the ocean.
I know,
you
but they're really slow when you got a rod hooked up to them.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. The West Indies 1 for 109. Brathwaite is 31. Blackwood is 0. Bonner retired, hurt at the drinks break for 16. Mitch Starc sent down 1 over before that break. Was really unhappy with the landing zones, and it was a poor over. He's had the mallet out trying to level things off to find a degree of comfort to work his way into the spell. Gerard, Whateley and Ian Bishop with you. Vaguely amused, in fact very much amused by what's unfolding at Perth Stadium. It's not the freedom fighters on the fort at Gaul, which was the backdrop to an Australian Test match against Sri Lanka. A dozen rowdy patrons. Starc begins his spell and he beats the outside edge of Brathwaite's bat. That's much better than anything he sent down in his previous over. Ian.
No, I was trying to remember, we talk about in the Caribbean, for example, that this separation of islands certainly leads to some opinions on strong opinions on who should be in where depending on where the game is being played. And when we were here, I was trying to remember whether it was wicketkeeper, whether it was Gilly that Western Australia fans felt should have been in the team at the behest of someone else. And we turned up here to play the Test match, and there were strong views and opinions and slow hand clapping in the crowd.
So Ian Healy got booed when the Western Australians thought Tim Zura should have been playing. Starc bowls and Brathwaite in behind defending. And then when Gilly moved across from New South Wales to Western Australia, the initial greeting was poor.
Right.
They do love him now. They do love him now. So they have been known.
Yeah, I remember the tunes. We found it very funny at the time.
Yep. What would be the greatest source of tension is always directed at New South Wales in Australian cricket, because there's a sense that they run Australian cricket. There's an air of superiority. If Australia wants to be successful, it needs to be stacked with New South Welshmen. One of those, Starc, is bowling. It's blocked by Brathwaite. Who's the centre of power in West Indies cricket?
It depends on who's the captain.
Right.
Look, it happens, and Trinidadians get a lot of stick at times. If Karen Pollard's captain or when Brian Lalor was captain, they would say he's only picking Trinidadians. If a Barbadian's captain, Jason Holder or Craig Brathwaite, they'll say the eye is certainly cast more in the direction of the Barbadians. And I think those are the two strongholds. Barbados first, I would say, and then Trinidad and Tobago, and then you can go to the next one, Jamaica.
Starc is bowling left arm over the wicket from our broadcast end. Brathwaite's on 31. He's driving well through extra cover. He'll pick up a couple as Lyons sets off in pursuit. He reaches it as they amble back to complete the 2. 33 for Brathwaite. 1 for 111. How much is real and how much is just conspiracy?
It's conspiracy to a large extent. I'm not saying it hasn't happened. Like, if a West Indies team is selected, I'll look at it and I'll say, based on that, I like it or I don't like it. But I'll never look at where guys are from, and then I'll get a message, there are 5 people from Spain in this team. And I'm thinking, I didn't even notice that. I'm just looking at strength and weaknesses. But in times past, I know that it has been a factor decades ago.
Brathwaite facing Starc and driving to Labuschagne at mid-off. He won't get a run.
So I would say a lot of it now is perception. I wouldn't doubt that the insularity is the word that I'm looking for to put in there. But for someone like Craig Brathwaite, for example, there's no doubt that you know certain players better than others and you tend to lean towards that only for that reason. But that happens globally. That's not just exclusive to one country, Australia, or the region of the Caribbean.
Brathwaite with his open stance, blunting Stark with success so far, and still doing so as he nibbles a ball away through cover. Labuschagne sets off out of mid-off, and Brathwaite will add 2 off the final ball of the over. He's 35. The West Indies 1 for 113 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
This opening session of day 3 for MEGT. Build your best workforce with MEGT.com.au. The West Indies 1 for 113. But Nkrumah Bonner has retired hurt after being struck a blow in the helmet by Cam Green. Nathan Lyon is coming into the attack at the Justin Langer stand end. Brathwaite is 35. Blackwood, the new man in the middle, is yet to score. Damian Fleming's coming in to join Ian Bishop. Hello,
Gerard,
Flem.
Bish, how are you? Going well?
Yep.
Enjoying the contest?
Yep. Heard you dissecting the bowling group across there with much hilarity, sitting next to Justin Langer. It was fascinating to hear the old sledging from Langer saying that the bowlers always feel that they've beaten the bat even when it hits dead centre of the meat of the bat.
I tuned out.
From me or Justin?
No, I'm with you.
Slip, leg slip, bat pads. Blackwood turns to the bat pads. It's hauled in by Labuschagne on the bounce.
But, you know, there is times great fast bowlers, you know, I'm talking about Cummins, because batsmen always seem contingent, surprised by his pace and bounce, and a lot of play and misses.
Line over the wicket, bowls, and Blackwood is back covering the stumps and nurdling the ball down to fine leg. He'll pinch a run as Stark does the fielding, 1 for 114.
And Ian Bishop, your old teammate, Curtly Ambrose. I remember there was one tour, I'm not sure if you were playing, you know, everyone was saying how unlucky he was and a lot of play and misses, and then I think the last 2 tests he decided he was going to go fuller, and he just ran through the Australians. But it just shows you they both bowl a huge amount of very good deliveries.
Brathwaite scratches out his guard and readies himself for the finger spin of Nathan Lyon. He'll be around the wicket bowling to the right-hander. Uses his feet. Brathwaite lashes out through mid-wicket. It pitches in the deep. Stark gets around, heaves it in to Carey. With one hand going backwards, is able to haul it in. 2 taken. Brathwaite 37. Letting Lyon settle in. Deep mid-wicket is Stark. Everybody else is up. Brathwaite is back. Turning around the corner. Oh, Warner close in it. Leg slip diving down to his left. It certainly wasn't a chance. It was low down on the reach. So a well-placed field, you would say. Brathwaite 38. He's back, turns around the corner on the bump under the hand of Warner.
Already just seems a bit more happening for Nathan Lyon than last night.
Brathwaite just Blackwood happy to make them wait. Beautiful blue skies overhead now. Lyon around the wicket bowls, and Blackwood pops it up momentarily. It falls short of Labuschagne. There was Bharat. First over. Qantas flight passes overhead. Line to Blackwood for defending to the short middle wickets. 1 for 117 at the end of the over on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Ask anyone. Ask your parents. Ask their parents. Ask your friends, your neighbours. Ask the person who cuts your hair. Ask any Victorian which home insurance they would have on the one day it really matters. There's a good chance they'll tell you about RACV Home Insurance, Victoria's market leader for home insurance. So ask anyone or search RACV Home Insurance to ask us. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
Damian Fleming and Ian Bishop in the experts' chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee, 1 for 117. Now, Flem, you joined us as we were discussing the geopolitics of West Indians cricket through the prism of the selection conspiracy that always surrounds New South Wales and what the tension's like between Trinidad and Barbados, which has prompted numerous inquiries. We have listeners who want to go a little bit deeper here.
Really?
Ian?
I've studied this, so bring it on.
Right, so let me...
I was trying to steer clear of it.
No, let's go in. Let's go boots and all. It was actually inspired by the separatists down the far end with their Justice for JL sign, which was removed after 2 balls. Brett in Rovald just wants to know, Ian, how many islands does the West Indies have to choose from when they put their cricket team together? Stark begins the fresh over. Brathwaite's on 38. Yeah. He's running the ball wide of line at point, and he will get a 39th run.
Yeah, it's a good question. I suppose if you can say regions, because you've got some individual territories, Ghana being a country on the South American mainland, Jamaica, furthest up north, Trinidad and Tobago being a twin island federation, Barbados, a solitary island. And then you've got the Windward Islands, a conglomeration of a number of islands in the sort of Windward Eastern Caribbean, and then the Leeward Islands, which would include Antigua and Montserrat and 1 or 2 other places. So it's more those regions and territories that I've named. So if you have to collect all those little islands in the Eastern Caribbean, it's a little bit more.
Start to Blackwood, who defends.
So the travel, as we well know, I know it's a long way from Western Australia to Melbourne or vice versa. Yeah. It takes me a day to recover when I come here for a test match. But to go from Ghana down south up to Jamaica just to play test matches or through Antigua is a costly exercise. There's no driving involved there over water. So you can imagine territorial games and how much effort it takes to put things together in the Caribbean.
Stark striding in. He rolls to Blackwood, who blocks. And so the follow-up question came through is just, can you give us a picture of 4-day cricket in the West Indies at present, Ian?
Huge. Like most countries, you get a differentiation in the cultures in which it's played. Down in Ghana, which is very, I suppose, it's a tropical climate, but can be very wet and very seasonal. You get slow, low pitches. You go up to Jamaica, way up north, close to Florida. So you're going from South America up to North America. Harder, bouncier. Trinidad, perhaps more amenable to batsmanship and spin.
Blackwood has the strike. He's in behind a rising delivery from Stark.
Although you get some fast bowlers like myself, former fast bowlers coming out, moving Dillon, Anthony Gray, guys like that who've come through, Marlon Black, who's played here. And then in Barbados, of course, their great history mostly surrounds those great fast bowlers up to Antigua, where Sir Curtly Ambrose and Andy Roberts come from, and Sir Vivian Richards. And then you keep going up. So there's a huge differentiation in cultures. If I played for Trinidad against Barbados, it was like war.
Right.
There was no quarter given. We disliked each other on the field passionately.
Stark to Blackwoods again, jumping up to defend the ball down at his toes.
But I must tell you, Fleming, and you will not believe this, but the Trinidad and Tobago team was always given the one that would win the Fair Play Award, the nicest boys in the Caribbean, most well-behaved. If we didn't win the trophy, we'd win that.
Something to hang your hat on.
Yeah, I know you wouldn't believe that. So where it was tougher. If you went to Barbados, you play against the Leeward Islands, you play against the Jamaicans. They always seem tougher and more abrasive.
Nice. Stark bowls, Blackwood beaten. That's a fast over from Stark. Great fly and carry through. At the end of the over, 1 for 118. The GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Adam Collins jumping in for Gerard. Got Bish and Flem with me. Nathan Lyon on the way round the wicket, delivering to the captain. Brathwaite goes back round the wicket, kicks it away. Love the topic you stumbled upon there, Bish. When I was in Dominica covering the Australia Windies Test in 2015, I got given a T-shirt as soon as I arrived. I've still got it. It reads, this line bounces to the crease from the Langer stand end. Bowls here. Sweeping is Brathwaite. Gets it fine enough for 4. Good shot. Got into position early. Saw the gap just fine at Kawaja and picked it perfectly. 1 for 122. He's into the 40s, our boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston. T-shirt read, Tyrone Theophile, over 700 runs and not selected. And there was this campaign being run in the Windward Islands that it was a conspiracy they had no players picked. I thought I'd check out his numbers for the Windwards. They're not too crash hot. Facing up again, here is Brathwaite, he's forward in defence. 55 first-class games, averaging 27. So maybe the Windy selectors got that right. But that conspiracy theory that the Windwards and the Leewards have been overlooked over the years seems to run pretty deep as well.
Yeah, because it's always been assumed that the bigger territories were always the ones who were given the advantage because of their population size and number of players.
Brathwaite's 43 lines to him here, gets forward again to short leg. Good diving. Stop. Stop, rather. That's Labuschagne. Moving to his left, always in the game when he's got a helmet on. No run, stays at 1 for 122. Windies trail by 476. Watching that back, Labuschagne saving a couple. Reflex dive. Line again. Brathwaite for the second time in the over. Lets it hit him on the thigh pad. Bounces around to Warner at leg slip, wearing the baggy green and the white-brimmed hat.
I like that. I was watching Blackwood play a couple of those same deliveries and try to play with the bat, try to tuck it around the corner, and that's where the bounce can hit the bat thigh pad into short leg or leg slip.
Line up to the crease, round the wicket. Brathwaite goes back and defends, and again it's Labuschagne, this time to his right. Nice piece of fielding. End of the over, 44 gone. The Windies 1 for 122 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The Adelaide 500 is back, and proud South Australian motorsport guru Richard Crail gave us his thoughts on Tailem Bend.
And anyone who knows South Australians knows that Adelaide's a 20-minute city, and if you're any further than 20 minutes out, you're in the country and it's hard work. So the bend is hard to get people to. It's a bit like Winton is to Melbourne.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test Cricket by Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Taking a look at the Windy squad. 6 from Barbados, 2 from Jamaica, 2 from Guyana, 2 from Trinidad and Tobago, 1 from the Windwards and 2 from the Leewards. Got that right.
Colo, I might ask Ian a question after this ball.
Please do it. Stark on the way from us to the crease to Blackwood on 1, bouncer, ducks underneath it. Flem.
Ian, big fan of yours and intrigued by the battle Trinidad versus Barbados and the history there. And you don't get a second chance to make a first impression, do you? You started well first game against Barbados. You knocked over Carlisle Best. He probably commentated the dismissal.
Yeah, very, very
You got him out for 3.
Licked him off.
They're 1 for 40. You're in the game. Second wicket. 306 runs later. Talk us through it.
Yep, I'll come back to that. I hope Stark it rains and I don't have to go into this.
Blackwood's 1 from 13, facing up to Stark, left arm over, rides the bounce, defending, back down the pitch, no run.
Yeah, I've actually talked about this, Flem, and thank you very much for bringing it up. I've actually talked about this on television yesterday.
Oh, okay.
It was my second first-class season. I think, or was it my first? I played
first
my first
and second game.
Yeah. I played my first game in Trinidad. That was okay. And then I went to Barbados, and Gordon Greenidge had a miserable tour of New Zealand. And he came back hungry to the Caribbean. And he had this young kid getting a few praises at home, saying that, yeah, he's a good bowler in the making and all of that.
Stark up to the crease, passes up by Illingworth, bowls and beats Blackwood on the angle, away from him after hitting the seam through to the gloves of Carey.
Then I get to Barbados, nick off Carlisle Best, and I thought, this is too easy. And then Gordon Greenidge, well, he get a double.
Yeah, he got a double.
Yeah.
Holder 100.
And the one thing I said after yesterday on television was, after that game, I thought, I'm done with cricket. 2 games into my first-class career, this is too hard. I cannot be doing this to earn a living. But then I got some encouragement. I think Malcolm Marshall came up to me after he said,
"Oh, good.
Okay,
yeah,
young fella." And that just kept me back by a shoestring. I'm telling you, I was prepared to quit and done and be away with it.
Very relatable. Stark bowls here to Blackwood, who defends back down the pitch. No run.
We could have lost him to golf, but
I don't think it would be golf. But no, but again, you look at that and the way first-class cricket was played in the Caribbean back then, it was tough. It was a tough school. We talk a lot about England and all of that making players, but if you played a couple of seasons of first-class cricket in the Caribbean, it was like playing Test cricket, and you were either ready or you separated the sheep from the wolves. Then you either made it or you didn't, and that's the level of cricket that I want to see more and more domestically to prepare us for this.
That's what we want. We all want that.
Stark unfurls and bowls down the leg side, and Blackwood in the end does well to get out the way of it. He thought about playing but got the gloves high in the air.
Certainly, to prepare you for the next level.
So that when you play a state game and you get selected to play a test match or an international game, the jump from there to the top is not too big a gap where it takes you years to be able to acquit yourself. And that's, I suppose that's what every country aspire to with their domestic game.
Yes. But tougher these days, when I started playing full-strength Victoria versus full-strength New South Wales, all of them test players.
Stark, last ball of his over. Blackwood leaves alone outside the off stump. That is a maiden. The Windies stay at 1 for 122 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Our leading run scorer in the session is Craig Brathwaite on 43 for Victoria Police, made for more. Our coverage for Host Plus, that's a plus. And Nathan Lyon to continue from the Langer end. He's got 3 catches in close. Bowls here, Brathwaite goes back and defends to Marnus Labuschagne at short leg, no run.
Trust Flame, he didn't come to pay me a compliment. He had to dig up the deepest dirt he could find to embarrass me live.
What year was that, do you reckon?
87.
1987. All our old scorecards for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Lion bowls and dancing is Brathwaite. Rare for him, back over the bowler's head. That might have gone all the way. Watching for the signal from the umpire at the far end of the ground. Yes, it is 6 runs. Up go the arms of Rock and Rod Tucker. Our boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston. Brathwaite to 49. The Windies 1 for 128. How about that, Flem?
Well, he's had a very good test match. He hung in there as captain, 160 overs virtually. Come out and faced a very potent Australian team, and he's still there.
So 1 away from a half century. Lion bowls to Brathwaite, who sweeps and misses. Off balance, falls over to the offside. So we've seen from sides playing line in the first test of a series in the past, if they choose to go after him early on, it can set the tone. It's the first real aggression we've seen. 3 catching men, short leg slip, and a slip line round the wicket. Going back in defence is Brathwaite on 49.
And an indicator of that is Lyon coming around the wicket, which he often does in the first innings of a test match if it's not turning. So the danger for the batsman can actually be the one that goes straight on. They've got 1 slip in place.
Willie Dance again. Lion bowls Brathwaite, plays off the front foot out towards mid-off, and they like it. Well, Labuschagne likes it. Labuschagne always likes it, as is his way. Come on, guys. Brathwaite thumping his bat in the turf. Crowd excited underneath the Langer stand. Lyon bowls from it, and he whips away out towards deep square leg for a well-made half-century. The West Indies needed their captain to stand up after conceding so many runs, and has so often been the case, he gets the chance to raise his bat. Craig Brathwaite, 50 from 135 balls, taking the Windies to 1 for 129. That's his 28th Test 50 in 80 matches to go with 10 tons. And Bish, this year especially, he's been outstanding.
Yeah, we've seen him bat in different modes this year. Look, I think he got the 8th youngest double century in Test match cricket against Bangladesh back in 2014, right? So he's been born for this, racking up hundreds and stuff since he was a school kid. This year, as I mentioned before, he might have lost his place in the team. In 2021, had Jason Holder been available. But since he's taken over the captaincy full-time, he's averaging 40. Carried his bat twice, the only opener to do it in a Test match in 2017. Against England this year is what I'm trying to come to. He batted for nearly 400 deliveries or something for a big 100, but in the first innings of the first Test, he got a runner ball half-century. When I saw him starting off, I thought, that must be an imposter. Yeah. That is not Craig Brathwaite batting at that pace. And messages started coming in. When I said it on telly, they were saying the same thing.
Fresh over from Stark, round the wicket to the captain, Brathwaite. Bowls here, it's full. It's edged through the cordon, 4 runs. Off the back foot, looking to steer, got to the fraction fine. Smith diving away to his right, couldn't drag it in. Brathwaite with that boundary for Rotterflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. He moves along to 54, and the Windies 1 for 133.
I like this for Mitchell Stark to just change up the angle. It's not that he's not bowling well over. He's had a couple of player misses, but once you come around the right-hander, is that going to hit off stump? Am I playing at that? Really good change of angle.
Yeah, and I want to build on that because the one thing Brathwaite, he would hate that shot. The one thing he'd say to you, my balance and knowing when to play and when to leave, make them bowl to me, is what makes him a success, and that wasn't his best shot.
Field remains the same. 2 slips in a gully. Stark to Brathwaite, wider of the crease, defends from it out towards point.
No, he's been super impressive. I mean, he's like, as a teammate, I love batters like Brathwaite because I always know they're going to need to be knocked over by a good delivery. Well, they're disciplined. They know their game well. This innings, he's just waited for the half volley, hasn't he, from the quicks, and then he'll bunt it straight down the ground. A little bit proactive against Lyon, but, wow, tremendous ability to concentrate and blunt good deliveries.
That's what it takes in terms of patience, Brathwaite. He's on strike on 54. Stark to him here, full and straight and driven out to mid-off. Gets a single to the left of Cummins. He's 55, 1 for 134. That innings you mentioned before, Bish, that was 489 balls for his 160 across 710 minutes.
Just batted. He must have batted every day of that Test match. But he was just there, and he would just bat, and he would just bat, and he would be unbothered. So I remember going up to him after. I said, bro, aren't you tired? You batted well in Antigua. You're batting here again. He said, no, I enjoy this. This is what I'm the best at doing. Although he likes his horses, he loves his horses and stuff. I think he might own or part own one as well.
So it's the vice-captain on strike, Blackwood. Hasn't got a good record against Australia. Facing Stark, back of a length, defends from the crease. All of our numbers for Laurenix cleaning. Google Laurenix cleaning today. Blackwood, when he came here last time, had a dreadful time of it. Averaged 11.6 in all 5 tests. He's played against Australia, averaging 13.7. So he'll need to improve on that dramatically. But Blackwood has played his best cricket since that 95 at Southampton, that match-winning effort a couple of years ago against England. He's been more consistent, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's been a pandemic batsman for the West Indies. Through the pandemic, he was absolutely brilliant, coming back into the team, being hungry after being left out for 3 years.
Stark up to the crease again, delivers to Blackwood on leg stump, knows the call, pushing out to mid-on.
And if I might just say, that shot that Brathwaite played 2 shots for our listeners. He against Lyon, he hoiked one to mid-wicket, and then he hit one down the ground. Blackwood, the previous incarnation of him, if he were facing Lyon with those men around there a couple of years ago, he would have dashed down the wicket several times already and looked to swat it away.
Oh, there was that dreadful dismissal of Blackwood at Dominica in 15 match in that test before. He got set, got a half century and holed out from nowhere.
No, don't stop there. And in Bangladesh when they were chasing the total, and in New Zealand, and
Stark, the finish is over. Bowling to Blackwood on 1, using the outside part of the bat out through the gully. There'll be runs there. Good shot in the end. They'll get 2. That completes the 47th over. The Windies 1 for 136. Brathwaite 55. Blackwood 3. And the scoreboard, GWM go with more.
Got a boat or a jet ski? How good is getting out on the open water? Throw in a line, tow a tube, or just soak up the sun. But what if something happened to your boat? Get peace of mind with Club Marine Boat Insurance. They're specialist boat insurers and have been around for more than 50 years. Flexible cover for your jet ski or boat, motor or trailer, and gear, all in one policy. Get a quote at clubmarine.com.au. T's and C's apply. Check the PDS to see if this product is right for you. Go to the Club Marine website for a PDS and TMD.
Quarter of an hour for lunch for the Windies to go through. If they lose just 1 wicket in the session, albeit with a man retired hurt as well, it'll be a mighty effort. Brathwaite's still there on 55. Our coverage is for Host Plus. That's a plus. And Nathan Lyon is going to continue. Justin Langeran. He's going over the wicket now to Brathwaite. So a change of angle after Brathwaite took him downtown in his previous over. Lyon delivers. Brathwaite goes back and defends out towards mid-wicket. No run. Plenty of text coming in for Bish. We'll come to them the next time he's on. One of those.
I'll answer him for him.
Asking whether the Windies have ever considered breaking up and competing under their own nation's names. That has been more of a conversation in recent years. Line bowls here. And sweeping is Brathwaite behind square. Work to do for Stark. And he won't be able to make it. Doesn't quite get to the contest. So that's a boundary for Brathwaite, who's moving through the gears ahead of lunch. 1 for 140. He's 59.
Day 1 or 2, I think Starkey would have stopped that. It's been really slow outfield, but that seemed to gather speed.
Hit the ball well, didn't he, Brathwaite there? It's the second time he swept after getting into position nice and early.
And obviously with that spin, because it was a sweep, it was actually spinning away from Mitchell Stark.
It's Brathwaite's 5th 4 and a 6.
Aggression.
Love to see it. Keeping them in this. Line bowls to the captain. He goes back. More spin there from the off spinner. He jams it down to Usman Khawaja at the cover point. No single. He's got 2 catching men. Stephen Smith at slip and Marnus Labuschagne at short leg. Lyon towards us, towards Brathwaite. He's 59 and he gets forward using the pace of the ball, deflecting down to Stephen Smith, who cuts it off at first slip.
Really good battle, isn't it?
Yeah.
Those last 2 deliveries from Nathan Lyon, fighting back lovely.
I should say all of our texts 0433 98 11 16 for tyre power. And their summer scorcher sail. Line in, bowling again. And this time plays from the crease. So the previous ball he tried to get on the front foot. Same part of the pitch. This time goes back. So, as you say, a bit of cat and mouse between the tweaker and the West Indies captain.
Well, he wants to force him to hit through the offside, Nathan Lyon. If it turns, he can bowl him through the gate, get some bounce, get caught behind.
Lyon, the finish is over. The 48th of the innings, sweeping again, gets it on the full. Just for a single this time, though. Brathwaite to 60, retains the strike. It's 1 for 141 on the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Sailfish are sort of like salmon of the kingfish.
Really?
Yeah, they do nothing for me.
Salmon of the kingfish?
Yeah, so like kingfish is like the prize fish. Oh, we got a couple of salmon on the way in. That's what I say, sailfish. They're a cool-looking fish, and I've caught a fair few sailfish.
They're the fastest fish in the ocean.
I know, but they're really slow when you've got a rod hooked up to them.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, industry super fun for all Australians. Flem, I can't believe we missed this. Bish mentioned that Brathwaite loves his horses. Well, our correspondents haven't. Many of them have written in. Of course, a Brathwaite would like horses. Very good. Darren Brathwaite, you know. No, just shaking your head at me.
No, I don't like that song. Don't like that song. They used to play it all the time in the dressing rooms.
My confession.
I like How's That. Is that all right? I know he... Lead singer is Sherbet.
Change of bowler, Josh Hazlewood replacing Stark. Delivers here over the wicket. Well forward is Brathwaite, pushing out to the offside, no run. Of course, it's Brathwaite, not Braithwaite. Or
close, but also, but well done by the listeners.
Yep.
That's the sort of stuff that keeps us on our toes, so keep them coming.
Got a quiz at lunch as well.
Okay.
1300 736 736 Bharat and me. You'll be able to get in the queue.
Is it just you and Bharat, or does the listeners, are they involved in it?
We put the questions, they answer them.
Oh, okay.
Chance to win a $100 voucher.
Oh, good.
Thanks to 7-Eleven. The topic today is heavy scoring after what England did.
Yep.
And Australia did here yesterday. Hazelwood bowls. It's full and straight and driven by Brathwaite, but well fielded by Hazelwood in his follow-through. Collects it with his right hand and throws it away like it's not even a thing. Saved at least a couple. Stays at 1 for 141. Brathwaite so far, without doubt, our player of the day, thanks to Bing Lee. And our leading wicket taker is Josh Hazelwood for Valvoline. Which oil is the ideal all-rounder? You know Valvoline, the original engine oil. He turns from beneath us. Extra slip in with him bowling. It's Kawaja at third. Hazelwood bowls off the back foot, punching his Brathwaite, but straight to Nathan Lyon at backward point. No single there.
Yeah, he won't mind that, Josh Hazelwood. Brathwaite very close to his body. He's trying to manipulate its square of the wicket. Little bit of extra bounce, could get a feather on it. And Josh just bowling short of a length, just training him. I wouldn't be surprised if we see a bit of a quicker, fuller delivery, maybe a fraction wider. Still 4 slips in place for the Australians.
They've kept the cordon pretty full all morning, haven't they? They fancy the edge. Can Hazelwood find one here? Bowling to Brathwaite. Won't get one from the leg stump. Just worked off his hip, maybe off the thigh pad. Looking down to umpire Illingworth to see whether it's bat or pad. Was the latter. Signalled now. 1 for 142. Brathwaite stays on 60. Our umpires for Biz Cover, business insurance made easy. Yet to see the third one so far this morning. No reviews used.
There's only 1 wicket down, but number 4 is out there. Bonner obviously looked like delayed concussion, so let's hope he's okay. But that was a serious bouncer from Cam Green.
He was blowing smoke, wasn't he? Earlier. Bowling here is Hazelwood. Back of a length again and punched away by Blackwood. Bisecting a couple of fielders on the offside. Marnus Labuschagne wheels around from mid-off to collect. They get a single. Blackwood make that. They get a couple, actually. Blackwood up to 5. 1 for 100.
Smart shot, isn't it? Smart shot. He's not a tall man, Blackwood.
Vish was saying before that he's a
but just a, you know, standing up, punching with a vertical bat. Very good.
His game's changed completely, Blackwood, in the last couple of years. His strike rate's gone down, his average has gone up. Funny that. Hazelwood bowls to the vice-captain. Blackwood forward, defending again. Some compact. That's the end of the 49th over. On the GWM Ute scoreboard. GWM go with more. The West Indies trail by 454 and they're 1 for 144.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's in the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Nathan Lyon. He'll get one more over him before lunch. Langer slip on a short leg. Smith and Labuschagne. Bowls here. Brathwaite forward. Opening up the blade and getting it out to backward point for a single. Josh Hazelwood wheels around it. Keeps it to the single, so he's 61. 1 for 145. The Windies. Got a text in from Soxy and Ballarat. Bring on Smudge.
Okay, I don't
part-timers.
With Smithy's hips at the moment, I don't think he'll be actually able to bowl.
His hips don't lie. Lyon here. Bowling to Blackwood on 5. Goes back and defends from the crease.
Very well bowled.
So the 2 catching men, Smith and Labuschagne, they feel like they're in the game. If they are, they'll get their snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Certainly if it's Labuschagne at short leg. Loves to celebrate.
Yeah, I think Marnus is more a chance to bowl.
Just held at the top of his mark. Long on's back now for Blackwood. He doesn't mind to go. Lyon bowls Blackwood. Slaps him through cover. Perfect placement and timing. Gets himself his first boundary. Impressive shot. He's 9, the Windies. 1 for 149. They've had a great session, Flam.
That's a brilliant shot. It's a brilliant shot. Lyon's been happy to get the ball outside off stump, hoping they'd play a big cover drive or cut too close to their body. That wasn't a half volley, and Blackwood just delayed his bat speed so he could actually hit it between cover and mid-off, and he hit it very hard.
Had to thread the needle. Not a lot of footwork before he made it count. Line bowls again. Back in defence. Catches the call. Couple of deflections. Lands in front of Carey. Wasn't far away for Lyon.
There's a chance to hit the stumps as well.
Make for an interesting replay. We're behind Blackwood, but looks like it was maybe onto his boot, which is why it stayed in the air. 2 balls left for Lyon here. 5 runs from the over so far. Delivers to Blackwood. He goes back and looks to it rather. It hits him on the pad. High up though, so there's no appeal.
Yeah, interesting watching that shot. That's as short as Nathan Lyon's bowled. I remember with Chase bowling so many half-trackers that were easy to put away. The boundaries that have come from Nathan Lyon, there has been risk. The batsman's come down the wicket and hit it strong through mid-wicket.
Lyon bowls and Blackwood happy to defend the final ball of the over. 50 gone, the Windies 1 for 149 with Brathwaite 61 and Blackwood 9 on the GWM Ute scoreboard.
Ask anyone. Ask your parents. Ask their parents. Ask your friends, your neighbours. Ask the person who cuts your hair. Ask any Victorian which home insurance they would have on the one day it really matters. There's a good chance they'll tell you about RACV Home Insurance, Victoria's market leader for home insurance. So ask anyone or search RACV Home Insurance to ask us. General advice only. Consider the PDS and TMDs at racv.com.au. RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
Last over before lunch. If Hazelwood can get a second wicket, he'll be the player of the session thanks to Bing Lee. Got a wicket in the first over of this stretch. That was Chanderpaul on 51. He's in at Brathwaite here on 61, who defends from the crease. No run. So they're staying with the 2 slips in a gully. Fairly conventional field. The Windies have been going at a run of ball over the last 30 deliveries or so. And numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
Yeah, big session for him again. Australia in that first hour. They bowled beautifully, didn't they? Could have got a couple of wickets, but very patient, resilient top order from the West Indies.
Just held on tight.
Very intelligent.
Yeah. So it's Hazelwood into the captain, Brathwaite, who defends from the leg stump. There'll be nothing. There'll be no funny business from Brathwaite having taken it this far. He's faced 151 deliveries for his 61. Proper captain's knock this. We've discussed his patience already, but he will know that if they're still batting tonight, I mean, sure, the probability of them winning is very limited, but they will start to believe that a draw is within their grasp.
Oh,
absolutely. Hazelwood in from the members' end, passes umpire Illingworth, delivers close to the stumps and defending again from the leg stump line out to mid-on is Brathwaite. No single. At the lunch break, we have the quiz. A reminder to get your calls in probably in the first quarter of an hour of lunch, and then Brat and I will pick it up on heavy scoring. We saw Rawalpindi yesterday, England making 4 for 506 in 75 overs and only 4 wickets here in the first 2 days, so it'll be on theme. So get Googling. The highest scores in various forms of cricket, they'll all feature at some stage, I'm sure. Hazelwood. Session nearly done. Bowls here, back of a length. Changes it up, but the result's the same. Brathwaite simply going back and knocking it on the head.
There was some inconsistent bounce early, wasn't there, Colo? So it wasn't, well, you couldn't trust the actual consistency as much early on, but the flatter it sort of got throughout the day, the bounce has been very consistent.
Yeah, it has. I mean, every morning we've gone out there, Fleming, we thought there might be a bit in this, because it kind of looks like the sort of pitch that it should, but
yep,
it hasn't had a result in the wickets to fall. Just 5 so far in the test match. Hazelwood to the crease and defending the inside part of the blade is Brathwaite, but it spits out to mid-wicket where there is a gap, having dropped out deep square leg with 2 balls to go. So Brathwaite gets his 62nd run, 1 for 150. Little milestone for the Windies for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today, and Blackwood will have 1 ball to see off to get through to lunch.
Yeah, it's certainly got enough pace and bounce, but if you're a batter and you know which length is going to bounce over the stumps and you're disciplined and wait for the bad ball, it's good batting conditions.
So they bring up that deep square leg for the final ball of the session. Hazelwood up to Blackwood on 9. Bowls here and Blackwood defends. Out to mid-on. Well played. The captain and the vice-captain have put in a shift here in the lead up to the lunch break. The Windies trailing by 448 runs. Brathwaite 62. Blackwood on 9. The score 1 for 150 on SEN Test Cricket, the host plus. And that's a plus. The only wicket to fall in the session, Flem. Tage Chanderpaul, last ball of the first over, just after recording a 50 on debut. Caught it first slip by Warner from the bowling of Hazelwood for 51. It was 1 for 78 at that stage, and this pair have put on 44, and that either side of it was Bonner, who for the time being has retired hurt with a head knock. He was on 16 at the time, and that was Cameron Green, who started this spell with some enthusiasm. But all things considered, the Windies have done exceptionally well there across 2 hours.
Yeah, and well-deserved 50 on debut to Chanderpaul. Great partnership there with Brathwaite. For the Australians, I don't know if they could bowl much better, really.
Yeah.
It was a tough test match session against a very brave, resilient West Indies top order, led by their captain. And the Australians did have a lot of play and misses, particularly early. Stark tried over and around, bowled pretty well. They got after Lyon a bit, but that can sometimes give you incentive to get a wicket. So I'm liking that battle, the off-spin of Lyon versus Brathwaite and Blackwood. But the hope of the Australians was to have them 3 or 4 down to lunch, and that doesn't happen. So there is a big chance that West Indies will bat out the day.
So Stark none for 33, Hazelwood 1 for 44, Cummins none for 24, Lyon none for 31, and Cameron Green none for 9 from 4 overs. The figures. This is the lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment. We'll take a break with the Windies 1 for 150. Gerard and Kat with you next, and I'll be back for the quiz.
70s inching through the cordon and down to the boundary for 4. It's a half century on debut for Tage Chanderpaul, and a wave of affection that has greeted him on these shores. Up to Hazelwood. He's edging and he's caught by Warner at first slip. So the half century's as far as Chanderpaul goes, and Hazelwood strikes in the first over of day 3.
Here is Green, tall man bowls, and hits him on the back of the helmet. Bonner went down.
The rest of the medical staff staying out a little longer. I don't think Bonner's going to continue here. So retiring hurt for the moment, Bonner, who's on 16 from 47 balls.
Line bowled from it, and he whips away out towards deep square leg for a well-made half-century. The West Indies needed their captain to stand up, and has so often been the case, he gets the chance to raise his bat.
The lunch break for Whirlpool. Innovative appliances for your family and the environment.
Highlights from the opening session of play on day 3 at Perth Stadium. 1 for 76 added through the 2 hours of play. So the net sums, the West Indies 1 for 150. Chanderpaul gone. Bonner retired hurt. Brathwaite is 62. Blackwood is 92. This lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Gerard Whateley with you. Simon Katich is by my side for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Kat, Flem was advancing the cause at the start of the day for wickets. You nailed your flag to the mast. The West Indies might bat the whole day. And it looks like you're holding sway.
There's still a long way to go, Gerard. And after the first over today, I was a little bit nervous because when young Chanderpaul nicked off to a very good ball from Josh Hazelwood, I thought, oh, this could get nasty now. And then when Bonner came out, Cummins worked him over and it looked like he was going to nick one at any stage. But then he got through that tough spell. And then, unfortunately, he got hit in the back of the head or the helmet by Cameron Green in what was a lively spell. And he's had to now go off retired hurt. So a shame to see that because he knuckled down and done a good job with his skipper. But the skipper's led from the front. Craig Brathwaite's been outstanding and he's been well supported now by Jermaine Blackwood.
So there's been a procession of the Australian camp come out during this lunch break to stare suspiciously at that pitch in the middle. And that suspicion is starting to grow. There have only been 5 wickets in the test match so far. We're now short of halfway. It's very un-Australian to say this, but this feels like a draw starting to materialise in front of us.
It could be. I mean, if the West Indies are able to get through today, then it just slows down Australia's ability to win this Test match. Obviously, the scoring rate plays a part in that because Australia is still a long way in front with those 598 runs they got in the first innings. But time is of the essence as well. And if wickets don't tumble this afternoon, and you'd expect the West Indies to keep applying themselves, I think the wicket can't be blamed for this. I actually think the application of the batsmen on both teams has been excellent, and that's the reason why we're in this situation at the moment, because there's enough happening. We saw it this morning. Pat Cummins was all over them, but they managed to get through that new ball period, and now, you know, the ball is... There's still 29 overs till the second new ball. Yep. So it's at a stage now where batting should be pretty comfortable.
So we did see some very fine fast bowling, just the outside edge beaten on numerous occasions, but just couldn't draw it. So there were patches which were difficult for batting, but then in the last half hour, the West Indies grabbed the ascendancy.
They did, and I think the other thing that was noticeable was that when Nathan Lyon came into the attack, he came around the wicket pretty much straight away. And he bowled quite quick. He was in the early 90s and was spearing it in. It was bowling pretty much a leg stump line with the leg slip and the short leg in. So he didn't really challenge the outside part of the bat, which he normally does when he bowls so well over the wicket or even around, where he brings first slip into the game or he spins it back in to hit the top of off. He was really bowling quite a defensive line into leg to try and feed those two leg side catches, but they played him well so far, and that's going to be the challenge now, is for him to figure out the right pace and line, because I think he's going to have to bowl a fair bit in this middle session.
Craig Brathwaite, this is what we know, don't we? A survival batter. He's faced 154 balls for his 62, and
he did tick it along late in that session, but he has absorbed an awful lot.
He has, and I love the way he goes about it. There's going to be people that probably don't enjoy the fact that he is defensive, but I think that's what his team needs. And as a skipper, he can only do what he's capable of. He's playing within his limitations. I mentioned before, it's like he swims between the flags when you go down the beach. He stays in that safety zone. He doesn't get out of that too often. You don't see too many big flourishes when he drives the ball or punches the ball off the back foot. It's just a little bit of a jab, tries to time it, unless it's a rank half volley and he punches it straight back down the ground. He doesn't have a huge amount of scoring options, but what he does do is he puts pressure on the bowlers to come to him, because they get impatient and feel like they can't get him out.
I imagine we're on standby for Bonner to be subbed out of the match.
I think so.
Got hit on the helmet. He batted for another 20 minutes at the drinks break. I would say there was another assessment made, and he was taken off with either delayed concussion or the fear of concussion.
Yeah, I've got a feeling that it could well have been a delayed concussion, because that was a heavy blow, and having had one in the past, there's no doubt that you feel fine at the time, and then a little bit of time passes and all of a sudden you just feel like you want to go and rest and lie down, and potentially that's what's happened there, because he came off straight away, and I'm not sure who can replace him yet, whether they've named or made that decision yet. Obviously they'll see how he is. But, yeah, that was a nasty blow, and hopefully he's okay.
So I would expect that Sharman Brooks would replace him. It was a flip of the coin whether it was Brooks or Bonner who was going to bat 3. So I suppose with Bonner falling, Brooks would take his place.
Yeah, I think so. Devon Thomas is the backup keeper. He can bat, but I dare say he's there for his backup for De Silva rather than that number 3 spot. I think you're right, Gerard. I think it'll be Shamar Brooks.
Let's check the playing conditions. Once the sub is made, he can bat in this innings, can't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
So you would sort of expect them probably to make that decision at about 3 or 4 down.
Well, the other factor is if they wait overnight and they're still batting, Bonner, if he's feeling better tomorrow, he could then recommence his innings, given that he's retired hurt.
Yep, so the circumstances of what's to come will play a role in that. You've got a couple of categories to fill in here, Simon. Who has had the free-thinking play of the day so far for Liberty? Loans for free thinkers on and off the fields.
Play of the day? Well, I think the first one for mine was Josh Hazlewood getting Chanderpaul out. I think the Australians learnt from last night. I saw the pitch map earlier from today compared to late last night, and it was a lot fuller today. So they talked about it pre-game, the Australians. They delivered. Josh Hazlewood delivered at first over, and it was a very good ball to get Chanderpaul out. Because I think if he hadn't have got him out early, he looked like he could well go on to get 100 on debut.
It was a good over, that opening over. Liberty loans for free thinkers. We love free thinkers on and off the field. Liberty.com.au. GWM Ute is up for the challenge. In the Australian setup, who needs to be up for the challenge in this next session of play?
Oh, I think it's Line. I think what we saw before the break, he didn't really ask a huge amount of questions compared to normal, and we know that he bowls well here. He should get some spin and bounce on this surface. I'd like to see him alternate between over and around the wicket. I understand why he's come around the wicket, and I don't disagree with him doing it because he feels comfortable doing that, and he's in control of how he feels, but also like it when he comes over and challenges, just outside off stump, some spin, some don't, and he can bring a variety of dismissals into play. And I'd just like to see him slow it up a little bit more as well. He might get whacked over his head by these West Indians, but that's fine. I think he's got to try and create a few chances to get into their middle order.
GWM Ute is up for the challenge, a 1-ton payload and 3-ton towing backed by a 7-year warranty. So 2 crowd moments during that first session. The first was the reception for Cameron Green, so he didn't get to bat. But once he was handed the ball, that's the biggest. We had a couple of double centuries. I feel like that was the best ovation of the Test match.
Easily, Gerard. Comfortably. I said on air, I thought West Coast Eagles had run out to start playing footy out there. That's how big an eruption the crowd. I know it's not a huge crowd, but it was definitely the best ovation we've had for these first few days.
And his 4 overs were lively, weren't they?
They were very lively. And what was noticeable was that even after he hit Bonner in the head, this kid's got a mean, ruthless streak in him, because he went again about 2 balls later, and there was another ball, good bouncer that was on the money, and he managed to sway out of the way of it. But, he's got a bit about him, the youngster.
The other crowd moment is the shirtless patrons in the Justin Langer stands unveiled their sign, Justice for JL. It lasted 2 balls before security came and asked them to roll it up. Did you see it?
No, I missed that.
Oh, right. So if you look down to the far end, the ones who have painted Holder on their chests in pink zinc today had a white sheet with Justice for JL inscribed upon it. I'll be in your hands here, 0433 98 11 16. I don't think either television broadcaster either got a shot or took a shot. I don't think it's featured anywhere, but we watched it get unveiled, and then swiftly security came down and had a quiet word, and they rolled it back up, at which point they started to chant, "We want justice." The West Australian separatists at work.
Well, I'd like to see who those culprits were, because I wonder if any of Justin's family were in that group. Being from Perth.
They've got sombreros and chapel hats and KFC buckets on their heads, and they have come shirtless for the day. So they're louts, but it was a bit too early for them to be liquored up, even by summer cricket standards. But there's an interesting little byplay.
Gerard, it's never too early here in Perth, mate. Particularly if they're from Scarborough Cricket Club, where JL played.
So that's a funny little sideline to all that's taken place as well. 1 for 150 the West Indies. This is all just a preamble for the quiz, incidentally. We know our places. Colo and Bharat are concocting outrageous scores given what's happened with England in Pakistan. We might chew that over at the start of the next session. Let me tell you about today's local club legend, the Traveller. Like beer, drink Traveller. It's Dion's Stumpy Hawks. Oh, Stumpy. From the Donald Cricket Club. Dion's not known for his quick bowling, but for being able to swing the ball through the gate, and for having the best toe breaker Yorker, which saw him return figures of 5 for 2 in a grand final. Dion's been a leader in providing young talents and cricketers with coaching and his legendary advice of playing in the V for the first 10 runs rings true with the junior players. He's also regularly leading fundraising efforts in the Donald community for the club. A true community man, Dion is a deserving Traveller local cricket legend. Traveller, low carbs, mid-strength, great taste. Every club needs a Stumpy.
They certainly do, and that advice, great advice for young players.
Play in the V for the first 10 runs. Good on you, Dion.
it's great to salute you today. OK, the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket is for Whirlpool, designed for environment. It's time for the quiz. 1300 736 736. Outrageous scoring feats in cricket throughout the years. The lunch break quiz is for 7-11. Colo and Bharat in. Grab yourself a line to play. 1300 736 736 now.
The lunch break quiz for 7-11. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-11. Call now on 1300 736 736.
It's the lunch break on SEN Test Cricket for Whirlpool Kitchen and Laundry Appliances. Adam Collins and Bharat Sundaresan, your quizmasters. A lunch break quiz for 7-11. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-11. At the break, I should say, the Windies are 1 for 150. Brathwaite's on 62. Blackwood's on 9. Get your calls in. 1300 736 736. If you answer the last question correctly, you will win a $100 voucher. And that's thanks to 7-11. All you need to do. Fifth question. Couldn't be more straightforward, Baz. As you call, shouldn't they? Just call. If you're on the edge, if you're thinking about it, call up. We're not quite, Glenridge or Sale of the Century, but we'll give it a red hot go. Okay, to begin. Question 1, we have Daniel from Croydon on the line. You there, Daniel?
Yes, mate. How are you?
We're very well. Here's your first question. Maybe you can run the table. On 2 occasions, a first-class team has made in excess of 1,000 runs in an innings. Which state is responsible for both? That's the theme today, by the way. Heavy scoring after England made 500 in 75 overs at Rawalpindi yesterday, but one side has made 1,000 runs twice. Who is it?
I'll say New South Wales.
No, not right, I'm afraid, Daniel. Thanks for calling. You can call again, 1300 736 736. Get in the queue. Trevor from Avondale Heights. On 2 occasions, a first-class side's made 1,000 runs in an innings. Which side is it?
It's got to be Victoria.
Of course it is.
The big V, indeed it is. The first time was in 1922-23 when they made 1,059 against Tasmania, where Ponsford made the world record 429. And the second time, they made 1,107 at the MCG against New South Wales in 1926-27. When Ponsford was at it again, making 352. Okay, you're with us now, Trevor. Second question, Baz, or yours?
All right, Trevor, here we go. Sri Lanka holds the record for the highest innings score in a test. 6 for 952 declared. I still have nightmares of that game. Which country did they score it against?
Against India.
There you go.
That's a big old clue there. Still having nightmares about it. For sure. How about this? India make 537 for 8 declared. This is in Colombo, isn't it? And in reply, 952 for 6 with Jayasuriya 340.
Just a quirk on that. Nilesh Kulkarni made his debut, took a wicket of his first ball in Test cricket, Mavan Atapattu, and then 576 runs later, he still never got a second wicket.
Which was the highest partnership in Test cricket at the time between Jayasuriya and Roshan Mahanama, a name from the 90s. Right, question 3, Trevor, as I bring it up on my page. Brian Lara holds the record for the highest individual Test score. The previous record held for just 185 days. Who held it?
Matthew Hayden.
There you go, Matt the Bat. 380 across the river here at Lacca against Zimbabwe in October 2003, overtaken by Lara in the April of 2004 at Antigua, the old wreck. Question 4, over to you, Baz, again.
Yeah, unmemorable evening for an Australian bowler. Who is the Australian bowler who is the most heavily scored against, who conceded most number of runs in a 50-over match?
It's Mick Lewis.
Oh, yes.
Mick Lewis against South Africa, the 434-438 game. We've spoken to Kat about that multiple times. He was playing for Australia. How about Ricky Ponting? 164 from about 100 balls. Player of the match in a losing side.
What about Herschel Gibbs' 175? Still haven't understood how Ponting got the man of the match.
What a great series, back when bilateral one-day series really captured the imagination. Hey, you are one question away here, Trevor, from going 4 from 5 and winning the voucher. Here it is, drum roll. Which former English captain holds the record for the most runs across an entire Test match?
I'll say Graham Gooch.
Done it. 4 for 5. Graham Gooch, 333 in the first innings, 123 in the second against India in 1990. That was a tally of 456. You've won. This is a lot more straightforward on day 3, Baz. We've had to go all the way up to the ad break last time, but you've done it with minutes to spare. Trevor from Avondale Heights, you win the $100 voucher. Start with mobile quality fuel at 7-Eleven. Stay on the line and talk to our producer, and you're away. What a triumph.
Wonderfully done, Trevor. Well played.
Which means we have time to spare. And I can ask you about the session that's just been. You've been following the West Indies as closely as anybody around the world in recent years. We knew that Brathwaite had this in him, didn't we? He's batted long innings.
When he was a kid, one of the other kids he used to go to school with at the bus stop was Rihanna. And Craig Brathwaite was this tiny kid who used to get bullied a lot. And Rihanna used to stand up for Craig Brathwaite. And what he's done ever since in Test cricket is he stood up to bullies, right? Like West Indies were bullied by the Australians.
Just to be clear, we're talking about Rihanna, as in Queen.
The Rihanna, yes. Queen Rihanna. He used to be his caretaker when they were taking the school bus together. She used to stand up and push everyone else away. And he used to sit on Rihanna's lap while going to school. And there's this wonderful story when he was under-19 cricketer. Rihanna had a show somewhere in America, and Craig Brathwaite got front row seats, tickets for the entire under-19 West Indian team. But yeah, I mean, look, they were bullied yesterday, one day, Adam, for large periods of this Test match. And that celebration I spoke about after he took Travis Head's wicket, he just uplifted the West Indian spirits. And he's done what he's done for the last 11 years. He just stands in there and, just holds off the opposition.
I like that he's doing it with Jermaine Blackwood as well. He's been a player which has caught plenty of criticism over the years for the cavalier way in which he's played Test cricket. But since coming back to the side in 2020, he's been a pretty dependable operator at number 4.
And we've not seen a lot of that in West Indian cricket. When some of these cricketers go away after having struggled in a format and come back stronger and different, having worked on their game. And no wonder he's been named vice captain. And Jermaine Blackwood has controlled himself against Nathan Lyon for now. We all know how he loves to use his feet and hit over the straight field. So far, so good for him. And look, there's a lot of batting to come yet. Roston Chase likes to bat time. Joshua Da Silva will fight hard. Jason Holder's still up there. And Kyle Mayers will come and play a few shots. So lots to look forward to for the day's play.
Yeah, that's the point, isn't it? Even though the Windies were a bit light on with the ball, they do bat down to number 8 with the keeper listed to come in there.
And Alzarri Joseph can hold his bat as well. He's got some crucial runs in Test cricket. So Australia will have to just hang in there. You still feel, Adam, that there's enough in this pitch for someone to get a lot of wickets. Who's that going to be, though?
Australia need 19 further wickets to win the Test match after making 4 for 598 declared the first time around. This has been the lunch break on SEN Test cricket for Whirlpool, designed for the environment. This has been the quiz for 7-Eleven. We'll be back with that tomorrow. And after the break for the first ball of the second session, in for me will be Gerard Whateley.
The West Indies 1 for 50 as the umpires walk their way back into the middle of Perth Stadium. Is this the session where Australia can conjure the spell to crack the test open? We'll wait to see. The second session is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Real lawn fanatics use Lawn Hub Fertiliser. It's a beautiful day. It's in the mid-20s, 23 degrees and sunny. Not a cloud left in the sky. The weather for Rainbird, smarter irrigation, the intelligent use of water. Gerard Whateley and Simon Katich to start the session for you. I imagine that's the bit of the theme around Pat Cummins, right? One spell could crack this open.
Yeah, I think so. The Australians will still be buoyant. They're still a long way in front of this Test match with those 598 first innings runs. Windies are a long way behind them, but Pat Cummins knows, and he has the opportunity when he takes that ball to work these two over. They have to start again now, so that's always something that the bowling team will always know is up their sleeve. When you've had a break, you use that to your advantage. Come out with energy, get in the right areas early, and if you get that breakthrough early like they did in the first session, it just puts pressure on the new batsmen straight away. But the West Indian batsmen have been up to it so far. They've all applied themselves well. Even Blackwood now has absorbed 49 minutes of batting. He's moved to 9, and Brathwaite on 62. He's batted for nearly 4 hours, and he loves it.
While we're working through the early phase of this session, we'll take you around the various cricket grounds of Australia where there's a shield round being played, and also what's happening in Pakistan. What do you reckon Ben Stokes did with the first ball of day 2?
Probably hit it for 6.
Hit it for 6. So the rampaging scoring of Bazball, unabated. And it's a good conversation in its own right. Mitch Starc is going to start here from the Justin Langer stand end.
Brendan McCullum probably told him, if you don't hit the first ball for 6, you're sacked as captain. This is how we're playing. But no, knowing Ben Stokes and the way he plays the game, he takes it on anyway.
Quite remarkable score lines coming through from Rawalpindi yesterday. Australia will start with 2 slips and a gully, a deep backward point, cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket and fine leg. Starc has thus far sent down 12 overs, 3 maidens, none for 33. Doesn't look quite as comfortable bowling from the members' end at the start of his second spell this morning.
Let's play.
Indeed, let's play. So Mitch Starc will round his mark under the Langer stands. Craig Brathwaite, 62 from 154 balls. The West Indies captain faces up after the lunch break. Starc around the wicket to him, and Brathwaite drives, didn't get it sweetly. It falls away to mid-off, no run.
Well, generally, when Mitchell Starc comes round the wicket straight away, almost indicates that he thinks the ball will reverse. It's his preferred mode when the ball starts tailing. I don't think it should on this surface at the moment, unless it's been scuffed up with the footmarks or it's a bit rougher than we expect with the sandy sort of outfield, but there's no real signs of that at the moment.
Cummins is starting to warm up at mid-on. So we suspect he'll bowl from this end. Starc in and bowls, and Brathwaite's fishing for outside the off-stump.
Probing away beautifully there, Mitchell Starc. That's a beautiful ball, second ball after the break. Brathwaite got caught on the crease, squared up, sparred at it, but it was probably on about 4th stump line. And he was lucky enough to miss the outside edge.
Brathwaite and Blackwood in occupation at the moment. Mayers, Holder and De Silva the next 3 in. Starc bowls and Brathwaite drives, fielded by Starc in the follow-through. Get it cleanly, but certainly reverted in the thought of a run. And then with Bonner retired hurt, there's the very real prospect that Brooks replaces him as the concussion sub at some point.
The amazing dynamic that where you've got a guy that was on the bench, potentially all of a sudden comes into a test match, and you think they're all getting prepared equally because you just know now that that's part of the modern game. So Shamar Brooks has played 11 tests for the West Indies, averages just over 25.
Brathwaite on strike, Starc bowls to him. He plays from the pads. There's not a single, though, as it trickles to square leg and head swoops.
He actually batted at number 3 earlier in the year against England at Grenada when West Indies beat them. And he has captained the West Indian under-19 team way back in 2008.
So a flip of the coin selection, and they may very well end up both playing.
And Bonner could well still take part in this match if he pulls up okay in the morning, or they are still batting tomorrow.
Starc briefly hesitates at the top of his mark, flows in past the umpire and bowls to Brathwaite, who drives hollow to mid-on. Cummins fields nowhere.
Yeah, that's the one area of Brathwaite's game that probably doesn't allow him to put a huge amount of pressure back on the bowlers, because he doesn't get a huge stride in. And that's probably a strength of his. He doesn't overcommit, so then he's not playing at balls that other players potentially are. But what it does is it reduces his ability to score powerfully back down the ground, because he doesn't really get any momentum back through the ball. He's just waiting for it to be really full to punch it and use his hands to do the work.
Last ball of a tight first over after lunch. Brathwaite, that doesn't carry. Seemed to skid through from Starc, who's standing with his hand over his mouth, wondering, I want to see that again. That's kept very low and bounced halfway through to carry a maiden to start after lunch.
Yeah, I just wonder whether there's a runner crack underneath the grass there that we can't really see from the aerial view from the TV, but that has rolled. that was on line with the stumps, it probably would have hit about a foot off
it's
the base.
The famous one, is it Greg Blewett?
Greg Blewett against Kirtley at the Wacker.
Yeah. We'll see that replay within 60 seconds. You watch. That was that ball all over, just not online. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 1 for 150. And Cummins, as referenced, is going to take things up from our broadcast end. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. I'll run these scoreboards from around the country and the world past you as this over unfolds as well. The Australian captain to the West Indies vice-captain. Blackwood faces up. He's jumping in defence as he blunts the ball to mid-wicket. So England's picked up where they left off, 5 for 522. So 20 runs coming in no time at all, 2.5 overs. But Ben Stokes is out. 41 from 18. 41 from 18. Harry Brook is 109 not out from 92 balls. Liam Livingstone has just walked into the middle. So 4 centuries. There's never been an innings with 5 Test centuries. Stokes was the hope of that. Blackwood leaves outside the off stump. So the English media contingent are quite rightly agog with what's happening. I was reading Michael Vaughan today. He wrote, "We have to be honest about what England are doing. They're trying to change Test cricket, and 8 games in, it's going pretty well. It's not like they've done it once and then struggled for 3 games. They had 1 blip, but otherwise it's been consistently excellent. We'll look back on it and see Ben Stokes and Brendan McCullum being the dual combination that changed Test match cricket, the way it is played and the way we think about it." Cummins bowls to Blackwood, bat and pad tight together, defending back to the bowler.
They certainly are, and he's right. You know, it's not like they've only just done it once. I think the big challenge for them is, can they do it in the subcontinent when the conditions probably aren't in their favour? It's all right doing it when you're batting first because you've got the conditions in your favour, but in Test cricket, if you've been out in the dirt for 150 overs and the ball starts turning, good luck scoring a 6 and over against the Indian spinners out of the rough. And if they can do it then well played to them. Or, say, here at the Perth Stadium against this attack.
Not a run yet since lunch. Cummins bowls. Blackwood digs it out. It gets past Cummins, but it won't beat Labuschagne as he closes behind the stumps and keeps the dot sequence going.
But we were talking about it off air before. Like, the premise behind it is exciting because what it could do for certain players that have never played that way is it challenges their thinking and takes it to a level where if they can execute it, the belief and confidence they get in their own ability. And the example we used, we're talking about Hamid. He played in the warm-up game in Abu Dhabi the other day, and his strike rate was just under 80. And that, for him, is probably a totally different game to what he's used to playing.
Cummins bowls, Blackwood leaves.
But it sounded like the conditions were conducive to that. Both teams scored about 500 runs in a day. They canned the practice match after day 2 because they realised they weren't probably going to get a huge amount out of it. But could he do that same innings and play that same way here against this attack when your back's against the wall in the Test? That's the question. But so far, they've been able to do it and execute it, and that's what's exciting for the game, because if they continue to play this way, they will revolutionise the game.
So we have a winter Ashes coming next year, and I suspect it will have a build-up the likes of which we haven't seen since 2005. Cummins to Blackwood, blocks a maiden. A pair of maidens for Australia straight after the lunch break. The Liberty scoreboard unchanged. Liberty loans for free thinking, 1 for 150.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Now, the previous ball, or the last ball of the previous over from Mitch Stark, grubbed through. So Craig Brathwaite to see the first ball of the fresh over, and the captain gets it away down the leg side off the thigh pad, past Carey and down to the boundary for 4.
That went so fine. I'm really surprised Alex Carey hasn't gone for that. I mean, it wouldn't have made any difference. It's come off the thigh pad. Oh, no, it actually went quite high. But where we are here, it actually looked like it was quite close to him. But on that angle there, it was definitely well wide of him. Sorry, Alex Carey.
After lunch for Rotoflex by Blunston, that boundary, 1 for 154. Yeah, in real time. Thought, oh, see, hit that? It flew down to the boundary. Stark looking for the radar. He bowls. Brathwaite plays him away through the vacant points. Line is positioned in the deep, so it's an easy single down there. So the concept of Bazball and ultra aggression in Test cricket, which God love him, Brendan McCullum and Ben Stokes is the perfect captain for it. What will it look like in an Ashes series in the winter?
Well, the Australian bowlers better watch out, because if that's what's coming for them come June, July next year, then they're going to have to think about how they're going to go about it, because if England have the bravery to keep playing like that in all conditions, regardless whether it's swinging, seaming, flat, spinning, then teams have got to come up with a plan to nullify it, because it's going to put bowling teams under pressure, just like we see in the shorter formats of the game. If you can't answer it or shut things down for a period of time and there's no end to the scoring rate, then you're going to see what we've seen in Rawalpindi.
Stark is over the wicket when he bowls to Blackwood, who plays and misses outside the off-stump.
Look, it's a fantastic achievement. I think we have to put it in context, though, because we were in Rawalpindi earlier in the year and it is flat. We couldn't describe it as that flat at the time, but...
on the endorsed broadcaster.
But it was flat. And didn't quite have that same expression to it when we said the word flat. Yes. But the other part about it is this Pakistan team with no Shaheen Afridi, and I think Mahmood, the spinner, copped a pasting yesterday. He's still inexperienced at Test level. So there's a little bit of, a changing of the guard there in that Pakistan attack. So they copped it yesterday.
Blackwood's on 9. He faces up to Stark and he's running the ball down to the deep points again. It's interesting that they've been prepared to give that single up at the start of the session.
Yeah, I think the reason behind it is because with this variable pace and bounce, some have bounced, some have kept low like we saw last over. I think Mitchell Stark's prepared to let them try and score square of the wicket, particularly for balls that are back of the length, and then it opens up the stumps for a chop on, for one that scoots through a bit low like we saw. So I think he won't mind that shot. The only thing is he's then got to obviously can't build up pressure on any one batsman, because they can rotate the strike that little bit easier.
The 50-run stands between this pair from 89 balls. They were brought together at the drinks break when Bonnet retired hurt. Brathwaite's on 63 as he faces Stark, and he tucks him for another boundary down the leg sides. Or maybe it won't get there. No bat in it, I suspect. Hazelwood runs around under the sight screen, so I thought initially it had a bit more pace than that, but it's a leg by. So twice in a row down the leg side. Brathwaite got a boundary off the thigh pad and then a couple off the pad.
Yeah, that one just took a fair bit more pace off the ball. But the other part of that field is that Mitchell Stark will want them just defending the ball into that backward point region and then hoping that one just leaves the bat or bounces a little bit and gets a feather through to Alex Carey or the slips.
So there have been 6 leg byes in the over, along with 2 singles. Stark is bowling to Brathwaite, who's driving wide of cover to get a single. Machine just heads a few steps outside to field. So 1 for 159 at the end of the over on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Stuart has text through the Ashes in the UK. Now that's one for the bucket list. This, if you have it on your bucket list, I would really think about next year. Cummins full, driven back by Brathwaite, knocked down in the follow-through, no run.
Well, there's so many subplots to that Ashes. The fact that, you know, potentially it could be Jimmy Anderson and Stuart Broad's last series. We don't know. They've been obviously two greats of the game there. New captain in Ben Stokes. Obviously, Steve Smith was Brad Maness there last time in 2019. He single-handedly, you know, kept Australia in that series and potentially probably should have won it in the end, apart from what happened at Headingley. So, yeah, there's so many different subplots that are building.
Bowls and Brathwaite bowls! The captain gets through and claims the scalp of his opposite number. It's a splendid piece of bowling. That is the defence that is hard to penetrate. But Pat Cummins has done it. And Craig Brathwaite leaves for 64. Is this the spell that cracks it open? The West Indies 2 for 159.
Well, we hear about it all the time. Test cricket's all about bowling at the top of off stump. And that's exactly what Pat Cummins has done there. He's rattled the cage of the West Indies skipper, breached the fortress. It was a very, very good knock, a 64 off 166 balls. But the skipper trudges off after an absolute peach from Pat Cummins.
If you're going to get your 200th Test wicket with a signature ball, that's it. Right at the top of off stump. One of his very bests in the 200 that he's now taken.
And that's why he's number one in the world, Pat Cummins. Not much happening there for Australia, and he's delivered. And now Kyle Mayers comes to the crease. He's got an interesting story. 30 years old from Barbados. He's had a fantastic start to his Test career. He's averaging just under 39. He scored a double 100 on debut when he got 210 not out versus Bangladesh in Chattogram in 2021. And it was the fourth most runs on debut in a Test. He got 250 in total. It's amazing.
So Cummins, 200th Test wickets. He's the 19th Australian to achieve the mark. He is the 5th fastest to do so. He comes in his 44th Test. He's had to wait a little while between 199 and 200, but that's about the only waiting that he's done. Shirtless patrons lost their beach ball onto the field, and Mitch Stark has ingratiated himself immensely by going and collecting and giving it back. They'll have him as the Prime Minister next. They're setting the political agenda. Those fans, that bay is growing. I feel like there are plenty who are going, actually, that's the fun place to be. There's 8,500 in, but there's one bay in particular where they're having a hoot. 3 slips and a gully in place. Kyle Mayers faces up. Cummins is around the wicket to him. Bounce up, nicked it. Oh, no, he didn't. Carey at full stretch hauled it in. There was a sound as it went by. Did it hit the shoulder?
Yeah, I think it's brushed his shoulder. That has taken off. It says it's only 134 k's an hour, but that looked quicker than that. That was a beauty first ball to Mayers. To come off his left collarbone almost.
That's a frightful delivery to get first up.
Beautifully played. Dropped the gloves. Played that beautifully, Kyle Mayers.
Whistled past the ear. Carey did a great job to haul it in. Mayers gets his second ball release, edging, and he's caught. No, he's not. Everyone in the slips thought it was out. Pat Cummins, a little less so. And he's waving his teammates away. They're desperate for him to review, but Pat had the front on view.
And this just highlights this wicket. We've spoken about it. Even though there's been a lack of wickets, there's enough happening. And these couple of balls, that's an absolute beauty as well from Pat Cummins. The seam, it just looked like he might have just clipped his bottom of his pad.
Oh, yeah.
Inside edge of the bat.
It's at the inside of the front pad. No wonder it looked so good from behind, because it just about married up. Cummins bowls. Mayers finds bat to ball this time as he plays away to points. Torrid start.
Eddie, you can drop, please.
Travis Head just sent back into the deep. That'll be a backwards square. So 2 in the deep on the leg side with 3 slips and a gully. hasn't conceded a run since lunch, and he's got the prized wicket of Brathwaite. He's trying to remove Mayers, who's facing up. It's full. It's blunted to mid-on. A wicket maiden from Pat Cummins. 2 for 159. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for Freethinkers.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The Adelaide 500 is back, and proud South Australian motorsport guru Richard Craill gave us his thoughts on Tailem Bend.
And anyone who knows South Australians knows that Adelaide's a 20-minute city, and if you're any further than 20 minutes out, you're in the country and it's hard work. So if the bend is hard to get people to, it's a bit like Winton is to Melbourne.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
The middle session of day 3 is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. It has seen an early wicket, as the opening session did. Now, can Australia mount the pressure and put wicket on wicket and advance the game? Stark is in from the Langer end. He's bowling to Blackwood, who drives as a full half volley. Knocked it away to Labuschagne at cover. No run.
Just saw a great side-on view of that dismissal of Craig Brathwaite. We talked about how Pat Cummins challenges the top of the stumps, and because he bowls that length so consistently, the batsmen don't want to overcommit on the front foot for fear of getting pinned in front or getting across their crease. And Craig Brathwaite paid the price because his front foot went nowhere. His bat went out in front of the pad, and then it created that gap to hit the top of off stump.
Stark bowls. Blackwood edges through the cordon for 4. Between second slip and gully, heads thrown back. Legitimate edge, flew hard, races to the rope for Rotoflex by Blunston. 2 for 163.
And Pat Cummins might be ruining the fact that he's got a cover in place. Blackwood's only on 14 now. He might regret having that extra protection and not having another catcher in, particularly after taking a wicket. Yeah. It's a good opportunity to potentially open up both ends, and it is straight after a break. We're only 20 minutes in here after the lunch break, so Blackwood hasn't got himself in yet. Could it be a bit more aggressive field?
So Cummins doesn't flinch, although Green takes one substantial step to his left. Blackwood on the follow-up, drives better this time, out of the meat of the bat, placed it out through cover. Lions got a long chase from backward points. Oh, that is terrible running. They only took 2. They could have ambled back for a third. And they have had long enough in the field to recognise that it is so deep square of the wicket that when it goes 10 metres to the rope, you just have to be hustling through.
These boys are that quick. They're never getting run out from 80 metres away. Nathan Lyon's got a good arm and he's a very good fielder, but there's no way in the world anyone's getting run out from that distance, given they'd already run 2. Yeah. It's poor running. If he gets out here, he's going to kick himself.
2 for 165. Stark bowls. Blackwood turns to leg. He won't get a run.
And I always think that is an indication of a little bit of negativity in your mind, particularly if you're the batsman that hasn't come back to face up. Yeah. In a way, you've got to challenge yourself to want to get back on strike, because as soon as you start thinking, oh no, I'm just going to hang down this end for a little bit longer, it means you don't want to face the music. And I always found that was a little bit of negativity creeping into your mind, and you've got to cut that out straight away, because at some point you've got to face the music. Can't hide from it all day.
It's a great insight from Simon Katich. Brad Hogg has come back into the experts chair as well. Blackwood is on 16. Stark bowls to him and he lets it pass outside the off stump. Anaconda hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Hoggy, hello.
Hello. I just wasn't coming up from a room downstairs because I didn't want to face the music with you two in here. I was just thinking with that cover, Cato, it's a little defensive, but having the deep third man, I think the deep third man can come in the third slip. Plenty of runs on the board, 2 new batsmen in the crease. Stark moving it across the right-handers, and that angle with a little bit of seam as well, encouraging signs with the cover drive, brings 3 slips into play.
Stark to complete the over. He bowls to Blackwood down the leg side. He wafted at it, was untouched through to carry. 2 for 165 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for Freethinkers.
Real adventures with Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Everything fishing, boating and outdoors.
Sailfish are sort of like salmon of the kingfish.
Really?
Yeah, they do nothing for me.
Salmon of the kingfish.
Yeah, so like kingfish is like the prize fish. Oh, we got a couple of salmon on the way in. That's what I say, sailfish. They're a cool-looking fish, and I've caught a fair few sailfish.
They're the fastest fish in the ocean.
I know, but they're really slow when you got a rod hooked up to them.
Patrick Dangerfield and Aaron Hapgood. Subscribe and listen today wherever you get your podcasts.
2 for 165 SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Pat Cummins is bowling from our end, from the members. He's in and bowling to Mayers. Yet to score. Defends the ball to mid-off. Labuschagne Fields. No run. The Victoria-New South Wales Shield game is being played at the Junction Oval. It's a much better Junction Oval pitch, clearly, to some that we've had in recent times. So Victoria bowled out yesterday for 260. No, that's New South Wales. They were bowled out for 209. Zampa took 3 for 57. New South Wales has been bowled out for 260. And Todd Murphy's taken 3 for 44. So really interesting on the spinning front around the country at the moment. Moses Enriquez top scored with 97. Mayers faces Cummings. He wafts at one, which lands before it reaches Carey. And in the third innings of that match, Victoria is none for 21. So Zampa with the red ball is rare, timely, and Murphy has been foretold.
Yeah, look, everyone's talking about Zampa going over to India to play. I really want him to play Test cricket, really do. But I just think over in the subcontinent, left arm off spinner, you need that. And probably someone that undercuts the ball rather than overspins the ball. They generally have a lot of success in the subcontinent.
Cummins around the wicket, bowls. Mayers jams it down to fine leg. It's unconvincing. And he scuppers through for his first run.
Well, it's interesting you bring up left arm off spin, Hoggy, because Gerard and I were very blessed to be at the first test in that last series in 2017 at Pune, and to see Stephen O'Keefe destroy India in what was probably felt like it was about 15 minutes of play. It was just mayhem. And it just changed the whole complexion of that test match. So it's interesting you bring that up, because I think there's no doubt Agar's in their thoughts. And the fact that Green is in this test team now and gives them the flexibility to be able to still go in with 3 seamers and to maybe play 2 spinners.
Cummins to Blackwood, rising delivery, got up to keep it down out of his grill and make sure it didn't roll back onto the stumps. This is hostile stuff from Cummins.
Phenomenal test match bowling this. These two, their techniques are getting worked over. And he just rode the bounce well enough there, Blackwood, because if he hadn't of, that ball hit his bottom glove and it would have flown up to the slips. But he just managed to get it down. This is quality test match cricket. It might be 2 for 166, but the ball still feels like there's something happening for it.
Blackwood's readies himself. Cummins bowls to him. He turns him to mid-wicket. No run. So who are your 2 spinners for the first test in India, Hoggy?
Oh, you got to go with Nathan Lyon. Look, I like the thought of Agar in the team because he adds depth to your batting. You can use Green, so but you use Green sparingly, because he's not just an average all-rounder that bowls medium pace. He's bowling 142 plus, but he's got the extra height with the extra bounce, so he adds something different to the team. And either Cummins and Stark or Cummins and Hazelwood.
Cummins bowls, driven off an inside edge by Blackwood. And that completes an over. Finally, a run from Cummins, ever-present threat. 2 for 166, the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Imagine the thought of innovation at your fingertips, accelerating with efficiency and power. Imagine a bold, striking design with the comfort and confidence of advanced safety tech. Imagine where you could go in a Hyundai SUV. An SUV range with enough style, tech, and performance to turn your imagination into reality. So if you're thinking SUV, think Hyundai SUV. Discover yours at Hyundai.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for host plus, that's a plus. 2 for 166. Blackwood is 16. Mayers is 1. Brathwaite, the man, out bowled. Cummins for 64 since the lunch break.
Just going back to your comments about that Indian series, I can't see them leaving Stark out, not with the chance of reverse swing over there. And the fact that the left armour to potentially churn outside the off stump for Nathan Lyon. And I agree with what you're saying about Murphy. I think he's definitely on their radars, but I can't see him playing while Nathan Lyon's still playing. Yeah. I think he's waiting in the wings.
We can't have two right-arm off-spinners in there.
Learn their skills and be there for the replacement. Stark begins the new over, and he's bowled straight through Mayers. The stump's disturbed again. The spearheads have struck. And Australia advance things along. Mayers never looked comfortable. He's gone for 1, 3 for 166.
Just late footwork on that front foot. He looked as though he was waiting for the short pitch delivery. His back and that foot was still moving as he tried to defend that ball and presented plenty of gap between bat and pad. It's looking ominous now.
This was the risk for the West Indies in the middle order, wasn't it? Holders batting at 6. I'll have to think about the concussion side. The wicketkeepers are fighted to Silva, and then it goes Chase Joseph Roach Seals. So much rested in the top 3.
Just want to see Jason Holder make some runs as well. Fantastic person. Spent a bit of time with him out Kolkata Knight Riders and had so many discussions with him. His great knowledge of cricket and what he's tried to do and reinvent West Indies cricket and put West Indies cricket first. He deserves some reward for it, and I just hope he makes some runs today here at Optus Stadium.
So he's got his own cheer squad down in the Langer stands. Former West Indian captain, 57th Test, 2,500 runs to his name and an average of 30. He's a big man, and this is a big task.
Middle.
Australia finally really threatens 2 clean bowls. Stark readies himself. Holder just makes him wait, builds the tension around the moment. 2 in an eventful half hour after lunch. 3 slips in a gully in place. Holder crouches down over his bats. Stark sets in from the Langer end. His left arm over the wicket. He bowls to Holder, who leaves. Delivery that carries through about chest high.
Well, the former West Indian captain, he was replaced earlier this year by Craig Brathwaite. But he certainly can bat. He normally bats at number 8 or 7 or 8 over his career. And in the history of the game, he's got the 3rd most runs in an innings by batting position at number 8 when he made 202 not out versus England in Barbados in 2019. That's phenomenal.
Yeah.
He's up at 6 here in Perth, and Stark bowls to him. Holder leaves again. Same delivery as the previous.
But losing the captaincy, but just the energy that he still provides for the West Indies. He accepted that. He realised that West Indies needed to have a change of leadership, and he backed the captain that was announced over the top of him. And again, just shows the true character of the man.
Taps away. Casts his eyes down the pitch as Stark leaves his mark. In past the umpire, bowls. Holder leaves again. And a good look at Stark. He's in the mid-140s. What a good delivery to remove Mayers through the gate.
This has been a serious spell after the break. They've used the break to their advantage beautifully, Australia. They've come out, their 2 main weapons, Cummins and Stark, have started up, and it's been, proper test match bowling in this half an hour after the break. Got rid of the skipper, got rid of Mayers early, and now they're into this West Indian middle order. It's exactly what they would have planned for at lunch. They knew they were only a wicket or 2 away.
Back lift for Holder, who's leading again. powerhouse battle at the start. Just won't be drawn in outside the off stump. Let me give you the other couple of Shield scores. South Australia and Tasmania. South Australia 329. Then bowled Tasmania out for 149. 1 for 50 as they build a lead, which stands at 230. So South Australia well in control in Hobart. 4 wickets for Doggett, 3 for McAndrew. The Bulls and Western Australia. Holder faces Stark. He runs the ball past Green in the gully to get his first run. And he'll come back for the second. Green gets it out quickly, but Holder with the big loping strides. Queensland was sent in by Western Australia, 3 for 204. End of the over, the West Indies 3 for 168. Colo's coming in. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Well, the Australian quicks go bang, bang after lunch. Cummins then Stark hitting the woodwork. Brathwaite and Myers back in the dressing room. It's going to be the captain to continue from our members' end. And now a chance to get into the soft underbelly of the West Indian lower middle order.
Well, that wicket's brought short cover into third slip now. Pat Cummins on the attack.
He's got 3 slips as well. Into the vice-captain, Blackwood on 16 bowls. Here turns him into the onside, just next to the square leg umpire. There's a single there. He's 17, 3 for 169. Adam Collins, Simon Katich, Brad Hogg with you on the call. Our experts for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Over in Rawalpindi, by the way, Harry Brook hit 27 runs off the last over, then hit 2 more 4s, then got out. So it's complete carnage over there. Wickets everywhere. 2 here, 2 in Pakistan. So in contrast to yesterday.
How far off 1,000 are they?
They're in the 570 odds now, I think. 576 for 7 in the 84th over. 6.87 runs an over. We'll keep an eye on that. Hard not to.
84th over. It's the second day for people who don't realise that.
Bad light stop play about an hour early yesterday. Stark make that Cummins rather. On the way to Holder on 2. 3 slips in a gully. On his pad, gets into a tangle. So the ball doesn't go anywhere. You mentioned those big scores that Holder's made, Cat. I suppose the issue's been is his batting's really dropped off the last couple of years, averaging 23 and 24. Not made a 100 at test level since the double at Barbados back in 2018. It's like since he's lost the captaincy, maybe some of the urgency's gone.
Yeah, you'd assume that because, I mean, in this cycle, I think he's played 7 tests in this World Test Championship cycle, and he's, as you rightly say, Colo, he's averaging just over 23 with the bat and over 35 with the ball.
He's on strike here to Captain Cummins. Bowls here, defending well forward, out towards mid-on. Josh Hazlewood does the fielding.
But if ever you need a skipper's or former skipper's knock, now's the time. The current skipper's done the job up top, but this is when you need leadership in the middle order to just steady the ship here after a couple of wickets after the break, get in a partnership and try and guide Blackwood through this phase, because the next challenge will be in 22 overs time, the second new ball, and that will be a challenge because we've already seen throughout the day it hasn't been easy to bat on this wicket.
4 catches behind the wicket, 2 out for the short ball. Cummins bowls, it is the short one. Underneath it is Holder over the top of his head, 6'7", that takes some doing. How about that ball that Cummins sent down to knock over Brathwaite? A carbon copy of the ball that he bowled to Joe Root at Old Trafford a few years ago, Kat.
Yep. Yeah, it was
stuff you dream of.
Absolute seed. And the thing is, he does it for fun. Like that's his stock ball almost. And they either get defended, they get played and missed at, or they get through the defences and hit the top of off.
The 5th quickest Aussie to 200 wickets after Grimmett, Lilly, McGillen, Warne. He's bowling here to Holder. He leaves alone on the basis of length. And it moves back prodigiously after hitting the seam. Cummins walks all the way up in his follow-through just to let the former captain know about it. Fair enough.
The thing I like about this attack, but the balance of it, you've got Hazlewood slightly taller than Cummins, but they both bowl similar lines and lengths, and just that difference in bounce helps each other get those little cheap wickets here and there.
So 1 ball left in the Cummins over, asking all the right questions after lunch. Sun beating down on Perth Stadium. Cummins bowls to Holder, inside edge off the front pad, down to fine leg, it will go. So Holder retains the strike. He's 3 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. The Windies are 428 behind. They're 3 for 170.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The Adelaide 500 is back, and proud South Australian motorsport guru Richard Crail gave us his thoughts on Tailem Bend.
And anyone who knows South Australians knows that Adelaide's a 20-minute city, and if you're any further than 20 minutes out, you're in the country and it's hard work. So the bend is hard to get people to. It's a bit like Winton is to Melbourne.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
Ian Bishop joins us in the expert chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Bish, lovely fast bowling for Australia since the break.
Yeah, the length goes back to a few conversations that Stark and Cummins had before the start of play.
Stark on the way here to Holder on 3. Delivers here over the wicket, leaves alone outside the off stump.
Because he was talking to Trent this morning, and he was describing, Brad, his in-swing delivery to the right-hander and where he positioned his fingers on the seam, and then his wobble seam, which wasn't a cross seam, but a just slight angling of the seam. And he also said he wanted to bring the stumps more into play, and the team as well. And I think what we saw from Cummins and from Stark with those 2 wickets was actually living up to their talk.
Yep. So he's got Warner, Smith, Kawaja and Green in the cordon. Away from the Justin Langerstand end. Stark delivers. Holder again is leaving alone on the angle across the right-hander. Just looking at some Cummins numbers. So 200 test wickets at home, 114 wickets at 20.8, and away 86 wickets at 28.8. So 22.8 rather. So he has truly been the man for all seasons, Hoggy. Remembering that he only came back into the test side in 2017 after sort of 6 years away through injury, and since then he's played 41 of 44 test matches. He's the finished product.
Yeah, he spent about 2.5 years out of cricket.
Yeah.
I just want to continue on with Bish's comment after this ball.
So Stark now changing angle round the wicket to Holder. He's 3 wide of it. Bowls here, nice drive out to mid-off, no run. Hoggy.
Yeah, and they did attack the stumps a little more after lunch, and they came out, but they had a slightly more defensive field as well. They had the short cover in play, so it was harder for the West Indian batsmen to get those easy runs through cover. So yeah, they took away one of the slips to give the bowlers that defensive structure so that they could be a little more attacking.
Josh De Silva carded to come in next, and Roston Chase. Of course, the injured Bonner retired hurt. Stark bowls and leaving alone again is Holder. That's closer to his off stump on the angle, up 141 kilometres an hour.
Just enjoying the way Holder's approaching this. He's looking to get forward. Even the bouncer from Cummins, which was sharp, he just ducked under it easily. For a tall man, it's probably not the easiest shot to play, the duck and leave. But then the next ball, he's still looking to get forward. And when the bowling's quick and sharp, you've got to make sure that you're looking to get forward and trust your reaction to get back.
Fans at Justin Langerstand all watching Holder. He's been their guy throughout the 3 days. Stark bowls to him here, down the leg side, doesn't catch up with it. Through to the gloves of Carey, moving to his left. In your time watching Test cricket around the world, Bish, have you seen a more sort of complete fast bowler than Pat Cummins in recent years?
There have been a few guys who've been very good, to be quite honest with you. As it currently sits now, you're looking at Kahisa Rabada, who's been very good. He has his strengths in different formats, like Pat, whose red ball skill is otherworldly.
Stark to finish his over, then he'll be back to Cummins. Bowls here, Holder leaves alone again outside the off stump. Maiden complete on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. The Windy stay at 3 for 170.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
Our middle session on day 3 here at Perth Stadium is for Lawn Hub Fertiliser. Adam Collins, Ian Bishop, Brad Hogg with you on the call. Pat Cummins beneath us has the ball in his hand.
Yeah, you probably think, you can think Dale Steyn across conditions, Robert across conditions. There are some guys who are strong in certain conditions, but Pat is certainly up there with the best.
He's in here to the vice-captain Blackwood on 17. He defends back down the pitch. No run. It's going to be exciting watching the South African attack in a bit of a shootout with Australia. 3 test matches starting at Brisbane on the 17th of December, then off to Melbourne and Sydney. Of course, they'll have Rabada, they'll have Ngidi, they'll have Nortje. They've all got strike rates better than 44 across their test careers. I mean, they are genuine threats all the time.
Yeah, good conditions. I'll tell you, the one guy who I'm really, my heart almost breaks that he hasn't been able to play as much red ball cricket.
Nortje?
No, come on, Brad.
On the way, here is Cummins, bowls to Blackwood, defending out.
We're talking England here? Joseph?
Who?
We're talking
fast bowlers, aren't we?
Talking fast bowlers.
Fast bowlers.
Well, Joseph from England's only played a handful.
Jofra Archer.
Jofra Archer, sorry. Yeah, Archer. That's who I was thinking. Archer.
My heart breaks that Jofra Archer bowled into the ground, really, to the point where he got injured. And I fear that he won't play much red ball cricket even when he recovers.
Cummins to Blackwood, his 50th delivery. It's fallen straight and dug out just in front of the square leg umpire. He gets a single, he's 18, 3 for 171. The good news for Archer is that he's actually playing a little bit of red ball cricket again. He played in that scratch match last week before the first test match. I mean, it's not for nothing that they're allowing him to bowl in those types of competitive conditions. I'm not sure if you've seen much of his comeback on Instagram.
I did. Will he be as he was before? Can he carry the workload that you would have expected of him? I just think with his action pre-injury, the ease with which he seemingly bowled.
It's Cummins to Holder. He's 3. Awkwardly works it off the hip, just behind square again. He's 4. 3 for 172 there, 426 in arrears, the West Indies.
With today's day and age of biomechanics and health, workloads, monitoring, surely Joseph, the people that were in charge there, have something to answer for his injury, because they just bowled him. Yeah, Jofra Archer. Okay. Yeah. What did I said Joseph again, didn't I?
I keep wondering who's Joseph.
We're reading your mind here, Hoggy. Blackwood's 18, Cummins to him. 3rd time in the over. Into the onside, nearly a mix-up. Nearly slipped over as well, Blackwood, but sent back in time. Stays on 18.
I was doing Bible studies this morning.
I think the series they point to is the New Zealand Test matches of late 2019. He returns from the Ashes against Australia, where he was an extraordinary force both at Lords and at Leeds, and ultimately at the Oval in that final Test match. And you press fast forward and one more Test series, and then he was pretty much cooked. Played a couple of Test matches against the Windies in 2020 at home, but yes, that's when the injuries start. A couple of freak injuries too. He fell over in the bath, didn't he? Bish, and cut his arm or something like that. There was some glass stuck in his arm, and
he bowled a couple of spells in the Ashes in England as well, that I was sitting watching it, and I'm thinking to myself, yo, that's enough now. That's enough. And it just went on.
Cummins to finish the over, back of a length, punching hard is Blackwood in front of point. There'll be 2 there at least. Marnus herring after it. The slide and throw, they'll back his arm. They'll only take 2. Well fielded. So Blackwood advances to 20 at the end of the 61st over. The Windies 3 for 174 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
At Hyundai, we believe innovation is everything. It's why the new Santa Fe Hybrid has been designed to go the distance. With an advanced turbo hybrid system, this family-sized SUV boasts impressive power and fuel efficiency. It has all the innovative safety tech you need for your next family adventure and all-wheel drive to get you there. Go the distance in the new Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid. Imagine that, Hyundai.
Bowling change at the Justin Langer stand-in. Josh Hazlewood. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Hazlewood got the first of the 3 wickets today. Chanderpaul caught in the cordon for 51. He's got 1 for 44 so far. And his first trundle after lunch.
Yeah, just with that England attack, they've stuck with Broad and Anderson for so long, and then Archer comes in just with that extra sheer pace. It might just be a little lookout moving forward, and we're going to have to bring some young bowlers in to help someone like a Jofra Archer.
Hazlewood starts his spell, bowls to Holder, tall and proud, driving out to mid-off, no single though.
So you're not over-relying on that one aspect.
I think some of the beauties of someone like a Pat Cummins and Josh Hazlewood and Jofra Archer, for me, I was asked the question, who would I wake up to see? And this has nothing to do with Pat's performance. Pat's the #1 in Test match cricket, but I was looking at the aesthetics of what Jofra provided. People say that he ambled up to the crease. He absolutely raced into the crease when he was bowling.
Hazlewood here, bowling to Holder, who leaves on length. Good delivery.
But because he was so athletic, it looked to other people as though he was ambling in, but if you timed his run-up, he was literally racing in. And so there are some good technical things about his skill. Similarly with Pat, who's had to recover, as you all know, as Australian listeners know, about his early intervention into Test match cricket, the mixed action, the counter rotation of the spine. The fact that he's recovered to be what he is now, I find outstanding, because I had my issues and it was never the same after.
Hazlewood up to the crease, bowls here, Holder, turns it off his hip, gets one behind square, might get a second, does get a second. 6-3 for 175, the West Indies. They make that 3 for 176. They trail by 422. Yeah, Archer, that approach, it was so graceful. And that load up and delivery stride, kind of like Bumrah, his arm was way in front of his, I guess, the perpendicular when he let it go.
It's right over the top.
Yeah, which made it even more threatening for a batter down the other end.
With a brace front leg and that release point that you're talking about, the short ball didn't have to be that short, as Steve Smith found out, to rise at you.
Absolutely. Here's Hazlewood halfway through his over. Bowls here. Holder leaves alone. A ball shaping away outside the off stump. He, of course, bowled the super over in the World Cup final, which reinforced how important he was to that England side. As soon as he was selected, that he was trusted when it mattered most.
I mean, Hoggy, you can imagine that you're in for your first year of international cricket, well, months of international cricket, and you are entrusted with the most important over at that point in time to bring history to a country that it had defeated previously. That tells you a little bit about how highly he was thought of.
Yeah.
Hazlewood here. Into Holder on 6, and he leaves alone again. That's a nice delivery. On the rise to Carey's gloves. Holder has started well. He's 6 from 22. He's leaving the right balls. The other thing with Archer, that spell, that passage of play between lunch and tea at Lord's. I mean, fortunate to travel around the world watching a game. That is the most electrifying atmosphere you could ever imagine. I mean, that stoush they were having, Smith taking on Archer, hitting him twice, the crowd's response to it. I mean, it was just thrilling stuff. Whenever Archer had the ball, you had to watch him.
Only fast bowlers can do that. Forget these spinners and all these guys. Only the fast bowlers and the batsmen can do that.
I believe you. Holder's facing up to Hazlewood. One of those big quick bowls. He hits him in front. Big shout for leg before. And up goes Rod Tucker's finger. Holder reviews straight away. But that looked a good shout from where we're watching Ian Bishop.
Yeah, it was slightly fuller
TV umpire to
than previous deliveries and slightly straighter.
Original decision is out and it's a fair delivery. You can go to the front on submission, please.
Third umpire is Kumar Dharmasena for BizCover. Business insurance made easy. So we'll have a look, I suppose, at the Ultra Edge in a moment. But first things first.
Ball is close to the
bat. Getting a replay front on. Bish, what do you reckon? Gut feel.
Yeah, Holder is thinking height. That's the only reason that he went down to Blackwood to ask it. I don't think there's an inside edge, and I think it'll be umpire's call at worst. I think that's adjacent in terms of his line.
You can go to the
Even though
RTS.
Holder's tall, Hazelwood's tall, I have to think
RTS
that
coming up.
at least clipping the deal.
So we're going through.
Can you look and roll, please?
There's a little
once
spike,
more,
but it
please,
won't line
once
up with
more.
the bat, I don't think. They're going to check it multiple times, as is the practice these days for TV umpires.
Yep, I can see spike as the ball past the bat.
So
and
that spike does line
can go to the rod. I can see a spike as the ball past the bat.
Interesting. Didn't look like there was a deviation there.
I recommend you to change your decision. You're on the screen, Rod.
The spike's enough, and Rod Sucker's put his finger up a second time. You might want to go the other way, Rod. Yep, now he's made the not out signal. He originally confirmed his decision, and
that's why we don't have home umpires.
3 for 176 will remain the score. They'll reset. It'll be the end of the over with Holder on 6 and Blackwood on 20. On the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. It's all happening at Perth Stadium. Rod Tucker, they tried to start the next over, tried to continue the over, and then they realised, hang on a minute, we bowled all 6 balls, we've got to rotate around, gives us some more space, Bish.
Did you hear, though? Did you hear what the interaction out there? First of all, when Jason Holder was struck, he went to Blackwood, and before he got to Blackwood, he was motioning the top of his pad, saying, do you think it's high? It's too high, right? And then when the decision came, Pat Cummins said to Rod Tucker, but that didn't line up. There was a gap. And Rod Tucker said, well, that's what I thought. That's why I gave it out. And then Holder turned around and apologized almost to 2 of the Australians, saying, yo, it nothing to do with me. I'm still here. So that's interesting, because I thought there was no inside edge.
And we're seeing the technology played out here. Had there not been an inside edge, it would have been confirmed as out. It was hammering into the leg bail. So
third umpire can get it wrong as well.
Nathan Lyon is going to be brought back into the attack. He has bowled 9 overs, done for 31. His first bowl after lunch.
You're talking about fast bowlers. Pat Cummins had plenty of time. He had 2 years to 2.5 years, maybe 3 years in the wilderness, where they got him right to change his action. But we had a depth of fast bowlers. England don't have that. But the other thing is why this Australian attack is so strong, the pace attack, is because of this man, Nathan Lyon. England don't have a bowler that can continually contain one end and take the pressure off the bowlers out the other end, where they can bowl in short, sharp spells. Yes, Leach does it every now and then, but he's easy to get out, whereas Nathan Lyon's not easy to go after and put the pressure on the captain to say, right, you've got to take him off and go back to your quicks and make them bowl more overs earlier on in the piece.
Well, we did some interviews, I think it might have been earlier this year, with Pat Cummins and members of the bowling attack, and they all say Nathan Lyon says that he's the leader of the pace attack. He confesses that he is the most important man and that he's the leader of the pace attack, much to the chagrin of the other fast bowlers.
Sounds about right. Nathan Lyon, he's certainly, shall we say, grown in confidence over the years as an international cricketer. When he first arrived on the scene, he was kind of scared of his own shadow a little bit. But yeah, these days, he's not afraid to call it as he sees it, and fair enough when you've got 440-odd test wickets. God, that was a nice piece of bowling from Hazelwood to hold it, ultimately given that not out on review. But as you pointed out at the time, Bish hit the seam, fraction fuller. They're the right questions.
Yeah, because Holder had been leaving the ball outside the off stump. It was slightly too short, slightly too wide. So I suppose the bowler worked him across the stumps and then got his length fuller, got his line straighter, but to no avail, to some confusion.
Get all your texts in on 0433 98 11 16 on our social media feed. Tyre Power, your trusted local. Nathan Lyon here away from us. Members end. Bowls here. First ball driven out behind point. No run.
Typical Aussies.
You've got a text in here who believed we were too fervent believing that was out.
Clear
spike.
Sorry, say it again.
I think they were talking about the interaction out in the middle with captain and umpire.
Nathan Lyon bowls 3 catching men in close. Big spin back towards Blackwood, the right-hander. Gets down to it in a nick of time, away into the offside. So they've just shown hotspot on telly and there was no mark on there. So on the basis of RTS, that was enough to overturn that. Remembering that Snicko does gazump hotspot in the hierarchy of technology for the third umpire. Short leg slip on the leg side. Lyon bowls on the front foot. Comes Blackwood pushing out to cover no run.
But it's the same with spin and pace. Hazelwood just set Holder up beautifully, but you're just working the batsman over, just teasing him outside off stump, getting that foot pattern into a certain position and then straightening up for that LBW. Perfect.
Lyon bowls. Blackwood goes back again. Edging past Smith. Threw out the right hand. He was off the back foot. Always hard there. They stick or they don't. 4 runs. Now boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. That sends Blackwood to 24 and the Windies 3 for 180.
This is the difference between Chase and Lyon. Chase doesn't get the overspin that Lyon does, and that overspin gets that extra bounce. And that's what's going to create havoc here for the West Indies if they want to play that back foot cut shot wide of their body.
Just threw this over before drinks. I want to do a bit of myth busting on the text line as well. Another text that came in. Lyon bowls here, flatter, turned into the man at short leg. Some criticism of Jofra at Lords with that Smith interaction, saying that he stood and laughed at Steve Smith. That didn't happen. That was a photograph that was taken about 5 minutes later when Jofra was at the top of his mark, talking to Josh Butler. He went up to Smith before that. Believe me, I was there. Lyon delivers here. Blackwood. Oh, edge short leg nearly. Off the inside edge, Blackwood to Labuschagne. Did it carry? We'll get a look on the replay during the drinks break. They're coming out onto the field. A successful third hour for Australia, getting rid of Brathwaite, bowled for 64, and Nayers bowled for 1 by Cummins and Stark, respectively. They're 3 for 180, 418 runs behind. The drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, and on the other side of it, Gerard Whateley taking over from me.
How do you keep the romance alive in your relationship?
If you want romance in the evening, it starts in the morning with doing the dishes. It goes for the whole day.
The small things again, I think. It's the smile, the handhold, the doing the dishes occasionally means a lot.
It's often the little things that make a relationship better. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about keeping your love alive, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
Imagine the thought of innovation at your fingertips, accelerating with efficiency and power. Imagine a bold, striking design with the comfort and confidence of advanced safety tech. Imagine where you could go in a Hyundai SUV. An SUV range with enough style, tech and performance to turn your imagination into reality. So if you're thinking SUV, think Hyundai SUV. Discover yours at hyundai.com.au.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
He's bowled! The captain gets through and claims the scalp of his opposite number. It's a splendid piece of bowling. Stark bowls, Blackwood edges through the cordon for 4. Between second slip and gully. Heads thrown back. Legitimate edge, flew hard. Stark begins the new over and he's bowled straight through Mayers. The stump's disturbed again. The spearheads have struck. 2 wickets in the first half hour of that session. It has been eventful. Edges flying. Decisions given and overturned by the DRS. The West Indies 3 for 180 at this drinks break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Holder is 6. Blackwood is 24. cricket fans sort of align with German football fans at the moment. Wonder about the curvature of the ball and the interpretation of technology. Was there an inside edge or not when the spike doesn't marry up with when the ball would have been on the bat? Brad Hogg is in position. Damian Fleming joins us. What's your decision, Flem?
I can't believe he didn't walk. What was he doing putting that up there? God, that looked out. And just, it didn't sync up, did it?
No.
There was definitely a snicko. Did we get hot spot?
There was nothing on hot spot.
Snicko overrides it.
Well, yeah,
it does.
That is a source of convenience. Is if there's anything on either of them, I think they tend to
save the batsman.
That. Yeah.
What about the poor bowler who just set him up and finally got one through?
Yeah.
And it's not a pitch you hit the pads much with, is it?
No,
It's a pretty true bounce. And
a couple of decent LBW shouts at all. Hazelwood after the drinks break to Holder, who leaves over the stumps.
But even the snicko was slightly past the bat, not on the bat. But anyway, that's what the third umpire's done. We've got to move on with it and push forward.
I'm not sure German football fans have seen it that way, Hoggy, that you just have to move on from these things. I don't know whether you caught the curvature of the ball at the World Cup last night. So Japan scored a goal where the technology seemed to suggest the ball was entirely over the line. Hazelwood over the wicket bowls and Holder in behind it defending. But was deemed to still be in play, and the technical explanation being given is that the curvature of the balls, which was still in the air, wasn't entirely over the line. So I feel like this is sort of in Richmond footy fan territory, and the arc decision they got in an elimination final. Anyway, so it meant that the goal stood and Germany are out. It's a really interesting study in the intervention of technology in sport, and it's the highest stakes you could imagine. Holder is forward defending Hazelwood to the offside. Of greater consequence, I'm sure, than this LBW in Perth, but still an interesting study in where we find ourselves.
Mitch Scott just showed me the soccer.
What's your decision?
Well, it's the same.
All the balls over all the line.
That's out LBW and the ball was out. The ball was out.
So you've got Holder in the stands and Germany into the knockout phase of the World Cup.
That's why we've got to get rid of technology. Go back to human error.
It's just an interesting study, and you just shift the error in some circumstances. Holder turns this ball to leg side, rolls it to mid-wicket, takes a run. 3 for 181. Bowlology. Gee, we saw 2 ripper deliveries to remove batters in that first hour.
I said we haven't seen many LB shouts. To be able to bowl a batsman on this pitch, a top order batsman, is insane. The Pat Cummins one reminds me, Hoggy, when you start cricket and they say, what are you aiming to do? And the coach goes, you've got to aim every ball to hit the top of off. That was such a feature of that ball, wasn't it? That hit the top of off.
Glorious. For a milestone wicket as well. Hazelwood bowls, Blackwood jams down on a ball that looked like it might have been cannoning in, kept out.
Average of 21, too, for those 200 test wickets. Generally we think if you average below 30 is good, under 25 very good. There's great, mainly fast bowlers averaging 22, 23, but then once you get under 22, it's only Marshall, Garner, Ambrose, Truman, McGrath, and now Pat Cummins.
Blackwood, I think, has broken his bat in that moment, so he's going to need a new one. He's wandered down to the umpire and to his partner just to show the damage that's been done.
Strike rate of 47 too.
Yeah.
It's good. You need that higher strike rate.
Strike rates tell a lot because you've got to get 20 wickets. So the better strike rates, you're running through the opposition quicker.
Well, Dale Steyn, he had the best strike rate there for a long period of time, around the 40s.
I think him, Wacko Eunice, Shane Bond. I think even Ryan Harris might have a really low strike rate.
Just a brief break in play here. Do you need a break? Head to Mildura next long weekend as Blackwood has got a new bat. best strike rates. Bowman of England, 34.1. That's back in the 1800s. Oliver, South Africa, 35.3. Olivier, I beg your pardon. Ferris, Australia, England. I quite like that. In the early 1800s, 37.7. Hazelwood bowls. Blackwood struck. Just couldn't get out of the way. Ended up with the bat in front of his body. Eyes turned to the keeper. Survives. Lucky on a whole lot of fronts. End of the over. 3 for 181.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The Adelaide 500 is back, and proud South Australian motorsport guru Richard Crail gave us his thoughts on Tailem Bend.
And anyone who knows South Australians knows that Adelaide's a 20-minute city, and if you're any further than 20 minutes out, you're in the country and it's hard work. So the bend is hard to get people to. It's a bit like Winton is to Melbourne.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. The West Indies 3 for 181. Holder 7, Blackwood 24. Nathan Lyons just manipulating the field around. He'll have a slipper leg, slipper short leg, a deep backward square, a straight mid wicket, a long on, mid off, extra cover and backward points as he begins his fresh over to Holder, who's leaning forward with everything behind us. Brett texts through. My 7-year-old son is shadow batting in the lounge in his Jason Holder outfit. Please give him a shout out. Why would you come to have a Jason Holder outfit as a 7-year-old, Brett? We need a little more detail than that. And he's forward and running the ball past Smith at slip. Lyon heads out of backward point. It's heads out of backward point to do the fielding, and they take a couple. All of your interaction for Tyre Power, your trusted local.
Children are very current, aren't they? Just to watch a couple of balls, they like some characteristic of a player, and that's their favourite player.
3 for 183. So your 7-year-old's akin with the fellows in the Langer stand. Inside out drive from Holder is a lovely stroke all the way across the turf at cover for 4. That was nice. A boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. So he's captured the heart of the separatists, 7-year-olds, and everyone who likes a good cover drive.
We love a cover drive, don't we? It's a feature shot. Also, very unique batting styles here, isn't it, for Nathan Lyon? That would have been a really good ball to the shorter Blackwood, but with Holder with those longer levers, he was able to reach it quite safely and smash it through the covers for 4.
3 for 187. The drive is this time placed to mid-off where Cummins fields no run.
This is where your working batting partnerships, you use that height to advantage and put pressure on Nathan Lyon, but also the captain, Pat Cummins. So if you can...
Lyon skips in without hesitation. Bowls to Holder, who's quickly past the outside edge.
If you can get on top of Lyon, score quickly against him, all of a sudden Pat Cummins has got to go back to his fast bowlers.
How good was that, though? Cover drive for 4, off drive. This one a bit shorter. Looks like more overspin. Wow, that was close to a dismissal.
Holder just takes an extra moment or two. Lyons over the wicket to him, and Holder's defending the ball. That's very nice. Great counter from Lyon at the end of the over. 3 for 187 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. Brett has followed up 0433 98 11 16 for Tyre Power, your trusted local. Jason Holder is his favourite player, so he got his cricket whites with Holder on the shirt with number 98. The diminutive Blackwood is on strike. Hazelwood at the start of the fresh over bowls to him. Blackwood jags down on the ball to the leg side, no run.
You forget current or modern innovation numbers on the back.
Yeah.
We didn't have that as kids, did we? Didn't have names in the one-dayers on the shirts.
The world didn't end when we put them on the test shirts. I was convinced that was going to be the death of cricket as we knew it. All it means is you can glance down from the box and know who everyone is.
It does help, I tell you, when you're commentating.
It helps as any sort of spectator. Hazlewood bowls, Blackwood defends to middle.
Particularly in your role, Gerard, chasing in the field, and particularly if they're very similar looking players.
I think the idea of being able to come to the cricket, sit in the stands and know who everybody is at any given moment is a really sound motion, rather than having all these anonymous players wandering around.
And buying that numbered shirt.
Yeah. I don't think there's enough of that, actually. I think that's still the gap in the merchandise. And on the theme of loving the cricket team, Hazlewood bowls, bouncer, edge flies, Green can't get there on the full. Oh, Blackwood's in strife against the short ball. It bobbed up. Green out of the gully. Quick strides. Couldn't reach it.
Geez, he gave himself a chance. Oh, there wouldn't be many players able to actually get close to taking that on the half volley. He's so athletic, Cam Green.
Yep.
Long levers, really well-timed dive. But, yeah, Blackwood is getting shaken up by the short ball. And it's not easy actually getting the right length to make a shorter batsman uncomfortable with the short ball, because you've got to bowl it fuller than your normal bouncer length. But he's got it right here, Hazlewood.
Will he go with the short ball again? He bowls. Blackwood pitched up on the pads and got whipped away as a result. Forward of square. They have a couple as Head arrives, and 2 will be registered. Blackwood goes to 26. It's 3 for 189.
You want to put them away.
Yeah, the idea of selling the shirts with the number and the name on the back.
Do you think that doesn't happen?
No. You can buy the shirt here, but they're just the plain shirt or the plain cream shirt.
Increased sales of 1,000%. Yeah, I'm just guessing that if you could have the name and the number on a white shirt.
Hazlewood is shaking Blackwood up right at the body.
Wow.
Fends at the ball, knocks it down. As Hazlewood's just got to get it in the right spot here, and he'll pick this wicket up.
Yeah, he might have to bat pad in.
Yep.
Get the bat pad in.
I had a Maxi Walker T-shirt when I was really young. Blue Maxi Walker T-shirt. God, I love that.
What a legend. Yeah. What a legend. Yeah, I had a Dennis Silly one. But I even, once again, I'm a couple of years older than you. Just that World Series cricket merchandise. Jeez, just loved it.
So the bat pad does come in as Damian Fleming forecasts. Square leg just pushes a little deeper. Blackwood is really uncomfortable with anything coming at the body and the head. There's no condemnation in that. He just holds Hazlewood up for a moment. He's pretty eager to get in and at him. Hazlewood is on his way in. Blackwood sways out of the way. It passes chest height with a good deal of menace behind it. Great over. 3 for 189 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Nathan Lyon is in operation from the members end. Holder is on 13. He has the strike and he's bringing all forward to defend the ball to cover. No run. In this session, 2 wickets have fallen. Brathwaite bowled, Cummins for 64. Mayers bowled, Stark for 1.
Hi guys. I'd like to see cover a bit straighter and in.
Yep. Lyon over the wicket, bowls. Holder advances, drives down to long on. Stark fields 1 taken.
Yeah, I think I want him to drive on the up with a vertical bat. It's sort of in a position where I'd have a cover for a fast bowler. I think he's in the middle of nowhere.
Yep.
Come on, boys. 4-5-8.
I reckon Gaz is going to try and get him at least slippy.
Okay. Marcus Harris is the fielder at cover. Line bowls. Blackwood back covers the stumps. Carey and Harris converge. No run.
Get him reaching for the ball like that, outside off stump, then fire a top spinner. Just down leg.
Warner would be in the action if that happens. Line to Blackwood. He's outside the off stump. Runs it to backward point. No run.
Well bowled.
Anti-authoritarianism going on somewhere in the stadium. Pick the source of it. Reverberate around. Blackwood's on 26 line bowls to him. Stands up on the straight ball. Knocks it away. Green, lovely piece of fielding. Close in and straight to the wicket. Through to the stumps. It was all for the crowd. What a reach down on the left-hand side, out the back of the hand, indoor cricket style. Holder was in his ground, but it all looks terrific. Blackwood around the corner, brings Green into play again at mid-wickets. Just the one from the over. 3 for 190. Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
How do you keep the romance alive in your relationship?
If you want romance in the evening, it starts in the morning with doing the dishes. It goes for the whole day.
The small things again, I think. It's the smile, the handhold, the doing the dishes occasionally means a lot.
It's often the little things that make a relationship better. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about keeping your love alive, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. This is for you, Flem. Jim has sent through. I'm very partial to the button-down business-style cricket uniform. Monogram and rolled sleeves a la Richard Hadley says, this bowler means business. Yeah. Hazelwood means business. He's got the taller man on strike at the start of the over. Holder faces up to Hazelwood. He ducks the bouncer.
So Richard was just so efficient in his bowling, his economy, his line and length, but in the way he dressed, wasn't he?
Yep.
They were rolled meticulously, weren't they?
Yeah.
He's a great man to talk to. That's one of the great things, still being able to commentate, travel the world, and meet up with your idols at times, and they don't disappoint. He was such a good bowler.
Hazelwood rushes in. He bowls to Holder, who leaves over the off stump.
And a good storyteller, and doesn't mind, pumping himself up to a degree.
Nice.
But I'd be disappointed if he didn't.
Give us the good stuff.
But he didn't waste a step, did he? I mean, when we would have first saw him, he had that little skip off his long run, to get himself going. So even that was a bit iconic. But when he shortened that run up, particularly when he was playing county cricket, there was not, biomechanically, he was beautiful.
Hazelwood's in flow. He bowls. Holder keeps the hands down. A short ball which doesn't quite carry to Carey on the way through.
Yeah, Hazelwood not happy with that one. Even with 215 wickets at about 25, he's the underrated bowler in this attack, isn't he? He doesn't do a lot of the PR or promotional stuff, and you think he's just happy to. He just wants to bowl hard and bowl Australia to victories.
He's trying to get his second wicket here. He bowls wrapped, Holder in front. Wasn't interested in himself. He's signalling down leg. Cordon was up, short leg was up. Hazelwood was waving away.
It's a good. I'm telling you, on this pitch, to be able to hit the pads means you're bowling. Well, obviously you're bowling straight, but you're doing something to deceive the batsman. That may have been, and it's not. If it was, it's just snuck into his armoury an in-swinger.
Ooh. We can always learn something new. Hazelwood bowls, Holder forward defending, keeping him out.
Trent Copeland spoke to Mitchell Starc in the morning. It was a really great chat. And Mitchell was talking about what he's trying to do, you know, his cues, standing tall, wrist behind the ball. But Hazelwood and Cummins have been using the scramble seam for a few years, so Mitchell Starc probably only picked it up in the last 18 months. But what I like is established players trying to improve, upskill, give themselves more options.
Last ball of the over. Holder plays out a maiden as he drops the hands. A ball that passes up over the stumps. He protects Blackwood from the strike. A maiden over for Hazelwood. 3 for 190 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for freethinkers.
As the supportive parent of a teen, there are times when you must decide yay or nay. Venturing into their stinky bedroom to open a window? Yay. Tasting the roast chicken they cooked, medium rare? Yay. Letting your underage teen try alcohol at home? Nay. 87% of parents aren't giving their teens alcohol. Drinkwise wants you to know it's okay to say nay. Go to drinkwise.org.au for more info.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. We're past the halfway mark of the test and we've still only seen 7 wickets. It sort of feels like it's happening, but the West Indies are 3 for 190. Blackwood faces up to Lyon and he's got it all intact in defence.
It does feel that way, but no, they're really putting full value on their wickets, aren't they? Like, you wouldn't say that Blackwood and Holder are... it hasn't been a free-flowing partnership.
Iron bowls and Blackwood turns around the corner. He got it safely to turf, rolls it down to fine leg and takes a single. Like even the wickets in the match, Fleming. So Warner played on from a wide one and Head played on trying the late cut. Khawaja was genuine nick through to the keeper and Labuschagne was a strange nick through to the keeper off a part-time spinner. Then Chanderpaul, lovely piece of bowling from Hazelwood, drew the edge, through to first slip. Holder is back and beaten. They're asking for it behind the stumps. Lyon knew that he hadn't feathered it. So Warner snaffled that catch. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. And then we've had 2 clean bowls. We've had 2 good LBW shouts, one given and overturned and one not given, which was umpire's call. Could have gone either way. Holder's reverse sweeping. He chips it away into the deep down near his fan club. Smith heads off after it. He will flick it back into the field of play and they'll come for 3.
Standing ovation down there.
Yeah, they loved it.
Delirious.
Loved it. Went early.
Great shot.
Bit of chip it up in the air.
And you shouldn't be surprised with all the 3 formats they play, but it's always surprising seeing a big, tall man play it, I reckon.
Yeah.
You think he's going to hit straight down in the V. Lovely shot.
3 for 194. Bit of setting of the field happening for Blackwood. Slip, leg slip, short leg. Short fine leg and a backward square maybe and a deep square as well as a long on. Blackwood stays in his crease, clips from his toes, picks out green at straight mid-wicket. No run.
Just a bit full there for Nathan Lyon.
He's about to complete his 13th over, none for 46. Blackwood to see the last of it and he's defending and keeping Lyon out. 3 for 194, Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for freethinkers.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
Cam Green introduced back into the attack.
They're appreciative here in Perth to see the local lad. He was really energetic with his 4 overs earlier on, and he struck Bonner in the helmet, which eventually forced him to retire hurt. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
Yeah, and I think we've got an indicator on his workloads throughout Test matches. No more than 4 over spells and no more than 3 in one day.
Yep, it feels that way, doesn't it?
He didn't waste too many deliveries, though.
He knows he's on the clock. He's auditioning in 4 over spells for the IPL. He's coming in from the Langer stand ends. Cam Green, the local hero. He's bowling to Jason Holder, who plays him away to mid-on firmly. Can't get a run.
And I like that from Green. Did you see how far down his follow-through was? It was almost about 3/4 of the way down the wicket. And this has been part of the rebuild. He's straightening him up, making sure his shoulders and hips are as aligned as possible, and making sure that all body parts are going towards his target, which is generally off stump.
Green bowls to Holder, who sways out of the short one. Marcus Harris is still on the field as the sub. He's at mid-on. Just trying to pick who it is that's off. Kawaja's at gully. Carey's the keeper. Cummins is there at mid-off. Warner is at first slip. Smith's alongside him. Labashade. It's Labashade at the moment. It's there at cover. Holder drives stylishly. The on drive. That's 4. Right down to the delirious fans in the Langer stands. Sweetly struck. 3 for 198. Holder's 21.
Yeah, good shot. I mean, you'd want to put it away, though, a half volley on middle and leg. So, for Cameron Green, I'd like him to bowl full, but I'd be getting the ball just outside off stump.
Loto flex boundary by Blunston. Green on the follow-up. Holder leans forward and defends.
That's pretty good. Pretty good cricket, actually. It's hit the bat hard, but Holder in a really good position to defend that ball. West Indies, real resilience, isn't it? Like, this has been a tough partnership. Australia are throwing everything at Holder and Blackwood, and they're standing up.
It's Hazelwood who's off the field at the moment. The square leg goes back into the deep. Green bowls, Holders, drives. He strokes it into the offside.
What's that?
Past Marnus at extra cover, who's just silly as it went in, really. It's fielded by Cummins with a minimum of fuss.
He's having a laugh too. Tripped himself over.
Who's your player of the day thus far, Flem? Thanks to Bingley. So we've had a wicket for Hazelwood, Cummins and Stark. We've had Brathwaite go from 18 to 64 and go out. Holder. Oh, he got hit in the helmet as he just couldn't get out of the way. It ricochets down to fine leg for 4. And he's going to need a little bit of care. So for the second time today, Cam Green has struck one of the West Indian batters. He seems utterly unperturbed by it, but the medical staff have come on. And yeah, there'll just be a delay in play. That is the end of the over. 3 for 202. The Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers as Colo comes in.
Which oil has been trusted for over 150 years? Home mechanics who change their own oil, they know. Professionals who service their own car at home, they know. Car lovers who want the best for their pride and joy, they know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. The Windies 3 for 202 after the 4 leg byes added from the final ball, which came off Jason Holder's lid. glancing blow, but they do have to go through the formal concussion process. Adam Collins with you. Damian Fleming stays with me. Bharat Sundaresan joins us in the other expert chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. You're the badged umpire in our commentary team. I've always wondered about ducking. Does ducking constitute evasive action? Well, clearly it does, but, I mean, talk us through that.
I mean, when you talk about evasive action, you're talking about the batter getting out of harm's way. Basically trying to make sure that he isn't, or he or she isn't, in any physical danger. And if you see a replay of that one, Jason Holder ducks, yes, but then tries to get away from it because the ball is very close to his head. That's where the evasive action aspect of it comes in, and that's why it's given us leg buys and not dead ball.
And I suppose by contrast, if you're letting the ball go conventionally, I suppose there's that small distinction there. Is you're just trying to let it go through another way.
You're not attempting to play a shot.
Yeah. Anyway, that takes them to a deficit of 396, so still a long way away from the follow-on mark. Not that that'll be a factor, given that Australia have bowled 70 overs already. However, the slight difference to how it was before the World Test Championship is that there is a big incentive to win, and the way they've now structured that competition, you don't want to be drawing tests, and we can explain why as we go through.
Very good.
So Nathan Lyon's going to continue around the wicket. He's bowled 13 overs. None for 46. Bowls here. Going back and pulling through the onside is Blackwood. Moves to 28 with that single. 3 for 203. So at the moment, Flem, Australia look like they're in a pretty good spot for the World Test Championship.
I feel reasonably comfortable.
But they've only played 10 Test matches, so they still need to keep winning. Otherwise, they might be in a situation in India in February and March where they might be playing a bit of catch-up. It's like a tight margins thing, like it was in, 2020, 2021 when India were out. That loss at Brisbane changed everything on one Test match. Lyon bowls here. This time the holder on 21, forward in defence, goes out towards point. For a moment, Blackwood wants a single, but he's sent back by the former captain. So it's done on percentage this time around. Australia are at 70%. So 70% of the available points. You get 12 points for a win and only 4 points for a draw. So by drawing, if Australia didn't win here, that 70 would go down, even though they haven't lost, if that makes sense. Nathan Lyon has got 2 slips and a short leg. Bowls here to Holder, carving across the line, over deep mid-wicket and into the crowd at Sales. Have that. Holder up to 27. His cheer squad are going bananas behind him in the Justin Langer stand. The West Indies 3 for 209.
I believe Holder only got 60% of that. So seeing how far that went at 60%, can he hit it out of the stadium?
Into the river. It's just headed in
I think he can. He'd need a lot of elevation. He didn't get that at all.
So Lyon to Holder, hitting with the spin. Will he do it again? He will not. He'll come forward and defend. We used to see the occasional ball go out of the stadium at the Wacker, didn't we? Mark Waugh put one on the roof of the Lily Marsh.
Remember when Aiden Blizzard in a T20 game hit one into the nets? Massive hit.
Lyon here to Holder. He's gone big once already in the over. Goes back and rides the bounce down into the offside. No run. Stays at 3 for 209. 1 ball left.
Well, Matt, I have a question for you. I'll keep it for the next over about cricketers having visions and those visions coming to life. It is about Jason Holder, so hopefully he survives this ball and is around in the next over for us to talk about it.
So change to the field. An extra man going back on the leg side. So a deep backwards square, a mid-wicket on the rope and a long on. Line round the wicket to Holder on 27. Delivers here, Holder. Gets, caught round the corner at short leg. Make that leg slip. David Warner moving to his left low. And they get Holder with the final ball of the over, out for 27. 4 for 209. And just when Holder looked like he was going to be a threat, he's caught in the leg side trap. Bharat Sundaresan.
I know. What about my Holder story now? Jason, what have you done, Jason? Yeah, I mean, he would be really disappointed with the nature of that dismissal. He's batting so well. I just hit that 6. But again, Nathan Lyon gets wickets like that. Just that little bit of extra bounce. Flem.
Angles, cramping, well bowled.
And a great response. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Quite the snaffle there from David Warner. We'll take a break. on SEN Test Cricket. On the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers. The Windies are 4 for 209.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
So a bit of a development here. We heard from the Windies camp that Bonner hadn't been ruled out, but Shamar Brooks is walking out, which would suggest that he's been turned into the concussion sub.
Yes.
Now that's a decision that's been taken in the last few minutes, because until we got an update from the Windies 10 minutes ago saying Bonner wasn't ruled out of the game. So it's moving quickly. Brooks, the new man in, Nathan Lyon in the book. It'll be Cameron Green from the Justin Langer stand end, and we've got about 20 minutes until tea.
Yeah, I wonder if that Jason Holder wicket had anything to do with, or the wickets that have fallen in this session. The way the Windies started the session, maybe they thought they could drag this innings late into tonight, or maybe even tomorrow morning, and then have another look at Bonner, but clearly they found the most like-for-like replacement in Shamar Brooks.
So Blackwood's on strike. Green to him here, starts full and straight and defended. So much responsibility now on the shoulders of the vice-captain with the concussion sub. Brooks coming out to join him, and, well, Brooks's place in the touring party, Bharat, was a point of controversy on the basis that he'd made really no runs at domestic level, having been dropped for the Bangladesh series, missed out against England earlier this year.
Just a no ball there too.
Called upstairs by Kumar Dharmasena.
Yeah, another one of those interesting West Indian cricketers. Came into the side a couple of years ago as a pure test specialist. Suddenly went away, became a T20 batter.
Blackwood's on 28 facing Green, bouncer gets underneath it.
And made his way into the T20 World Cup squad. Didn't play a game. A couple of good seasons, or one good season in the CPL, and he goes from being a test specialist to a T20 World Cup player. And he's known around the region to have one of the more solid techniques in domestic cricket. Former West Indian opener, you might have played against him. Philo Wallace has had a lot to do with Shamar Brooks.
He obviously doesn't bat like
Not really.
Used to slog him.
Green here to Blackwood in the block hole, catches the call, spooned out towards mid-on the bounce. Ends up with Josh Hazlewood, no run. But a miscue there from Blackwood. Stays on 28, 4 for 209. Yes, Shamar Brooks, average of 25, 11 test matches, the 34-year-old from Barbados. Made his debut against India back in 2019, so it took a long time to get a chance, but a long time ago he led that Windies 19 side, the Windies A team, so he's thought of as a bit of a leader, but never really cracked the code against the red ball. I'll need him here, though. In at number 6 is the concussion sub. Green bowls to Blackwood. Round the corner he goes again, out towards square leg, no run.
So even though we have lost Jason Holder, Flem, I want to know, so I'd interviewed him before this test match, and he spoke about how he reached a point towards the end of 2018, rehabbing in England, almost reached a point where he wanted to give up on West Indies cricket. Then apparently he saw a vision when he was on the treadmill, where he's suddenly at the Kensington Oval raising his bat. 3-4 months later, he is at the Kensington Oval.
Green up to the crease, bowls here. Oh, short leg nearly in play, back of a length, tried to ride the bounce. Came off the shoulder of the blade, but didn't quite reach Labuschagne.
There he's raising his bat, making 100, and then went on to make a double 100 against England. And I said, what did it feel like? He said, I was scared, man. I thought I preempted this. How did this happen? Yeah. It was surreal. I wanted to know if you have ever had any visions during your cricket career that came good, or...
Have to leave that with me, I think.
Green bowls to Blackwood. Again tries to ride the bounce. Again, it's awkward. Wow. Somehow it gets to shovel it down to Mitchell Stark at fine leg. But as it's been with Green throughout in his 2 short spells, he is hostile today from that Justin Langer stand end. It's 4 for 211.
And has Holder had any experience since that? Like preempting? Has he or not?
That was The one-off. And it's kept him back in West Indies cricket. I was also setting him up for some Black Sabbath there. So it's like Black Sabbath by Black Sabbath. If you think about it, it is about vision. The original Black Sabbath song.
I can't see Jace listening to Black Sabbath.
You'll be interested in the kind of music they were listening to at a training. I was very disappointed.
What sort of stuff?
We might have to come back to this. Last ball of Green's over. In at Brooks. His first ball. Not. Big thick sound. Must have been bat on pad through to the gloves of Carey. End of a fierce over from Green. He's got none for 15 off 6 overs. The Windies 4 for 211 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers.
How do you keep the romance alive in your relationship?
If you want romance in the evening, it starts in the morning with doing the dishes. It goes for the whole day.
The small things again, I think. It's the smile, the handhold, the doing the dishes occasionally means a lot.
It's often the little things that make a relationship better. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about keeping your love alive, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
SEN Test Cricket for Hosts Plus, that's a plus. 3 wickets to fall in the session. The most recent of those, Jason Holder, caught around the corner by David Warner from the bowling of Nathan Lyon. He's in operation again. Round the wicket to Brooks, yet to score. Bowls here, gets well forward. Defends into the onside. My apologies, Blackwood's on strike. We're got an inconsistency between the scoreboard and our screen, but that's okay. Lyon, 1 for 53 from his 14.1 overs. Bouncing to the crease. Familiar approach. Members end. Bowls here. Blackwood goes back and defends out towards the wicket. We've said goodbye to Damian Fleming. It's you and me, Bharat, through to tea.
Yeah. So just to carry forward the music that the West Indians were listening to during training. Mariah Carey, Celine Dion.
All right. That time of year for Mariah Carey. Here is Lyon. Into Blackwood. Turns it just beyond David Warner at leg slip. Gets a single. Usman Khawaja with the throw. Blackwood into the 30s, 4 for 212, halfway through over number 73.
Dear friend Philip Spooner, he's been the India manager side for a long time, blamed it on Raymond Griffith, the fielding coach, also assistant coach of Guyana. And you should have seen him walk out, Raymond Griffith, with the big transistor. I thought he was going to play something more heavier, I would say. He had that swagger as he walked in, and then Whitney Houston kicked us off.
So Nathan Lyon's going to change angle for Brooks. Yet to bowl to him. Over the wicket, slip leg, slip short leg. Delivers here, looks well forward. That was Nathan Lyon's 439th Test wicket, by the way. Pulling level in equal 9th all-time with Dale Steyn. Ravichandran Ashwin, you're next.
I know. What a battle that's going to be. He's talked it up even when we were in Sri Lanka.
It's been kind of cat and mouse the last couple of years. The two great finger spinners, right? Nathan Lyon again into Brooks, who rides the bounce, pushing into the onside. No run. Marnus flicks the ball onto the stumps, and David Warner doesn't like it. Oh, Marnus.
That's not far away, that.
I'll make him hear that. Steve Smith standing up for Marnus for a change. Generally, they all gang up on poor Marnus.
A couple Centurions. Brothers in arms. Lyon bowls last ball of the over. Swept to deep backward square by Brooks, who's off the mark with that single. Retains the strike. 4 for 213, the West Indies. They trail by 385. On the Liberty scoreboard, Liberty loans for free thinkers.
How do you keep the romance alive in your relationship?
If you want romance in the evening, it starts in the morning with doing the dishes. It goes for the whole day.
The small things again, I think. It's the smile, the handhold, the doing the dishes occasionally means a lot.
It's often the little things that make a relationship better. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about keeping your love alive, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
They should get 4 overs in between now and tea. Our apparel partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Got to get you in some of this, Brad.
Yeah, about time.
Here's Cameron Green. Langer end bowls here. Clipping stylishly is Shamar Brooks. Out towards the square leg rope. It will reach it. Just trickling into it now. Our boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston. He's 5. The Windies 4 for 217.
Very stylish from Shamar Brooks. He comes from the region of St. James in Barbados, very popular holiday destination called Holders Hill. West Indian cricketers from the 80s did come from that region, Adam.
And as the concussion sub, he's facing Green, who bowls here, bouncer. There's been a lot of those bouncers, and you can hear from Marnus, whoa, periscope, whoa, periscope. Maybe one day it might hit on the way through and bring Marnus into play at short leg. Not to be here. No ball called retrospectively by Kumar Dharmasena, who's been busy through this middle session. Yeah, 12 minutes from the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer.
He left his bat up. Marnus wasn't lying when he shouted out periscope. The head went down, the bat stayed up.
He is a big target, Marnus, to be fair. So Green to go again. Up to the crease. Bowls to Brooks, who defends out towards Nathan Lyon off the back foot. Lyon's at backward point, no run.
So it includes a list of cricketers come from Holders Hill. Claremont de Pisa, Franklin Stevenson, Albert Padmore, the great Desmond Haynes, who is at the ground, now a selector, former batting coach. Philo Wallace, spoke about Adrian Griffith, opened with Sherwin Campbell. Courtney Brown was the answer to one of our questions recently.
It's Green here, building up ahead of steam. Bowls to Brooks, who defends off the front pad out towards mid-on, no run.
Shama Brooks had this beautiful title to him in Barbados when he was growing up. The boy who was born to bat. It's tough to live up to.
It's like that Ricky Ponting jumper that was him as a kid saying, future Test captain. And so it proved to be for the great Tasmanian. Hitting run scorer today, Craig Brathwaite, who made 64. That's for Victoria Police, made for more. Green up to Brooks, got a short leg, clipping over the top of deep backward square. One bounce over the rope. So Mitchell Stark was prowling in that direction, but too much work to do. Brooks' second boundary. He's 9 our boundaries for Rotaflex by Blunston. Stability meets the freedom to move. The Windies fall for 2-2-2.
Yeah, once again, what a flair with that shot. Very wristy from Shama Brooks. Saw him hit one towards the deep backward square leg boundary. Not an easy shot to play.
Well, it prompts the change in field as well. Travis Head drops back 2 deep backward square to roughly where the ball went. Green in the scrap here. Bowls to Brooks, who takes him off the shoulder of the bat down to short leg on the bounce to Labuschagne. Didn't like that at all. Only 138 kilometres an hour, but it's the steepling bounce.
There's been a lot of nostalgia talk all around Australia and in our box as well, Adam, in the last few days. Just the body blows that the West Indies have copped.
Actually pinged him on the glove rather than the shoulder. I thought it sounded woody, but yeah, that wouldn't have tickled. Brooks out there for 10 eventful deliveries so far as the concussion sub. What a turn of events his day's taken. Green bowls to him here. Down again towards Labuschagne, this time off the face of the bat. Landing just in front of the Queenslander, who's well and truly in the game. The Windies 4 for 222. At the end of the over on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for freethinkers.
How do you keep the romance alive in your relationship?
If you want romance in the evening, it starts in the morning with doing the dishes. It goes for the whole day.
The small things again, I think. It's the smile, the handhold, the doing the dishes occasionally means a lot.
It's often the little things that make a relationship better. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about keeping your love alive, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
Your mate Marnus has talked himself into a bowl, Bharat, just before tea. 2 overs to go. He'll get his first opportunity with the ball of the series. And why wouldn't you give that man a go after the way he batted over the first couple of days of the series? He's taken 1 test wicket this year. I think from memory that was at Karachi, if I recall correctly. Bowling his little medium paces there.
That's true. Things are about to get a lot noisier.
So for Labuschagne and his leggies, they'll have a deep square leg. They'll have a long on, long off, deepish point. So they're bowling at Blackwood on 30. Spinning the ball from hand to hand. That coverage for Host Plus, that's a plus. Labuschagne to the crease, bowls here, flat to start. Down the leg side, tickled away by Blackwood. Down towards the fine leg rope, it will reach it. So the runs are flowing at the moment for the West Indies. 3 boundaries in the last 3 overs. Blackwood up to 34. The Windies 4 for 226.
And no reaction from Marnus.
Make that 227. He's overstepped. Can't do that when you're a leg spinner.
Massively as well. you see a signal from the umpire?
Yes, just saw it after the fact. So no ball for to start. Labuschagne here, that's much better. Well pitched, defended out to the onside, quickly around the grounds. England 9 for 651, so they've had the good times roll this morning. Going around the grounds for Laurenix cleaning. Google Laurenix cleaning today. One catcher, a slip. Labuschagne bowls and Blackwood comes forward to defend. Out into the offside. I think Labuschagne was under-bowled in Asia through the Pakistan-Sri Lanka series.
Nice money, a couple of times.
No short leg, no leg slip for Labuschagne, who bowls here. Blackwood plays defensively from the crease out to green at mid-wicket.
A really good fixture, man.
Especially in Karachi, where Australia was so desperate for that win. You'll remember Pat Cummins gave him the penultimate over, and that was the most happening over.
Labuschagne bowls, full toss, and just patted back to the Queenslander, who collects it and pings it at Alex Carey right over the top of the bails. Always athletic. Blackwood missing out there. Shin high full toss. The old Blackwood would have tried to pop it out at deep mid-wicket, not to be. Labuschagne again. Blackwood goes back in defence. He's faced 90 deliveries for his 34 so far. We'll get one more look at Labuschagne in this over. They might get 2 more in before tea if they hurry here, Australia. 3 wickets in the session for them so far. Labuschagne to finish his first over, and again he brings Blackwood forward. Good batting, just the boundary and the no ball from the over. 4 for 227 on the Liberty scoreboard. Liberty loans for free thinkers. So Nathan Lyon's being spun around to the Langer end for 1 over before tea. He's got 1 wicket in the session. So was Cummins and Hazelwood. They've been the leading wicket takers for Valvoline, which oil has always pushed the boundaries. You know Valvoline, the original engine oil.
And they would like to sneak in another wicket. It's been their session so far. And one thing we've seen with Brooks already is ready to play a few shots.
Must be such a weird experience. One that Labuschagne, of course, can share his memories of at Lords in 2019. That's Warner at leg slip getting involved. Slip, leg slip, short leg. Brooks on strike to Lyon. Start of a new spell. Goes back to defend. Smith jumps to his right at slip to knock it down and deny a single. I mean, he would have woke up this morning and thought, well, not going particularly well for the side, but I won't have a few drinks. We'll bat all day, all good, but here he is, right in the middle of the battle. Brooks on 9, the concussion sub, facing Lyon, forward in defence. Competent, nice high front elbow.
Yeah, I mean, these days, you ask everyone to stay prepared, but it still can't be the same. Once the test match starts, like you said, Adam, it has to be very difficult for you to always stay alert and expect an opportunity to walk in.
Long on and a deep backward square, back on the rope. Fraction shorter from line.
Is that you?
Extra bounce to Brooks. Plays with his soft hands into the onside. Labuschagne does the fielding at short leg. 3 balls until, well, they'll go around again for another over because Lyon's racing through here. 3 minutes until the scheduled tea break. 3 o'clock local time. Lyon bowls wider of the crease and forward comes Brooks defending out to backward point. Good batting.
Yeah, the first 100 he scored for the West Indies did come in the subcontinent against Afghanistan. Afghanistan still played their home test matches in India.
Windies trail by 371. Lyon bowls here. Brooks forward.
Nice ball.
Shoulder of the bat down to Travis Head, who's under the lid at short leg.
Extra bounce for Nathan Lyon.
Good over so far. He might like this change of ends.
Guys.
The wind blowing from the offside to the onside. Delivers here. Last ball of it. Flat. Turned round the corner. Just into the mid-wicket region and through. throw comes in. Crowd were interested, but he was comfortably into his ground. Brooks, who will retain the strike. 76 overs gone. The Windies 4 for 228. There'll be one more over until tea.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Windies lost 3 wickets in the session so far. Labuschagne trying to make it 4. Bowls to Brooks, cutting off the back foot, down to backward point, no run. They lost wickets at 159, 166 and 209. Brathwaite, Mayers and Holder respectively. Labuschagne bouncing away from us. Bowls here. Tickle down towards fine leg by Brooks off the front pad. Down towards the rope. Warner in hot pursuit. Dives and keeps it in. Athleticism from the veteran, fielding with a baggy green on top of his wide-brimmed hat, as is the modern custom post-COVID. They move to 4 for 234. Just waiting for the board to tick over. Brooks 13. I'm pretty sure Labuschagne can give his baggy green to the umpire these days. I don't think he...
You can, it's back.
But yet Warner still likes wearing the baggy greens on his head. Can't get enough, as ever. Labuschagne bowls and Blackwood gets forward and takes the easiest of singles down to Usman Khawaja beneath us at long off. He's 35. The Windies 4 for 233.
Manas was really taken with what I was wearing on day one. Adam, he was offering me his bright blue shoes. He said it'll go well with the kit.
Labuschagne bowls. It's flatter and clipped by Brooks to deep backward square. They might get to the angles right. They do. So he'll be 15, 4 for 235. The player of the session, that'll be Pat Cummins, who brought up his 200th Test wicket, his 44th Test. That's thanks to Bing Lee. And all the numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Labuschagne, 2 balls left in the session, delivers here. Brooks back, cutting. Gets the angle right again at the deep backward point. And for the second time in a row, they'll have enough time to rotate for a couple of runs. He started well, 17 for 21, 4 for 236 or 7. We've got a discrepancy with the board and the TV. We'll go with 6.
It's very good. He's been ready all his life for this
Last
innings.
ball of the session. Brooks facing Labuschagne and driving comfortably down to long off. So he'll be on strike at the start of the final session of the day, waiting for the bails to be knocked off. Labuschagne's 2 overs have had 14 runs taken from them. 4 for 237 to score for the West Indies, with Blackwood, the vice-captain, batting through the session. He's 35 from 92 balls. He's got Shamar Brooks for company. The concussion sub is up to 18 from 22. The wickets in the session. Brathwaite was bowled by Cummins, an absolute beauty, just like it was with Joe Root at Manchester a few years ago. He's castled for 64. Kyle Mayers was bowled by Stark for 1. He was nowhere near it. And then Jason Holder caught it leg slip. David Warner sharp to his left, low from the bowling of Nathan Lyon for 27. At that stage, the Windies were 4 for 209. They've made it to 4 for 237 at the short break. And the Windies continue
well this morning without much reward, so we've got to
take the interview down the ground with Pat Cummins.
A couple overs.
Speaking of reward, how rewarding to get the Windies skipper as your 200th Test scout?
Yeah, no, happy with that one. Yeah, he batted nicely. Yeah, as I said, I felt like we were in it all morning, but yeah, got the rewards then.
Enjoy the tea break.
Thank you.
There's the captain, Pat Cummins, thanks to Fox Cricket. He now has his 200th wicket. He had to wait a while. We spent the entire week at Worrell talking about it. Didn't quite come to pass, but back to his very best throughout the course of the last couple of sessions.
Absolutely. I think Australia, though, would feel when they got those 2 wickets, Adam, that maybe they could run through this West Indian middle order. So credit to Jermaine Blackwood, who's played against his natural instincts, and Shamar Brooks has come in and looked very good as a concussion substitute. So still Australia's session, but West Indies wouldn't be too unhappy.
So the Windies started the day on none for 74 at the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer. They're 4 for 237. After the break, it'll be Brad Hogg.
Plays bowls. The captain gets through and claims the scalp of his opposite number. It's a splendid piece of bowling. Dark bowls, Blackwood edges through the cordon for 4 between second slip and gully. Heads thrown back. Legitimate edge, flew hard. Stark begins the new over and he's bowled straight through Mayers. The stump's disturbed again. The spearheads have struck. Fellows in the Langer stand. Inside out drive from Holder is a lovely stroke all the way across the turf for cover for 4.
Nathan Lane bowls you to Holder. Carving across the line, over deep mid-wicket and into the crowd at Sales. Have that. Good to see you, Holder. Gets caught round the corner of leg slip. David Warner moving to his left low.
The tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew.
Australia took 3 wickets. The West Indies added 87 runs, and that leaves the scoreboard reading 4 for 237 at the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. Brooks is 18. He is the concussion sub, and Blackwood is 35. The stats and scores for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Stark, Hazelwood, Cummins and Lyon each have 1 wicket. Brad Hogg is part of our call team, thanks to Bundaberg Ginger Beer. Hoggy, how you seen it? Tea day 3, 8 wickets have fallen in the test.
Yeah, look, I think I'm very impressed with West Indies just showing a little bit of fight here with the bat, but also with the way that Australia bowled. They've continued to apply the pressure on the West Indies. Last night, in those final 10, 15 overs of the evening, they were just too short. Today, they've been fuller, they've attacked the stumps, and they've got the rewards. There's been a lot of play and misses. The Australians have been unlucky, but to West Indies' credit as well, they haven't really tried to play any ambitious shots against this
here on
solid bowling attack. They've been trying to defend, or when the ball is there to attack, they've been very patient.
The 200th wicket for Pat Cummins was an absolute jaffa.
Yes, and look, he goes up there with the greats to get to 200 wickets, averaging under 22. I think there's only about 6 of them there. Fred Truman's one, but there's a whole list of West Indians in that list as well. I think there's a lot of leg spinners out the top of the order, and one great, Dennis Lilly, that's in front of him, the quickest of the Australians to get there, and Glenn McGrath just behind him. So he goes in alongside a lot of greats in world cricket. And this has been great from Australian cricket in the investment they had many moons ago, where he was injured, he was out for 2 years, 3 years, and they made sure that he rehabilitated to the best of the ability, and he was ready to go. But that's also in alignment with the depth of fast bowling that we had through that particular time. So it was good planning and good control of not bringing him back too early.
So it is worth recounting that list that Colo referenced. So matches to 200 wickets: Clary Grimmett 36, Dennis Lilly 38, Stuart McGill 41, Shane Warne 42, Pat Cummins 44 and Glenn McGrath 45. It's good company to be keeping.
Yeah, well, you know, they come after leg spinners, don't they? Stuart McGill, Shane Warne, how blessed were we to see them going together at the same time as well. Clary Grimmett, more sidearm action, but then you've got Dennis Lilly, very correct, and Pat Cummins. He's learned a lot from Dennis Lilly, who's over here with the Perth Scorchers, did a lot with Dennis Lilly, and you can just see the attributes that Dennis had to what Pat Cummins is delivering here, just attacking those stumps on a good line and length, and very similar to Glenn McGrath as well.
Who's the threat from here? So 6 wickets to take. Australia would dearly love to take them in the last 2.5 hours here to be able to sort of plot the test tomorrow. The West Indies would love to be this. Ian Bishop told us at the start of the day his best case scenario was 6 down, and they could very well achieve that.
Yeah, exactly right. And if they bat into tomorrow as well, they're going to have to make Australia think, do we bowl or make them follow on if we are able to have that opportunity, or do we have to give our quicks a rest and let the batters bat? And then once you do that, right, when do we declare? Yeah. Are our bowlers fresh enough? So at the moment, the West Indies, although they look out of the game to win it, what they can do here is cause a huge upset, because this is a game that Australia pencil in, right, that's another win, easier road to the World Test Championship final. And this is what I love about this West Indian team. They're fighting. They're trying to get back into it. So we've got to appreciate that from where they're at with their cricket in the Caribbean now.
So the next key phase is in 3 overs time when the new ball is taken. So that'll be the 80 over mark. So Australia will get the session with the new ball, which breaks 2 ways. Australia might be able to take the 6 wickets and bowl them out, which they would dearly love to. But if the West Indies do get through that, then Australia's bowling with a ball that's not so flash tomorrow.
Exactly right. And then you've got to look at what Pat Cummins, Hazelwood, Stark feeling out at the moment, because they haven't played red ball cricket for a long period of time. They haven't got the energy under the legs or that depth under their legs for this type of cricket. Green's only bowled 7 overs. Will they go with him with the new ball just after tea? That will be the question mark, and something that I'll be looking forward to. See who opens up with that new ball.
And we've seen the concussion sub enacted. So in the opening session of play, Nkrumah Bonner was struck by Cam Green. He batted for a further 20 minutes. Then at the drinks break, he was subbed. He left the field retired hurt. And Sharma Brooks came in at the fall of the 4th wicket once Holder departed. So they were flip of the coin as to who was going to bat 3 in this test, and they're both played.
Yep.
So Bonner 16 retired hurt, and Brooks is 18 not out.
Yeah, I'm looking at the West Indian batting. I think if you're looking at the positives there is Chanderpaul and Braithwaite. Braithwaite was prepared to guts it out, 166 balls he faced. He went out a strike rate of 38, but that's a good test opener, just blunting the attack down. And he had Chanderpaul out the other end, who was going at a strike rate of 64. That partnership was the only time that Australia have really felt pressured, because when the opportunity was there to score, Chanderpaul took it. None of the other batsmen have really been able to take those opportunities, or when there's a slightly good ball that's just slightly offline, taking that risk to take the bowler on. Chanderpaul was able to do that. The others haven't.
Brad Hogg talked to you during the final session of play. 4 for 237. An update from the Great Ocean Road Beach Volley Fest in Torquay. Australian Olympic silver medalists Taliqua Clancy and Mariafe Artacho del Solo booked their spot in the women's semi-final after defeating Slovenia 2-0. The men's quarterfinals delivered the biggest upset of the day when the 7th-seeded Australians Tom Hodges and Zach Schubert defeated Commonwealth Games champions and top-seeded side Chris McHugh and Paul Burnett. The semi-finals will be played tonight. This has been the tea break for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the West Indies, 4 for 237.
RACV earns commission as distributor. Products issued by IMA.
For Henley Completed Homes, now selling in Micklem and Officer. Henley.com.au. Australia versus the West Indies on SEN Test Cricket. The 3rd session.
Welcome inside Perth Stadium for the 3rd session of the 3rd day's play of this first test between Australia and the West Indies. To those joining us for the first time, welcome. The West Indies started the day at none for 75. They are now 4 for 238. Chanderpaul caught Warner, bowled Hazelwood for 51. Bonner retired hurt 16. Braithwaite bowled Cummins for 64. Mayers bowled Stark for 1. Holder caught Warner, bowled Lyon for 27. Blackwood is 35. Brooks is the concussion sub who's entered the game to replace Bonner. He is on 19. Nathan Lyon will begin after the tea break from the Langer stand end. The new ball is 3 overs away, so business will pick up very shortly. SEN's Test cricket coverage is for Host Plus. That's a plus. Gerard, Whateley and Peter Lalor with you. Brooks to see the first ball of the fresh session, which is delivered by Lyon. He reaches for it and prods it away to mid-off. Hello to you, Pete.
Australians have been made to earn these wickets, haven't they, Gerard?
Yeah, there's a real value put on every wicket by the West Indians.
I think there was an anticipation that this West Indies batting lineup would crumble under the pressure of those runs, the weight of them.
Lyon over the wicket, bowls, driven firmly by Brooks, parried away by Lyon, enough to avert a boundary and, in fact, keep it to 1 as Hazelwood gets around under the sight screen.
See how easily Hazelwood just flicks that ball back, like he's just, tossing a sachet of salt across a table. But he's throwing a ball, that's a good 55 metres or something, isn't it? Lands perfectly in the bowler's hands.
The West Indies batting has been more than was forecast. And
the threat of being overwhelmed at this time yesterday. Instead, they've batted their way through the 77 overs thus far. Blackwood on strike, slices the ball to cover, no run. So the captain had set them the task, hadn't he? Bat for 100 overs. That's where we're planting our flag. And they really should get there from here.
Well, from here, they should get there.
They're no chance of winning the game. Blackwood's is back, covering the off stump, letting it pass. But it could be a very irritating draw for Australia as they take aim towards that World Test Championship final.
Long way to go yet, Gerard.
Yes, there is.
Long way to go yet, Gerard. These Australian bowlers are very good and stick to their task. If it was easy, it wouldn't be worthwhile.
Blackwood from the crease, got caught in front, it jammed up into the pads, trickles away from the stumps.
It's a good test wicket, which makes it in. I'm
not with you.
Yeah, I know. I knew
you
you'd disagree. I knew you'd disagree, but I didn't come here to be controversial.
One to come in this over. Blackwood is leaning forward, defending that. Make the case for me, Pete. 4 for 238. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Made Mobile.
Ace, bounce, runs. If you put you have to bowl well to get your wickets. But we've also seen, you can rough the batsman up off a reasonable length there. I mean, if you can hit Jason Holder in the head, there's a lot of bounce in this pitch. There's not a lot of sideways movement, but there's just enough. I'm just going to applaud the batting to this point.
Yep.
8 wickets have fallen, but there's enough out there for the bowlers to be interested. We're certainly not talking about that sort of road that they rolled out at Rawalpindi this week. 3 maidens in the England innings.
They allowed 3 maidens.
They did allow 3 maidens.
They finish at 657.
Yeah, 657. I'm just trying to look how many overs were bowled.
101. Head gets a look at things. He's around the wicket. He's defended by Brooks' first ball. So this is to hurry up the new ball. They are spread square of the wicket. Head bowls. Back goes Brooks and steers it down the pitch. Head fields, races around to his mark. He's in a hurry to get this over with. I don't think he wants to be stared at for too long with his bowling. On the sweep, Brooks made a bit of a mess of it. Fell away to the popping crease, no run. This will be the quickest over of the test.
Yes.
Brooks has stepped away to just make him pause for a moment. Head bowls, Brooks defends. There's 4 test wickets, Travis Head.
Good batsmen, experienced batsmen, make the bowlers work to their rhythms.
Yes.
You hold them up.
Head bowls. Brooks almost caught and bowled. He drove on the up. Head went flying across the pitch. It eluded his grasp and goes for a boundary under the sight screen.
Think that was catchable, Gerard?
I don't think so, but it was a cheap thrill. No, just beyond his reach on the reverse, I think.
Yes, just a little bit out of reach.
It would have been quite the snaffle. Head bowls. He's driven more conventionally to Cummins all the way across the ground. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Quick over 4 for 242.
Stay in pole position this week with radio's #1 motorsport show, The Driver's Seat with Matt McKeldin and Stephen Johnson.
The Adelaide 500 is back, and proud South Australian motorsport guru Richard Crail gave us his thoughts on Tailem Bend.
And anyone who knows South Australians knows that Adelaide's a 20-minute city, and if you're any further than 20 minutes out, you're in the country and it's hard work. So if the bend is hard to get people to, it's a bit like Winton is to Melbourne.
That's this week on The Driver's Seat.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 4 for 242. Lyon over the wicket bowls. Blackwood clips to the leg side. He says no as it rolls to mid-wicket, and Cameron Green does the fielding. Hasn't Green been venomous? He's only bowled 7 overs. He's knocked 1 player out of the game, and another fearsome strike on Holder, the tallest man in the game.
Didn't last much longer after that, did he?
No, he did not. Blackwood leans forward and defends.
Comes down, very sharp angle. Returns on one, doesn't it?
Yep.
He's a handy bowler.
Over 140. Is that?
Yeah.
When he's ramming it through at 142.
Blackwood's on 35. He's facing Lyon. He's back, clipping the ball to Labuschagne, who's under the helmet. He's worn that in the box, one suspects. Does this with a wry smile.
He's okay.
Teammates are all laughing at his
just
expense.
a little bit in the midriff there, yeah.
The belly button.
Breathe.
Blackwood covers the stumps, keeps the quicker one out, rolls it past Warner. That leg slip and takes a single.
Fetching sort of headwear that David Warner's got there, isn't it? He's got the broad-brimmed sort of old Greg Chappell style white hat, and he's got the baggy green on top of it. Yeah.
I don't think it'll catch on. Brooks from the crease defends past Warner and takes the same single.
Almost a replay.
Just to milk this last phase before we let loose with the session proper once the new ball is taken. 4 for 244 with one to come. Lyon will deliver that ball to Blackwood, who defends the ball down. That is the Mate scoreboard, and make the switch to Mate Mobile. The new ball next.
At Hyundai, we believe innovation is everything. It's why the new Santa Fe Hybrid has been designed to go the distance. With an advanced turbo hybrid system, this family-sized SUV boasts impressive power and fuel efficiency. It has all the innovative safety tech you need for your next family adventure, and all-wheel drive to get you there. Go the distance in the new Hyundai Santa Fe Hybrid. Imagine that, Hyundai.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. 4 for 244. Brooks 25, Blackwood 35. Peter Lawler's in the Anaconda Experts chair. Hit Summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And Mitch Stark has been handed the shiny new Kookaburra. 17 overs, 5 maidens, 1 for 44. A breathtaking delivery to remove Mayers through the gate and onto the top of off stump.
He denies he's perfect, but that was perfect, Pat, wasn't it?
So 2 glorious balls in that first half hour of the middle session.
Just find that zone where you actually have to play, which is a difficult length to find in Perth. Well, must be difficult because a lot of bowlers struggle to find it.
Yes. Mitch Stark sets in from the members' end. He'll be left arm over the wickets. Brooks faces up. 3 slips and a gully in place, and he drives direct to mid-on. Cummins does the fielding, no run.
You were talking about Stark then, weren't you?
I was, but they bowled equally good balls.
You don't listen, Peter, do you?
I knew where you were coming from.
Had that look in your eye like my wife. Sorry.
Both the top of off.
Yeah, both top of off.
And that probably gave you a little bit of insight into the adjustments that had been made. Top of off, top of off. They knew they'd been a fraction short. And then they both rattled the top of off. Barely minutes apart. Brathwaite and Mayers were the 2 victims. Stark trying to reprise that. As he bowls to Brooks, full driven. Stark fields in his follow-through.
Another example of how athletic those fast bowlers are. That's a hell of a long way down when you're Mitchell Stark and you're sort of in your follow-through, but he gets down so quickly. They're great athletes, fast bowlers these days, aren't they?
Yep.
They're big, strong, great fielders. I do miss the day when the fast bowler was a duffer fielder.
I thought Jaden Seals was a little bit of a throwback. I don't think he was quite as committed to his fielding as most that we see. Stark bowls, Brooks defends.
You've got to be pretty sharp these days, even in your follow-through as well, because that ball comes back at you so hard.
Yep.
Got to be pretty alert. But Stark doesn't fumble, does he? Big set of hands too.
Now, but while it's just the 2 of us, before we get interrupted, I've been itching to ask you all day. Did you see when those fans, the separatists, unveiled their Justice for JL sheet?
I did see that.
And how quickly they were shut down. But my question to you, Pete, as big believers in free speech, is were they right to ask them to remove it? Brooks is on the back foot, letting it pass.
Well, I think the reflex with all security is no, that's not allowed. I did ask the stadium chief about this, and he said, "Oh, I don't think they should have taken it off them, really." But security says no. It's always the first thing they say, isn't it? And then they get on their little... If you protest enough, they get on their little radio. But they're just kids over there.
Yeah.
They're 16 years old, and so they didn't argue their case very long.
And they've come for the lark, because they've got the holder name painted in pink zinc on their bare chests, Stark Bowls, and it's defended out to point by Brooks. So they've come with very clear intent to be the focus of attention, and they have been for good part. I think they've done it in good humour.
Oh, I agree totally. Yeah, they've been fun, those kids over there, and it wasn't malicious. It wasn't an attack. I mean, if it was an attack on somebody else who they may have felt was responsible for what had happened to Justin Langer, maybe it would fall into another area.
Yeah,
but that was just support for the hometown hero in the Justin Langer stand.
I thought it was a very West Australian moment, and it was just so justice for JL. That's right. It wasn't anti-anybody. Stark bowls, and it's let past the rising delivery by Brooks. 4 for 245 on the mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
How do you keep the romance alive in your relationship?
If you want romance in the evening, it starts in the morning with doing the dishes. It goes for the whole day.
The small things again, I think. It's the smile, the handhold, the doing the dishes occasionally means a lot.
It's often the little things that make a relationship better. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about keeping your love alive, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Josh Hazlewood is going to be bowling with the new ball from the Justin Langer stand end. Brooks is 25, Blackwood is 35. We're just getting to the bottom, just our own little investigation around the Justice for JL side. Down in front of those fans, Hazlewood sets in. He's bowling to Blackwood, who's fending a ball down to point. Now, this has been the duel. Blackwood hasn't liked the short ball from Hazlewood, and particularly the ball coming right at him. He's taken evasive action a couple of times in really awkward fashion, balls that could have gone anywhere, and certainly the batter not with his eyes on them. So this is a fearsome examination again with the new ball now for the West Indies vice-captain.
Don't get many easy deliveries against this Australian attack, do you? They are relentless. They're always asking questions.
Hazlewood right arm over the wicket. He's a diminutive right-hander. It's well, the attempted driver swished to a wide one outside the off stump. It's a grin from the bowler afterwards.
I don't think that was the greatest delivery, but it was a worse shot.
Yes.
Yeah. Kind of in that David Warner territory there, the ball that got Warner out. A little bit of movement in the air and off the seam.
The 3 slips and a gully in place.
Now, Gerard, we could have 12 people bat in this innings.
Yeah.
It wouldn't happen very often, would it?
No, there's a tag team on number 3, isn't there? Defending for the ball outside the off stump is Blackwood. It passes the edge.
We remember the incident, which is the one that all Australians go to, which was Steve Smith at Lords, but he batted on and was dismissed. So Marnus batted in the second innings.
Yep.
But how many times have we had 12 batsmen in an innings? There's someone in this box who reckons he knows.
Yep.
He's going to find out.
Colo, that is his specialty, that sort of question, Pete. Beautifully pondered. Is it possible that you know the answer to this already? Hazlewood's in and bowls to Blackwood, who drives one hand off the bat. It's fielded by Labuschagne at mid-off. No run.
I have some information, but I'd like it to be confirmed. Okay.
Oh, well,
and what about our listeners? Can they get to us?
You've brought a cue card, haven't you? Okay, we'll let this sit for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
If you are the sort of person who would participate in Colo's quiz at lunchtime, this might be right in your alley.
And I'm the sort of guy who leaves a pub if they're having those quizzes. They drive me mad.
12 batters in an innings. 0433 98 11 16. Blackwood on the back foot defends the rising delivery quite well on that occasion. If you want want to play along for tyre power, your tyre experts.
Nothing tells you how much you don't know than sitting in a pub quiz. Oh, I don't know. Oh, that's a hard one.
Especially when
can
you
I phone a
expect
friend?
to know these things.
And everyone else in the place is writing things down.
Hazelwood looking to complete a maiden over. And the bowls to Blackwood, and he will, as the batter leaves it through to Carey. 4 for 244. The Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
If you got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. The new ball in Australian hands at the moment, 4 for 244. Blackwood 36, Brooks is 24. Stark is bowling down the leg side. Good take by Carey, and launched himself off to his left. Paddy posed the question, Pete, on the anti-authoritarian sign that was unveiled.
Yes.
Was it taken down because security didn't like it, or because it was blocking a sponsor on the fence? This was the genius of what the teenagers did, is there's wire grating here. So it was impeding nothing.
No, when we put the question to security, they said it was blocking the sign. So I said, no, it's not, pal. No, it's not.
It was taken down.
Oh, we'll get back to you.
It felt like on political grounds.
Yep.
Stark over the wicket, bowls to Brooks down the leg side again. So she's lost his radar at the start of the over.
But see, this is the case, and it happens more and more in society these days. You're in a private space, not a public one. You know, you can't go into a shopping centre and film because, you know, some billionaire somewhere owns that shopping centre and that space. And look, there's a young lady in Sydney who's just been sent to jail for 18 months for protesting on the road. We don't like people protesting in Australia, Joe. Hopefully those kids will not get a jail sentence for calling for justice for JL.
Stark is bowling to Brooks. It's full defended inside edge past the stumps and down to fine leg. A single registered, 4 for 245.
A little bit of luck there, going the West Indies way again. Stark's got that one curl back in. It's a beautiful delivery.
Yeah. I like this from Henry, Pete. Henry's been following along for a while.
Right.
I'd like to bet Pete Lalor a pint on the sub question, but his pints cost £100,000. So no thanks.
Thanks, Henry.
Nice, Henry.
Haven't heard a joke about the price of beer for about half an hour.
Blackwood is on 36. Stark bowls to him. Ooh, wrapped on the pads. Out. Straight away, but he says inside edge. Blackwood has instantly gone to review while Stark is celebrating.
TV umpire to director, we have a player review for LBW. Original decision is out. It's a fair delivery. You can go to the front on spination, please.
This is for Biz Cover, business insurance made easy. The only thing that will save him is an inside edge, but Blackwood couldn't have been more confident that he had.
Okay, can you go to the hotspots, please, when it's available?
The second controversial moment of the day, isn't it? Hotspot.
Can you move forward?
We get a complete.
Can
I
you show
don't
me
think
the
he's got his
offside
bat on that,
hotspot,
Gerard.
please?
He's out then.
But we'll wait. We'll see Sneeko too, because Hotspot didn't show up.
No, he was just
previous
so.
one.
He didn't leave his crease, and he.
Nothing visible there, so you can go to
just
the
below the knee
RTS.
roll, even on the kids' pads.
Oh yeah, that's.
Sneeko.
Nice and slow. Yeah, clearly pad first. You can go to the ball tracking when it's ready. Ball tracking is coming up. Impact in line. pitching in line, and wickets umpire score. Richard, you can stay with your original decision. Out. You're on the screen now. Make a signal, please.
Jermaine Blackwood is out. Given for a second time by Richard Illingworth. It's taking the outside of leg stump on the projection. I must say live, it looked more out than that. No hesitation from the umpire. Straight up with the finger, and the new ball strikes in the hands of Mitch Starc. It's 5 down now, the West Indies. And this next period with this new Kookaburra might be defining.
Well, Mitchell Starc hasn't always looked comfortable with where his foot's landing at the crease in this innings, but he's bowling beautifully at the moment. I don't mean to sound like Damian Fleming. I know it's his shtick, but he's just got his wrist in the right place, hasn't he? Got that beautiful curve back in. Must be so difficult to face for the lower orders.
Oh, he's here, the bowlerologist.
He heard somebody talking about wrist position.
I did say to Mitch, if that's given not out, I'm not doing this stint.
No, I'm with you.
So I'm in.
Well done.
Baby.
36 Blackwood made off 108 balls, 5 for 245.
But I love it. Just his rhythm and wrist release. It was good in the one days against England, and he's bowled well in this test match. He deserved that.
The keeper is the new man in, Joshua De Silva, in his 17th test match. He's faced Mitch Starc down the leg side. All bar one ball in this over feels like it's been down the leg side, but he hit the one that he needed to.
What's wrong with a little strangle down the leg side? What about a little edge through to Carey?
He seems to have had all the moving parts in the right place for a couple of seasons now, Mitchell Starc. But why is it more difficult for left armers to get everything right, or is it a Mitchell Starc thing? Because he's
and you think
gangly.
Mitchell Johnson?
Yeah, Mitchell
and
Johnson.
Before him, Brendan Julian was a little bit erratic, but his best ball was as good as anyone playing at the time.
Starc fired up. He bowls to De Silva, jammed up in defence. A wicket taking over. 5 for 245. The Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Our experts in place for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. Damian Fleming, Peter Lalor alongside Gerard Whateley. Hazelwood begins the fresh over. He's bowling to Brooks, who leaves outside the off stump.
Can we just bring it back to me for a second?
Please.
It's Henry, wasn't it?
Who
brought up the how much I paid for a beer, which if you don't know that. He's probably the last person on earth that doesn't know that I paid $101,000 for a beer in England once. It actually occurred to me last night, I may as well get it on my headstone.
Yes.
Here lies the man who paid $101,000 for a beer. Because I think it's the only significant thing I've actually done in my life.
Hazelwood's over the wickets, bowls to Brooks, who defends the ball out to point. As Bill Collins used to say, Pete, that he wanted to be buried at sea.
This is Bill Collins, the old movie reviewer.
The race caller.
The race caller.
Because if he didn't, it would say Kingston Town can't win, and he wasn't giving anyone the satisfaction of inscribing it on his tombstone. He wanted to be buried at sea.
Like Bin Laden.
What now, Flem, you've joined us. We were digging through old scorecards. When have 12 batters lined up in an innings, as is happening here, because Brooks is the concussion sub and he's leaving a ball from Hazelwood. So Pete posed the question. We have nothing like sort of definitive answers. So come on, Pete, what have you got on your little cue card?
I'm backing our listeners to come in, or to Colo, or for Colo to come in soon.
Apollo's due shortly.
Yeah, just some dead air there, thanks to Pete.
Thought I'd set him up pretty well. Hazelwood bowls to Brooks, who's jumping and defending. Yeah, mate. Felt like I'd set you up to look cleverer than you are.
I'm not a politician. I don't ask, when I ask questions, I want to know an answer.
Right.
Yeah. Not that I know the answer.
But you brought an answer.
Yeah, I have brought in an answer, and we're just double-checking it now. We think there's been 4 occasions.
I'm liking Hazelwood's work as well. Really good swing.
Yes, 5 down after tea with the new ball working for Australia. Hazelwood bowls and Brooks is leaving on the length up over the stumps.
He's a hard man, Hazelwood, isn't he? He doesn't give you much when you're batting.
No.
There's no love there, is there?
No.
He doesn't.
It's a stare.
It's a stare. He doesn't overstep the mark. But
that non-LB to Jason Holder was probably as emotional as I've ever seen him on the field. He was filthy. Usman, as usual, come in to calm the situation.
Professional calmer. Brooks is on 25. He's hit by the ball, which followed him. Short ball from Hazelwood. He couldn't get out of the way, but it does go safely to turf. The third West Indian struck today. 5 for 245, and the Mate scoreboard make the switch to Mate Mobile.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Mitch Stark to Joshua De Silva at the start of the new over. Stark bowls and the keeper's bowled straight through him. Beaten for sheer pace. Stumps everywhere.
That is the doorway to departure, isn't it? Well bowled, Mitchell Stark. This new ball is feeling beautifully in his hands, and his wrist release, his pace, his late swing is right on the money. Yeah, that's come in so late.
What shape.
That's almost overdue. That is very late.
De Silva goes for a duck. Oh, business has picked up. One fancy, 6 for 245. Stark has struck in consecutive overs.
That was beautiful. That was beautiful. And talk about bowling partnerships. Hazelwood has bowled fantastic as well. I mean, he's bowling with hostility. He's bowling with swing when he pitches the ball up. He's been unlucky. So he's made the West Indian batsman very, very uncomfortable, generally on the back foot. Mitchell Stark, 145 kilometres an hour, late swinging deliveries. I mean, that's going to test any batting lineup in the world, backed up with good pace and bounce in this pitch. So Mitchell Stark, big opportunity to rip open this test match.
That's this tail is going to struggle to deal with that. If this ball swings for the next half hour and Stark's bowling at that pace.
One more wicket, I think. Like, Chase has scored 5 test hundreds, but the second half of his career has been more like tail ender statistics. But I don't care who you are, Gerard, lining up against, as I said, 145 kilometre swing and pace and bounce at the other end from Hazelwood, that's going to test any batsman in the world.
Stark has 3. He has a taste for it. Roston Chase is the new man on the scene. Stark full fire, bowls, kept out by Chase. He strokes it to mid-off, takes off. He'll get a couple as Labuschagne slides in and does the fielding down below us. 6 for 247.
So Mitchell Stark, he won't mind that, Gerard, because it was a pretty good shot, wasn't it? He got forward. He's worried about the ball swinging in, but what that makes him vulnerable to is the one when Stark pushes across or the scrambled seam, and that can get the outside edge. There's still 4 slips in place.
And why wouldn't there be? Chase faces up, Stark bowls right at the stumps, defended to mid-off. So Stark's up to 290 career wickets. Cummins has gone through 200 today, and Hazlewood is at 216. I read before it's the first time in Test history there's been a pace attack that's got 3 plus 200 wicket takers in it.
And you chuck in Nathan Lyon.
Yeah.
I mean, the aggregate of wickets would be right up there as well.
Lyon's at 439. A real sense of expectation around Stark each time now he pauses at the top of his mark. Roston Chase. Tall spinner. Leans down. Stark bowls to him. Bouncer. Got away from it. This message came through for you, Flem, before I depart you. 0433 98 11 16. Tyre Power, your tyre experts. The MCG looks magnificent. Guns N' Roses with 70,000 about to trash the turf. Rock on / missing you, Flem.
Yeah, that would be Paradise City right now. Love Guns N' Roses. Just with the cricket, I reckon for the last 15 years, I generally miss every big band. I'm never in the same city at the same time.
Yep. Stark rattles in, bowls to Chase, keeps it out of his pads, drops it past the square leg umpire. He'll get a couple as Head trots into the deep to do the fielding. Chase is 4. It's 6 for 249 with 1 to come in the over.
Chase certainly looks like a player that if you bowl badly to him, he's going to score freely. So the Australians will need to be at their best. You know, he's a dangerous player, as I said, you know, coming in at 8 with 5 Test hundreds.
Yep, it is. It's a quirk in the stats. For Laurenex Cleaning, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Last ball of Stark's over. Chase jams down on it, knocks it to point. A dot to finish. A successful over, 6 for 249. The Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. Colo's coming in.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google app stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
One of the all-time against the odds wins. Taken out of midair by the man with the golden hand.
Catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real adventures. Trailblazers. Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
The Windies have lost 5 for 91, and when you consider there was only 4 wickets taken in the first 2 days, that has the Test match moving suddenly. Hazlewood, 1 for 49, took the first to go today, delivers here down the leg side, clipped away by Brooks, gets it nice and fine and gets a boundary. Now boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston, takes the Windies beyond 250, 6 for 253. Adam Collins jumping in for Gerard. I've got Damian Fleming with me. Nicely played to start.
If there's one shot that annoys you most as a fast bowler, it's the leg glance, because you know you've got your line wrong.
Yep.
And generally fine leg won't be able to stop it, and before it even hits the rope, you just turn around and walk back to your mark.
So the second new ball, Hazlewood has it in here, delivers, and pushing forward out towards the offside. There's Brooks, no run. So Stark's now on 290 Test wickets, 1 behind Craig McDermott. We've already had
Love Billy
take his 200th today, and Josh Hazlewood's only a few behind Peter Siddle.
Yeah,
so.
roomed with Billy a little bit. He was the neatest cricketer I played with.
The neatest?
It almost, you know, he'd labelled it left sock, right sock. He used to eat alphabetical soup in alphabetical order. That's how
Would have been a contrast
neat
to your
he
other
was.
long-term roommate, Murph Hughes, I'm thinking.
Exactly.
Hazlewood's got 3 slips in a gully. Well forward here is Brooks defending out to the offside again. Collected by Hazlewood in his follow-through.
Yeah, Craig McDermott would have had you know, different peaks, but at 94-95 Ashes series where I played some tests, I meant, wow. You know, not unlike Hazelwood, you know, fast out swingers, but he had a great off-cutter and a wonderful bouncer.
I've always blamed him for depriving Shane Warne of an opportunity to take a double hat-trick. I'll explain why after this Hazelwood delivery. He's in from the Langer stand-in, his 21st over. Brooks, the concussion substitutes on 29. Facing up here, there's a bouncer. Right on target, but the Ducks well-timed as well. Stays at 6 for 253. So Warne completes his hat-trick. Then it's the end of the over. England and 9 for. Phil Tufnell's on strike. But McDermott gets to bowl the whole over at Tufnell, and sure enough, gets him caught behind.
Yeah, I don't know if it was
nothing to do with it.
The first innings or second innings, I was at mid-on, and Tuffers walks out, and he's laughing, and he just goes, "This will be funny." And then when he gets out, I'm running past, he goes, "I told you so." In a test match.
Here is Hazelwood to Brooks, up to the crease again, delivers, and Brooks leaves alone. Good leave, watching it through to the gloves of Carey. Toughest a little cameo for us on SEN Test cricket in England this year.
Oh, he's gold.
It was gold.
I just
Half
love
an hour
him.
at his best.
Love being on air with him, but equally off air, isn't he? He's just so much fun. He's a superstar over there because of the reality TV. Yeah. You know, that's put him into rarefied air in England.
He won I'm a Celebrity, Get Me Out of Here, and for a long time he hosted A Question of Sport, which is kind of like the Friday night quiz show. As well beyond cricket circles, he's known. Hazelwood bowls here and down the leg side for the second time in the over. It's 4 more. Was their bat on it? No, it wasn't. Buys. They'll go against Carey. He was diving to his left. It just died away. That would be the end of the over as well. The Windy 6 for 257 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Got some housekeeping via Pete Lawler as our coverage continues for Host Plus. That's a plus. There have been 4 instances where 12 batters have been used in an innings because of the concussion sub. The first of those was at Eden Gardens. I've got that in front of me. That was the day-night test match between India and Bangladesh in November 2019, where actually Bangladesh had 2 players subbed out of the game. But in the first innings, Mehdi Hassan came on for Lytton Das, so all 12 of them batted in their first innings, which didn't last very long, to be fair. It was all over in 2.5 days. 4 is the answer for Pete. Here is Stark, away from us, bowls to Chase on 4, he leaves alone outside the off stump. Of course, that's relevant because Shamar Brooks is out there at the moment. But Nakumar Bonner, who copped a nasty whack to the back of the helmet, and after about a quarter of an hour, 20 minutes, he said enough's enough and went off with that head injury, and then they decided in the middle session to replace him as a substitute after getting the all clear from the match referee, who this week is Chris Broad. Speaking of father-son test combos, as we were doing yesterday with the Chandapals, here is Stark up to the crease again, bowls to Chase on 4, and he tries to squeeze it out past Nathan Lyon at backward point, but unsuccessfully. Stark has 3 for 49. So yes, Chris Broad and Stewart. For the longest time, you'd still hear Stuart Broad referred to as Chris accidentally by commentators. You think, you know, Stewart's only taken the better part of 550 test wickets. He's had a far more extensive career than his old man, who did, of course, make 3 Ashes centuries here in 86-87. A long time now as a match referee. Stark looking for wicket 291 to pull level with Craig McDermott. Delivers here, full and straight, and driven by Chase out to mid-off, no run. For a couple of overs there, he really had it hooping, Stark, with the second new ball. Doesn't look to be much off the pitch, all through the air.
Chase likes to get bat on ball, though. He'll be encouraged by that. He's still got that other tactic Mitchell Starc, where he can start to take the ball away and just use the angle and set him up for the in-swinger. And the other option is to come around the wicket, which he bowls beautifully.
So conventional 6-3 field. Starc from the members' end, left arm over to chase. Bowls here, short one, gets out the way. He's been quick today, Starc. There was a point of difference there with our Zara Joseph, wasn't there? We sort of came to this test expecting Joseph to bring the heat, and it just didn't come.
His first spell was very good. But then after that, he started to... Well, his pace declined significantly. And he had one decent spell yesterday, Joseph, but maybe he'll enjoy the conditions. Adelaide day night, a bit more movement.
He's got a couple of balls left in the over, Starc. Can he hit the stumps again? Bowls here, well wide of the off stump. Left alone by Chase. Another text in for you on 0433 98 11 16. It is coming in from Cam in Stratford. You're missing Fozzie and Buck Cherry tonight.
Are they opening for Guns N' Roses, or is that a separate concert?
Maybe it's... I'm looking back to Mitch, our producer. He'll know the answer to this. But
I've got a few Buck Cherry. They were sort of a later day Guns N' Roses.
Okay.
And Fozzie, that's Chris Jericho, the wrestlers band, isn't it?
Okay. Finger on the pulse, Flem.
Yeah.
Starc to complete his over. Again to chase and defend it into the onside. So that's a maiden from Starc. The Windies remain 6 for 257 on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Back to the captain, Patrick Cummins, who picked up his 200th wicket earlier today. That of the captain, Brathwaite, bowled for 64. He's bowled 17 overs, 1 for 31. Brad Hogg's back with us in the expert chair as well. For Anaconda, hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. G'day, Hoggy.
G'day, Adam. How you going? Flem, good to see you again today.
Cummins, a change of ends as well. In from the Langer stand. Gets to the crease and bowls, and Brooks goes back and defends into the onside off the inside edge. Cummins does the fielding, running down in his follow-through.
Not a surprise. First ball just banged in on short of a length. Surprises the batsman for pace. They're lifted off the ground, defending. He's been fabulous in his economy rate. And it's not like he's been bowling defensively, has he? He's been attacking, and he's only gone for 31 runs going into his 18th over.
So much pressure when Starc and Cummins have got it right, as they did a couple of times in concert today. 3 slips a gully. Cummins towards us, towards Brooks. Bowls here, beats him with a beauty. Over the top of the shoulder of the bat. Extra bounce, deviation, the works.
He's just too good at times, isn't he? This is second ball back. Wow. That steep bounce off a foolish length.
And seaming away as well. Just impossible to play. That's good signs for what we're going to see tomorrow and the final day as well. Australia will be happy with what they're seeing with this pitch.
Cummins again up to the crease. Brooks clips through mid-wicket. Good response from him. He'll move into the 30s with a couple. They'll consider a third. Hazelwood doing the fielding, so they take a third. Brooks to 32. The Windies 6 for 260. They're still 338 in arrears. The thing with Cummins is just how, after getting his body right, so he's comeback test match at Ranchi in 2017. He's played 41 of a possible 44 test matches since.
Resilience. Just on that delivery, though, you have to make the most of it. He doesn't give off half volleys on leg stump very often. That's true.
Yeah, but to think that for such a long time we thought, well, maybe maybe this Cummins fella, maybe he'll never be a test bowler. His body might not allow it with the action that he comes in with. Does so again here. All action, bowls to Chase, who leaves alone outside the off stump, through to the gloves of Carey once more. But they always said the CA med staff that if he got to 24, 25, that they thought he'd be good to go, and I suppose that's the story.
I've never heard so much crap in my life.
Well, that's what they said, the medical staff.
Though? Like
that was, well, we had a number of briefings as the written press.
Yeah, it was.
They said with the stress fractures that.
And the boys used to take the mickey out of it. Oh, we've turned 25 now. We won't get injured. And I've noticed that philosophy is no longer involved with the workloads.
29 now, Cummins. Bowls here, falling straight for the second time in the over, but Chase can't get it beyond mid-on. No run. So you don't buy into the idea that the way the back grows. That that was the theory, I think, from memory, that their backs grow in such a way that it settles down around that age.
It sounds wishy-washy when you're saying it. So I think it was wishy-washy. It was interesting. It did become trendy with one doctor. I don't think the players bought in, and I've noticed that is no longer part of their philosophy.
Interesting. So Cummins to finish the over. 3 runs from it so far. Delivers here to Chase on 4. Shoulders arms closer to the off stump. Ball just dies into Carey's gloves as well. Bit of variable bounce. 6 for 260 the score on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate 5G.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
Updated intel for you, Flem. The chats are opening for Guns N' Roses.
Sorry, what was that, Colo?
The chats are opening for Guns N' Roses tonight.
Okay.
It's a
so Fozzie and
separate gig. Fozzie and
Buckcherry are together.
Told by Cameron, is your correspondent on all things rock, etc. Here is Stark, new over. Bowls here to Brooks, who finds enough of a gap wide of the man at mid-on, Pat Cummins, to get a single. First ball of the fresh set. He's up to 33. The windy 6 for 261.
And Hoggy might have thoughts on this as well. But, yeah, certainly we lost a lot of young kids to stress fractures. And when bodies are forming, there's things like growing bodies, growing bones, the action, mixed actions. And that was part of workloads bowling too much.
That was part of the Cummins story, wasn't it, early on, with his action being...
he was mismanaged. Don't believe any of this, that he had to have 6 years out of the game to be right.
No, I'm asking about his action initially. When he first came in, that there was a suggestion that his action was...
Well, it's still a very vicious action now. But obviously his body's got stronger. It's got resilient to that. But they're the 3 causes for most fast bowlers, male and female. Now, we're starting to see female fast bowlers get stress fractures.
Leg slip now, round the corner, with Chase on strike to Stark. Delivers here on 4, goes past the outside edge. That just held its line across the right-hander. Oohs and ahs from the cordon. So 3 slips and a leg slip now behind the wicket.
We're talking about Jofra Archer earlier. He's someone that we want to see more of in Test cricket, international cricket, and his injuries. Talking about stress fractures, Duncan Spencer, probably the quickest bowler that I have ever seen here in Australia. Quickest white man around our time. Just stress fractures kept him out of the game, and he never had that opportunity to show his full potential.
Stark to Chase. Can't get him away yet. To the crease, bowls and off stump. Deflected, but won't get one past Nathan Lyon. Diving to his left. Full commitment to the cause. Dot ball. Yes, we find ourselves talking about Duncan Spencer quite a bit with Chris Rogers and Simon Katich, also part of the SEN cricket team. They both faced him as younger men, and
I was fielding out point one day. Jamie Cox was batting. I think it was a 6-over spell to 8-over spell. I only saw 1 ball from hand to keeper. And Jamie Cox was ducking and weaving and praying for his life. But I'll get back on the workloads, what Flem was talking about earlier.
Just for one more bit on Spencer as well. As Stark delivers here on the hip, and it will beat the man at leg slip. That's Kawaja. Down towards the rope it goes. 4 leg byes it'll be. So the Windies 6 for 266. Stark just off his radar there. If you haven't seen Duncan Spencer bowl, you can look up on YouTube the spell he bowled to Viv Richards in county cricket. In a 50-over game, or a 40-over game, where Viv, as an older man, I think he was 40 or 41, playing his final season for Glamorgan, and Duncan Spencer playing for Kent, and it was just an absolute working over.
Ended up a bodybuilder in his Spence.
He did, yes. Well, if you're talking
about... speaking gig over here, and it must have been his club. The late, great Kenny Judge organised it, and Spence was there.
Windy still trailed by 333. Stark into chase, left arm over. It's full and straight, and gets it on the full and doesn't quite bisect mid-on and mid-off. Had he done so, it would have been more than the single. He's 5. It's 6 for 266.
If you're talking about Viv Richards too, there's a highlights package somewhere where he's facing Devon Malcolm in the Caribbean. I think it's Antigua. 1 over where Devon Malcolm's bowled 6 bounces in a row to him. And he's taking it on. He gets the odd one to the boundary. Then one's just missed his head where he's wearing the cap, chewing the gum. That's probably the best over of Test cricket I have ever seen. Viv Richards facing Devon Malcolm in an English Test match.
What's that line from Bradman to Viv? What's it like wearing a helmet, Viv? I wouldn't know. Stark to finish the over. Bowls here and past the outside edge of Brooks again. Super stuff from the left armour. 6 for 266 at the end of the over on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. Adam Collins with you. I've got Flem and Hoggy with me. Hoggy.
Yeah, just talking about workloads. Simon Mackin, he was an up-and-coming fast bowler here in WA and captain of a club team here, local club team.
Captain Cummins on the way. Langer stand end, bowls to Chase, and Chase defends out towards mid-off, no run.
So we're selecting the one-day team for the weekend, and we couldn't have Simon Mackin because of workloads. So anyway, game starts. Simon Mackin rocks up to the game, and then he starts bowling some overs in the nets. I said, "What are you doing?" He said, "Oh, well, the whacker want me to bowl 10 overs today." So I walked off the ground, rang up the whacker. I said, "What's going on here with Simon Mackin? You've got him here bowling 10 overs and he's not able to play this one-day game." He said, "Oh, well, we don't want him overworked." I said, "Well, he can't bowl any more than 10 overs in the game anyway."
Cummins to Chase, who leaves alone outside off stump. That came back off the seam. Cummins is interested.
But the stupid thing about it was that we're playing on turf out in the middle and he's bowling the overs on a hard wicket in the nets.
It's obviously contested space. Got a text in here from Tony for you, Flem, saying that Cummins was cooked in the Sheffield Shield final at Hobart, where he bowled 50 overs before the age of 18, ahead of the South Africa tour. But he went
swung the ball both ways, new and old, unbelievable. But you don't miss 6 years of cricket because of one game. Mismanaged totally.
Chase facing Cummins with 200 Test wickets now, driving, but Cummins does so well to his left in his follow-through. An area of the game that has improved fielding from fast bowlers off their own bowling. Stays at 6 for 266.
I remember after that final down at Hobart, we were doing it on Fox, I think. And then there was Cricket Australia people there, New South Wales people there. They were so excited about Pat Cummins. And then a lot of that was the problem, that they both wanted to own his career pathway, and they all both thought they knew better. And I'm just thinking, well, what's best? It's individual case management. It has to be.
Cummins bowls and down the leg side, well down the leg side, and in the end Carey does pretty well taking it on the half volley to deny any further bias. We've already seen a boundary past Carey in this spell for Rotoflex by Blunston.
But back to what you're saying, Colo, the resilience is admirable the last 4 or 5 years, isn't it?
Well, when he first came back, I mentioned that India tour. The second tour he went on in Bangladesh, the second test of that stretch, he was the only seamer Australia picked. I mean, they had a lot of faith in him straight away. The rest were all spinners there in Chittagong. Cummins bowls here, and Chase is defending out towards mid-on, no run. Of course, the Ashes of 17-18 is where they had Stark and Hazelwood and Cummins and Lyon together for the first time, and pretty much without any major exception, the four of them have rolled around for the next 5 summers. So rare to have a bowling group together for so long and so consistently as match winners. Even when James Pattinson came in and out, Peter Siddle had a return or two in there, including in the 2019 Ashes, but effectively set and forget for the selectors as far as these four are concerned. Cummins bowls and Chase inside edge onto his pad out towards point, asking such good questions. The end of 90 overs, the Windies 6 for 266 with Brooks 33 and Chase on 5. On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash on the forehand cross course, he's done it. Ash Barty. Shallow short for 3. And striking them pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Rock and Tim Watson. Mornings with Ian Smith. Tim Gossage. This is Trackside.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Cam Green into the attack. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Cam Green has bowled 7 fierce overs, none for 24. He effectively took Bonner out of the game, hitting him in the helmet, roughed up Jason Holder as well before he was dismissed. 4 in the cordon. Bowling here to Brooks. Play and miss. Is there an edge? Yes, there is. Green with a breakthrough. First ball back into the attack. Samar Brooks nicks off for 33. The Windies 7 for 266. The 3rd wicket of the session with this second new ball. And Damian Fleming, that's reward for hard work. Green's been exceptional today.
Not real hard work this spell, because it's first ball. How good's this? Nick Street straight away. Greenie. Wow. Isn't it great to have your number 6 to be able to come on and bowl with this sort of pace and bounce and hostility? And also, when he pitches up, shapes the ball away.
Well, you're talking about setting Holder up with Hazelwood early on, where that decision was turned down inside edge, where it hit him on the back pat. That wicket was set up by the previous spell, where he'd hit a couple of West Indian batsmen on the back of the head, and the batsman there was on the back foot, not looking to get forward. And full credit to Green, pitching it up full, swinging it away, enticing for the drive, and getting full reward for what the damage that he'd done before.
Difficult to tell in the modern game whether we're formally at the Bundaberg ginger beer drinks break or not. They did bring the drinks out in the fluorescent vest, but they didn't bring the cart. So I don't think this is the drinks break, but I stand to be corrected. Either way,
if I was out there, I'd feel like a ginger beer right now. The Bundaberg one.
It's going to be our Zari Joseph walking in at number 9.
He got test best of 86, has he?
He does.
Wow.
He's done it once before.
I'm assuming that would be stroke play. Plays his shots. That's not going to be easy against this Australian attack.
Well, the change of ends for Green as well. He bowled his previous 7 overs, those 2 short spells, one before lunch, one after lunch from the Justin Langer end. But first ball from the members' end, finding the edge with a lovely outswinger.
Yeah, I felt last night, if it's the same breeze, he'll be bowling with the breeze.
He's got a short leg for Joseph. His first ball, Green here, full and straight. Dug out, and Green away to his left, fielding off his own bowling. Cameron Green, his 10th test wicket this year, taken some important ones, including on that final day in Lahore.
And, you know, he's another fast bowler. We've been talking about it. He's had multiple stress fractures of the back. And fortunate for him, he was able to put time into his already promising batting career.
Yes.
And he'd be playing in the top 6 anyway without his bowling, but very, very handy option.
So Green, crowd behind him. West Australian pulling hard is Joseph. Up in the air it goes. An opportunity, maybe. Not quite. 2 men running towards it with Travis Head from short leg and Josh Hazelwood from mid-on. Ended up just in front of square leg, near the umpire. Not to be. Joseph off the mark in unconvincing fashion with that single.
Not only 2 balls in. Hogg, I reckon he plays his shots.
I think so.
I've got this feeling.
I don't think he's hanging around. I think if I'm going to be bowling a spell tonight, I want one in the shadows.
Didn't he load up on that?
Highest score of 86 was against New Zealand a couple of years ago.
How many balls?
125.
Yeah, quickish.
Quick enough. So the short leg comes out with Chase on strike. Green, wind behind his back, bowls here. Chase gets forward and defends. Yeah, the point with Green wasn't it that when he initially was sent up to the academy and all the rest of it, like, wow, this guy's the Pat Cummins replacement. They weren't really talking about his batting; they were talking about his fast bowling.
But that's
9-wicket bag early on in Shield cricket.
5 for 17-year-old.
9 in the match, and now
But it was on debut or he got a big score and he was smashing him.
Didn't take long to get noticed. Green to Chase, who again's brought forward in defence. Great bowling this.
But the issue for Cam Green is he's tall, bowls 140 plus, but also bats. And if he bats for a long period of time, that's going to put a little bit of a strain in that lower back as well. So you sort of got to monitor that as well. So if he plays a big innings, that means his workload with the ball in that next innings probably has to drop back a bit because of the stress on the body.
All our numbers for Lauronix cleaning. Google Lauronix cleaning today. Green to the crease, away from us, down the leg side this time. That's the end of a successful over for Australia. 7 for 267. Joseph off the mark with a single. Chase on 5. Doesn't look like it's the Bundaberg ginger beer drinks break as yet. But there will be a change in commentary. Gerard Whateley coming in for me after the break.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus. That's a plus. Nathan Lyon is going to be brought into the attack from the Langer end. 7 for 267. Brad Hogg. That was good from Cameron Green. Every over he's bowled today has been first class. He sent down 8 of them. He now has a wicket to show for it. Larry Joseph to see the first ball of Lions over. He's just defending the ball to leg. I thought for a moment he was going to clip it straight into the hands of Labuschagne, but he held the bat back.
Well, this is a good move from Cummins, I think, because he's bringing Lyon on, get him to bowl some overs when Joseph looks as though he wants to go after the bowling.
Long on and deep mid-wicket could very well be in play. Joseph lets it pass down the leg side.
Come on, guys. Just trying to preserve one of his fast bowlers, that's himself, for the second innings, just in case they've got to bowl more overs than expected. So I'm liking the way that Pat Cummins is thinking.
Slip, leg slip, short leg. Joseph lets pass outside the off stump.
You'd expect him after that shot against Green, the pull shot, second ball, and facing spin as a tail ender, he'd be swinging from the bootlaces.
Yes, it did feel that way. The number 9, though, not the number 11. Joseph back guiding the ball to the offside. As I did watch that pull shot and thought, blimey, that's 9. 9, 10, 11 could go very quickly here, but he's dug back in properly. Joseph, 7 for 267. Lyon has 1 for 59. Joseph has the front leg kicked out, and he's watching it go by. Very disciplined.
The thing I like about here is Braithwaite, the captain, wanted the West Indies to bat out at least 100 overs. That was their first goal. And they're out in the 92nd over now with 3 wickets in hand.
It's the last ball of it. Joseph goes back, lets the ball strike the pads higher. Maiden over from Nathan Lyon. 7 for 267. The mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test cricket for Host Plus, that's a plus. 7 for 267. Cameron Green's been diving around in the field. Strides have got mud and grass stains all up the left leg. He's got 4 in the cordon. He's got a deep point, a deep square, and a fine leg. Green begins the new over into the pads of Chase. It squirts away past the square leg umpire. They take one. And there's a little bit of bat in it, so it registers to Chase. 7 for 268.
Yeah, Chase only on 5. Or, yeah, 5. Moving over to 6 now with that single. Just pushing men back. Don't know whether they need to do that at the moment. So if we get Chase out, who's fighting for form, he's just come back into this team. He's fighting for his position. He's under pressure. So if you get him out, then all of a sudden you've got 2 tail enders in.
I like this place. A head under the helmet for Joseph. Labuschagne out to deep square. And Hazelwood's down at fine leg. 2 slips in a gully. Joseph didn't really like the pace that was coming at him from Green. He's outside the off stump, way too wide on that occasion.
Green just trying a little too hard there. Body just falling away. And it's a no ball.
Right, for the first time today, that would be the 4th no ball that he has bowled.
Trying to put in a little extra effort, looking for extra pace.
Green to Joseph. Defends down the line of the leg side. 1 for 27 Green, 3 for 51 Stark, 1 for 53 Hazelwood, 1 for 34 Cummins, 1 for 59 Lyon, none for 14 Labuschagne, and none for 4 Head. And in terms of bowling load, Stark 22, Hazelwood 21, Cummins 19, Lyon 19, and this is the 9th over from Cam Green. Joseph sets himself, Green bowls short, underneath he goes.
It's just so good to have that luxury of you coming to the tail. The fast bowlers can sit there and you can look at Mitchell Stark, who's on 3 for. Pat Cummins could go to him and say, right, your milestone of 5 for. Let's get you on right now to get that milestone. No, we've got to preserve you. We've got to preserve the energy for that tomorrow afternoon with a sharp spell, hopefully. If we can set the game up there and that final day as well. To have Green, huge luxury.
Over the wicket, bowling to Joseph, who drives. He slices it away through cover. Lyon sets off from point. Stark runs shotgun with him. They arrive at the same time and 2 taken. Joseph to 3. It's 7 for 271.
I think the other milestone that the West Indies would like to get here is up to that 300 mark. At least they got halfway to a big total of around 600, just short of 600. And 300 on this wicket. A team like the West Indies, what was expected of them is a very good score.
Yeah. Chases 6. He faces up. No, he doesn't. Joseph's on 3 and he lets it go. Swivels out of the way.
You know, you're speaking to some of the crowd. Even us in the commentary box were just expecting Australia to roll through the West Indies, and I just love when the underdog stands up and gives a little bit of fight.
They're trailing by 327 runs in the match, but they're 7 down in the 93rd over. Joseph in behind, defending Green to the offside. 7 for 271 at the end of the over on the Mate scoreboard, and make the switch to Mate Mobile.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Brad Hogg is in the experts chair for Anaconda. Hit summer for 6 with Anaconda's 10% price beat guarantee. And Bharat Sundaresan has come back into our broadcasts. Bharat, hello.
Hello, hello.
Lyon is beginning his fresh over.
Chase is on 6. He has the strike. He covers his stumps. He blunts the ball to the leg side. No run.
I wouldn't mind Nathan Lyon with the game where it is and plenty of runs on the board. Just bring that deep square up and try and entice Chase to play the sweep shot with this extra bounce.
It's Hazelwood who's now down on the fence in front of the rowdy portion, who have flavoured the day in all sorts of different ways. The Jason Holder fan club. Chase faces up. He drives down to Hazelwood. Trots out of his position as a single is taken. 7 for 272. He's going to cast another jinx in the box, Bharat, after you completely did Jason Holder in.
I requested him to stand for at least one ball, Jim. Least he could have done.
Line bowls to Joseph. He lets it strike the pad and fall harmlessly to the leg side.
One thing Aljari Joseph does have, Brad, is a lot of pride, self-pride. Come on, guys. Give it away. He's one of those. I was surprised with the way he started his innings. He generally puts a price on his wicket.
Joseph drives. It got past everybody and races down under the side screen for 4 leg byes.
Just that extra bounce. Off the overspin here from Lyon. Between bat and pad. And the top of off stump coming off that front pad.
Nathan Lyon's going to enjoy bowling on this in the second innings as well, Brad.
I think so, yeah. That's if he gets a chance.
That boundary for Rotoflex by Blunston. 276 on the board. Lyon tries again. Joseph covers the stumps and defends.
The thing with Nathan Lyon, this is renowned or looked at as a pace wicket. But to be able to go to your spinner so early on because he's a wicket taker, he gets revolutions on the ball. It's just another bonus for the Australian camp.
Last ball of Lyons over. Joseph watches it go by. Nice taking carry. 7 for 276. The Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Life has changed a bit recently. We've all found a little more freedom. The kind of freedom you get in an Isuzu D-Max or MUX. It might be getting in a pre-work surf or a conference call from your campsite. But the one thing we've all learned is to live. Live your own way in the Isuzu D-Max and MUX. Search Isuzu Ute.
SEN Test cricket for host, plus that's a plus. 7 for 276. Joseph is 3. Chase is 7. 3 wickets have fallen since tea. Blackwood, LBW, Stark for 36. De Silva bowled Stark for 0. And Brooks caught Carey bowled Green for 33. Green is continuing the short, sharp spell. He's bowling to Chase, who flicks him off the toes and takes a couple of runs out to mid-wicket.
What they've done there is taken third slip out to short cover. And what Pat Cummins is asking to do is just bowl a little fuller since the ball's moving and just see if we can get an outside edge, but giving you that protection so it's not easy to drive through the covers.
Last time I saw Roston Chase playing Test cricket back in 2018. He was batting number 5 and making hundreds in India.
Yeah. Green bowls. Chase plays from his pad, strokes the ball to mid-on. Cummins fields no run.
Made a good 100 in Dubai as well against Pakistan.
Yeah, he did.
Saved the Test match. A lot of potential.
He's from that same school in Barbados, Cambermere, with Jason Holder, Craig Brathwaite, Shama Brooks, a lot of them from that region, from that school. Roddy Estwick, the bowling coach, used to be their school teacher.
Chase faces up and leaves as he plonks the foot forward.
Good questions being asked by Green.
The lengths have been so much better from all the Australians after that lunch break.
Yeah.
He expected it, like he expected the opening to come at some point. It came before the second new ball and definitely after the second new ball.
Green lets fly. It's defended by Chase. So just a little bit of disturbing news here at the ground. As you might have noticed a bit earlier on, Pete Lalor abruptly left the box. Well, the source of that is that Ricky Ponting was taken to hospital after suffering a heart scare. The Channel 7 commentator left the ground after his lunchtime slot and hasn't been on air since. It's understood Ponting was reported to colleagues he was feeling okay, but was taking every precaution after feeling unwell. And Bowles driven back, Fields in his follow-through, and immediately went to hospital for checks here in Perth. Channel 7 spokesman Ricky Ponting is unwell and will not be providing commentary for the remainder of today's coverage. There's a scare surrounding Ricky Ponting, but the feeling is that all will be okay. Cricket circles at the moment, those things will send tremors given the awful run that our legends have had. Chase sees the last ball, which he flicks for 4. A neat little glance down the leg side and helped himself to the wide one from Green. 7 for 279 at the end of 95 overs on the Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
One of the all-time against the odds wins. Taken out of midair by the man with the golden hand.
Catch up on SEN-created podcasts, recreation, lifestyle, racing, and all of our SEN shows.
The Sounding Board.
Real adventures. Trailblazers.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Download the SEN app from the Apple and Google App stores. Then get set for all your big moments in sports.
Ash from the forehand cross, he's done it. Ash Barty. Jalawala Shaw for 3. He's striking them pure.
Listen to any SEN show from around Australia and New Zealand.
Gary Rock and Tim Watson. Mornings with Ian Smith. Tim Gossage. This is Trackside.
Plus, it's now available on Apple CarPlay. The SEN app, your home of sport, from wherever you are on the planet.
Stark bowls to him, wrapped on the pads, out, straight away, but he says inside edge. Blackwood has instantly gone to review. Jermaine Blackwood is out. Joshua De Silva at the start of the new over. Stark bowls, and the keeper's bowled straight through him, beaten for sheer pace. Stumps everywhere.
4 in the cordon, bowling here to Brooks. Play and miss. Is there an edge? Yes, there is. Green with a breakthrough. First ball back into the attack. Shamar Brooks nicks off for 33.
That's the action through the first half of this session. The drinks break is for Bundaberg Ginger Beer, the great Australian brew. The West Indies 7 for 282. Chase is 13, Joseph is 3. That procession of wickets, Blackwood for 36, De Silva for 0, and Brooks for 33. What's happening elsewhere for Laurenex Cleaning? Google Laurenex Cleaning today. England bowled out for 657 in 101 overs. Quite stunning in Rawalpindi. A very sedate start by comparison. Pakistan, none for 17 in the 8th over. Shield cricket, full round. Victoria is batting for a second time and has a 27-run lead over New South Wales. 1 for 78 in their second innings, the Vicks. Chandrasinghe is 24 and Hanscom 6. In Hobart, South Australia 4 for 111 in their second innings. They have a 291-run lead over Tasmania. Daniel Drew is 54, not out. And in Brisbane, Queensland 6 declared for 295, so a day was lost to rain. Bryce Street made 83, Joe Burns 72, Matthew Renshaw 54, and Western Australia just starting in reply, none for 18. So those are the scores around the country and around the world. Laurenex Cleaning, Google Laurenex Cleaning today. Ian Bishop is in to join Bharat Sundaresan. Welcome back, Ian.
Thank you very much.
3 wickets in the session. Australia will be eager to bowl the West Indies out before the close of play. Joseph has the strike. Lyon bowls to him, and he is defending. How you seen it unfold, Ian? They're going to get to their milestone of 100 overs of batting.
Yeah, they fought. They fought valiantly, especially from the obvious suspects at the top with the captain and Chanderpaul.
Line around the wicket, bowls, and Joseph defends.
Come on, Nye.
And then you saw Brooks coming in as a concussion sub and loose shot to get out, but showing some spirit. Bonner showed some spirit before he got knocked on the head as well.
Joseph facing Lyon. Keeping everything neat after one intemperate swing at the start. He's been very disciplined since.
Yeah, he has to be, because he's got, obviously, as we know, 2 half-centuries in Test match cricket, but he sometimes goes overly aggressive. And the longer you stay out there and bat, the less you have to bowl, certainly today or late into the 4th day's play as well.
2 in the deep on the leg side. Joseph is back and defending to Labuschagne under the helmet.
Come on, guys. Right there, seconds. Come on, guys. If you hit the ball 20 overs, 200.
Labuschagne, Warner and Smith all in around. The source of the chatter. Lyon bowls to Joseph. Well down the leg side.
Not sure if you've noticed, Ian, but throughout this innings, the West Indian batting coach, Monty Desai,
Yeah.
positions
Yeah,
himself.
we talked about it. He's there all the time.
He's there.
Every innings.
Last ball of Lyons over. Joseph again defends. He's 3 from 24 balls. 7 for 282. The Made scoreboard make the switch to Made Mobile.
Serious outdoor work requires serious outdoor tools. And this season, Makita is helping you rule the outdoors with the world's largest 18-volt LXT range and the revolutionary XTT 40-volt Max. Makita's Power Garden range will help you take control of your lawn without the need for messy fuel. Tame your hedges with less noise. Cut hardwood down to size with more power. Now, with a 5-year limited warranty on new cordless products, Makita, rule the outdoors.
Bowling change at the members' end. Start your journey in Mildura. Plan it at visitmildura.com.au. Pat Cummins is coming back into the attack. Short, sharp burst from Cameron Green, which was successful. 10 overs, no maidens, 1 for 35. Cummins is 19 overs, 6 maidens, 1 for 34. Chase is on 13. He has the strike. Cummins is over the wicket to him, and Chase is forward defending.
And he moves from square of the wicket from the striking end, one end, and then in between overs. Yeah, I've never seen a batting coach do that before. It's an interesting position to be in as well. It's so far away, square of the wicket.
Yeah, I think it's just it's something of a routine and a ritual with him, and you would know him reasonably well. He's almost very spiritual in the way that he goes about, and he thinks uniquely about batting and those little 1%ers.
Cummins in, bowls to Chase, who defends the ball from the stumps. So tell us a little bit about him.
Monty Desai originally, of course, comes from India, from Gujarat. Immigrated to the US a few years ago, worked as batting coach for Canada, and then became a scout in the IPL, and that's where he really made his name for himself. The Rajasthan Royals for a few years. I think Phil Simmons is the one who brought him into the Caribbean setup.
Cummins bowls, Chase drives, stroked it straight to mid-off, no run.
And I think he came in for some criticism, when you have the likes of Desmond Haynes, who's been former batting coach, and when you have so many batting greats still around in West Indian cricket, why would you pick someone who's not even a first-class cricketer? Like you said, Bish is a very new age batting coach. He has his own mantras, very different to most you would find, most former cricketers anyway.
Chase carefully sets himself for the assaults of Cummins. He's leaving the ball outside the off stump.
I can safely say, though, on that issue of coaching, and Phil Simmons leaves after this, having had stints with Zimbabwe, with Ireland, a couple of times with the West Indies, and, you know, like Otis Gibson, who I played with, has become a high-level coach as well, and most of guys, Tom Moody from right here in Western Australia, I always say to them, and we interact often enough, I could not do your job because I'd be taking work home with me. My mind would continuously be going over how can I make these guys better into the next day.
Chase down the leg side from Cummins. He did have a little chase at it, but couldn't make contact.
And he's tireless even during practice sessions. Wish I was actually writing down some of the things he non-stop keeps saying to the batters. Your style, your game plan, switched on. This is your story. 1 ball, 1 session, 2 sessions. Pick it early. And it's non-stop. He doesn't stop for a second. While he's giving throwdowns in one net, he's shouting out these things to everyone else in the adjoining nets as well.
Cummins trying to close out a 7th maiden over. He bowls to Chase. He wrapped him on the pads. He'll get a wicket in it. Fired in by the Australian captain. Fired out by the umpire. Chase goes for 13. Cummins makes it a wicket maiden. And the West Indies 8 down for 282. At the end of the over on the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
If you've got to build it, lift it, power it, floodlight it, do it right with Oz Equipment Rentals. They're helping Aussie industries go higher by supplying access equipment, lighting towers and materials handling equipment to the construction, mining and roadwork industries. If you are building a new runway, a new road, a new warehouse, a new highway, the name you want is Oz Equipment Rentals. They also support community sporting clubs like Lara Cats, Werribee Centrals and the Ultima Kangaroos. Visit ozequipment.com.
SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fun for all Australians. The bowling change works. The captain strikes. Cummins has 2. And Chase didn't even think about review. That was as plum can be.
Yeah, and another example of how the Australians today have gone targeting the stumps a lot more, getting the ball up there, attacking the stumps, Stark and Cummins. It hasn't been all LBWs and bowled throughout the day, but I think it's a good indication percentage-wise of how they've made that shift. And for Austin Chase, it's not an uncommon dismissal for him in the downfall of his career, getting bowled and LBW quite a lot.
Stays in his crease, doesn't he? He just, that front foot doesn't come out often enough. And it always looks like the ball kept low the way he reacts, and
correct.
that's because he doesn't pick the lane.
Correct, yeah.
Well enough.
Shea Hope, the other Barbadian colleague as well, it's part of the reason why his test career has also dipped. It seems to be a predominant fault line in several of the young guys who've started off well and deteriorated.
Nathan Lyon to begin the new over from the Langer end. Elzari Joseph is on 3. Lyon bowls to him, and Joseph bunts the ball through Labuschagne at short leg. For all his yap, he couldn't grab something when it came his way. Oh, he's better at the talk than the walk. This ball was just turned into him, low down, couldn't grasp it. I make that sound easy than it is, of course. It's all in jest.
Thank you. Hi, guys.
And it was there to be snatched if he'd been lucky enough. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Kemar Roach is the new man in. He's leaning forward and defending Lyon's first delivery.
I really hope Kemar Roach gets some runs. It's been a tough week for him. We saw him go wicketless, but something happened before the start of play as well. I'll come to it after this ball.
Can't wait.
I like it. 2 in the deep on the leg side. Roach facing Lyon and defending.
So they have a players committee for this tour. I don't know whether it happens on every tour. Very strict protocols, and Kemar Roach is president of that committee of that club. You can't make grammatical mistakes while you do your little speech in the huddle. All he did was use is where he should have used the R. That's it, all over. Joshua De Silva is the new president of the club now.
Line to Roach, edge caught. Great catch, Smith at first slip, away to his left. It was a full-blooded drive. Flew. Smith's got sure hands. 9 down. It's happening in a hurry. Roach has been deposed in every way. He's gone for Norton. All right.
Yeah, his week's just going from bad to worse. Ian Bishop, no longer president of the committee, has gone wicketless. He's out of the second ball. Very loose shot from him. Generally puts a price on his wicket. You'd be very disappointed with that dismissal.
Best snaffle of the test match so far. Get your snaffle strut on at snaffle.com.au. Maybe they won't get to 100 overs. And this is the 98th over, 1 wicket in hand.
Yeah, it's very untypical of Kemar Roach, as Bharat just said, because usually the numbers aren't huge individual scoring for him across his test career, but you look at some of the partnerships he's been involved in, the number of deliveries that he's been able to soak up, but usually those have come with one of the top order batters batting with him. Just the sight that he has to bat with Alzari Joseph, who's got a couple of test match half centuries, didn't focus him as much.
So Nathan Lyon's got 2 balls left in which to finish this off now. 2 for 61. Pat Cummins 2 for 34. SEN Test Cricket for Host Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians.
David Warner's already warming up. You can see him. The big innings coming up for him. He wants to get a score, even though it might be in a declaration effort.
Jaden Seals, the 21-year-old, in his 10th Test match. He averages 5 in Test cricket. He is facing Nathan Lyon, who bowls to him, and Seals comes right forward and blunts any spin. Get replays of the catch. That's great reaction time for Smith. It absolutely flew. Carey never flinched. Off to his left. Smith took it cleanly. Seals, the last ball of the over, he lets it pass. A successful one for Australia. 9 for 283. Mate scoreboard. Make the switch to Mate Mobile. Colo's coming in.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
SEN Test Cricket for Hosts Plus, an industry super fund for all Australians. Adam Collins in for Gerard. 5 wickets in the session, falling at 244, 245, 266, 282 and 283. The current score, with Cummins away from us, has 2 of those. Bowling here to Joseph on 4, defending out to the onside, no run. Nathan Lyon, 440 Test wickets, now outright 9th all-time, overtaking Dale Steyn. What a career it's been. An unexpected career, of course, the way that it all happened, but been a mainstay for 11 years now for the Australian Test team.
What a year he's had, Colo. I keep going back to that evening in Karachi when he failed to bowl Pakistan out. We were there. He was so disappointed. He won the Bowler of the Day award, Bish, the big check.
It's Cummins to the crease. Can he finish it here? Short, high on the bat, out towards mid-wicket. Cummins gets a 3rd. Warner takes the catch. The Windies all out for 283. They trail by 315. Job done. Australia takes 6 wickets after tea. It's the new ball that did it. And the Windies, in the end, don't make it to 100 overs. Ian Bishop. But they won't be enforcing the follow-on. Australia, obviously, they're already off the ground, and David Warner preparing to go again.
Yeah, good final session with the ball, as you said, the new ball, and they're just relentless. You put in the work, and the West Indies were 159 for 2 at a certain stage. So that resistance that we saw from Brathwaite, Chanderpaul, Jermaine Blackwood, the vice captain, but the middle order and the lower order didn't put up as much resistance as they would have been hoping to follow that with.
So Jaden Seals not out without scoring in the end in terms of the bowling figures for Australia. Mitchell Starc 3 for 51. Josh Hazlewood 1 for 53. Pat Cummins 3 for 34. Ever reliable Nathan Lyon 2 for 61. Cameron Green got a wicket when coming around from the members' end, 1 for 35. And Labuschagne none for 14. Travis Head 1 over, none for 4. The Windies all out for 283. They trail by 315. Australia to bat again. We'll go to a break on SEN Test Cricket. And after that, Simon Katich will be joining me.
Imagine the thought of innovation at your fingertips, accelerating with efficiency and power. Imagine a bold, striking design with the comfort and confidence of advanced safety tech. Imagine where you could go in a Hyundai SUV. An SUV range with enough style, tech and performance to turn your imagination into reality. So if you're thinking SUV, think Hyundai SUV. Discover yours at hyundai.com.au.
How do you keep the romance alive in your relationship?
If you want romance in the evening, it starts in the morning with doing the dishes. It goes for the whole day.
The small things again, I think. It's the smile, the handhold, the doing the dishes occasionally means a lot.
It's often the little things that make a relationship better. For free PDFs, videos and podcasts about keeping your love alive, go to messagesofhope.org.au. I'm Richard Fox from messagesofhope.org.au.
It's never been more important to buy Australian than right now. Our local manufacturers and growers produce world-class products known for their quality, safety and reliability, all while generating local jobs, supporting our communities and helping Australian families now and into the future. So look for the trusted green and gold kangaroo logo. Buy Australian now. Visit australianmade.com.au.
Which oil keeps your business moving? Fleet managers with essential suppliers on a deadline? They know. Road crews who keep every motorist safe? They know. Mechanics who make sure you always get to where you're going? They know. And when you really think about it, you know. Valvoline, the original engine oil.
Got a boat or a jet ski? How good is getting out on the open water? Throw in a line, tow a tube, or just soak up the sun. But what if something happened to your boat? Get peace of mind with Club Marine Boat Insurance. They're specialist boat insurers and have been around for more than 50 years. Flexible cover for your jet ski or boat, motor or trailer, and gear, all in one policy. Get a quote at clubmarine.com.au. T's and C's apply. Check the PDS to see if this product is right for you. Go to the Club Marine website for a PDS and TMD.
At Brighton, homes are built for entertaining. So show off your kitchen and not the mess with a bonus butler's pantry, including a Fisher & Paykel fridge and double dish drawer. Plus, with ducted air, steel frame, flooring and solar included in all Brighton homes, all you need is the butler. But hurry, this bonus won't last for long. Entertaining is better with Brighton. Visit brightonhomes.net.au. T's and C's apply. QBCC 1250787.
Have had. Chase sees the last ball, which he flicks for 4. A neat little glance down the leg side. He's trying to close out a 7th maiden over. Goes to Chase. He wrapped him on the pads. He'll get a wicket in it. Fired in by the Australian captain. Fired out by the umpire. Line to right edge. Caught. Great catch. Smith at first slip. Away to his left. It was a full-blooded drive. Flew. Smith's got sure hands. Should be short. High on the bat, out towards mid-wicket. Cummins gets a third. Warner takes the catch. The Windies all out for 283.
On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile. The Windies were dismissed for 283 in 98.2 overs. Pat Cummins took 3 for 34. Mitchell Stark 3 for 51. 2 for 61 for Nathan Lyon. Josh Hazlewood 1 for 53. Cameron Green 1 for 35. The wicket takers. In the end, Bish, the collapse was 6 for 39 in that final session. when the real pressure came with the second new ball with Stark moving it around and the relentless pressure that was created by Cummins, there was no real response.
Yeah, and I like the word you use, and that's perhaps going to be, and Simon Katich can confirm this. You know, we talked from the start about, well, for me, Australia's bowling attack is relentless. And when we spoke to Michael Holding as well during the tea interval, he used a similar term as well. It's okay bowling good spells, a good spell here, a good over there, or a couple of good deliveries. But when you are relentless in the way Pat Cummins, for example, bowled today, made his investment, didn't immediately get the payoff, Mitchell Stark as well. Eventually down the road, it'll come. And that's what is separating the best teams in the rankings from those a little bit lower down the table.
Absolutely spot on, Bish. I think that's the hardest thing about facing someone like a Pat Cummins from a batting perspective. The batsmen know that there's no let-up and they have to absorb the pressure ball after ball. There's not even an easy leave the ball, because every ball's on and around that off stump, and very rarely does he bowl a loose ball. So then it plays on the batsman's mind. And we're talking about some of these young West Indian boys that haven't played in these conditions before. So that's a tough ask at the best of times when you know the conditions. But when you're in foreign soil like this, it's a big ask to be able to hang in there all day against this quality attack.
Pat Cummins had 199 wickets when he started today. He finishes with 202. I mentioned his figures, 3 for 34, 20.2 overs, 7 maidens, gave them absolutely nothing. I just saw on social media in the break there, he's got a better bowling average than Glenn McGrath right now, which kind of goes to the level he's been at for such a long stretch of time. And to think that he was bowling without luck earlier, and it all came together nicely after tea.
Yeah, and I think that says a lot about his personality and character. He's a pretty laid-back character. You know, there's more to him than just cricket, and I think we see that on the field at times. Yes, he's got that relentless nature with how he bowls, but he also has got that balance to his life. So if a spell doesn't quite go to plan, he's relaxed about it. He knows that that's the part of the game that happens, and he'll come back again and back himself to get it right the next time he gets a spell.
Umpires Illingworth and Tucker are making their way back out to the middle. They'll be followed shortly by the Australian openers, who already have a lead of 315. Cat, they'll have tonight roughly 45 minutes before the automatic cut-off at 10 to 6. And that's till roughly lunch tomorrow?
Yeah, look, I think they'll have a target in mind in terms of the runs they're comfortable with, and then the time they think that they need. As they've seen in this first innings, the West Indies have shown a lot of pluck to be able to hang in there for nearly 100 overs with the bat, particularly after being in the field for nearly 2 full days. So they'll realise that they need time, and they'll want to give the bowlers a bit of a break. It's a long season. There's 4 tests in India coming up, plus the Ashes. Yes, you don't want to look too far ahead, but they also know they have to look after this team, because this is the best Australian team that they can put on the park at the moment, and they want them to be there to win that World Test Championship in June next year.
And important for the Windies too, only taking 4 wickets in the first Australian batting innings. If they can lay a couple of blows on the senior players here, give them something to build to Adelaide with as far as the bowlers are concerned.
You've got your own individual pride to play for as well. Kemar Roach has found it tough in Australia. Jason Holder's found it tough over the years in Australia. So you're coming out here, and I think you're looking to get wickets first up. You're not just going defensive because you're behind by that much. I usually find something positive in every bowling spell, but this sort of situation is difficult. What I'd say to myself is, look, we've got a short period of play until the end of this third day. Let me give it as a bowler all that I've got, bowl in a positive manner. And beyond that, if it doesn't work out, I know that I'm not going to be in the field tomorrow for more than a session and a half. And that should give me the lift and encouragement, not to just wander around out there, but to be motivated in every single thing and try to learn from it.
Usman Khawaja, who made 65 in the first innings, nearing 1,000 runs in the calendar year since his recall at Sydney. He'll take the first ball batting in the long shirt and the short sleeve jumper. David Warner down the other end. He missed out first time around, but as we know, he loves batting in the third innings of Test matches, Cat. It's Roach to start, away from us. 2 slips and a gully. Khawaja on strike, and he defends from the crease, gets a single out to point. Easy picking straight away. Warner now up, having made 5 the first time around. Out in the 4th over of the Test. Australia went on to bat for a better part of 2 days. He'll be looking to make amends here and make a contribution to start his summer.
He certainly will, and he's so dangerous in these situations as Australia's so far ahead in this Test match. But the one challenge he's got at the moment, when you look at the wicket, it's sort of, some of it's in shade, some of it's in sunshine. from the top of the roof. It's coming across the shadow.
Yeah, tough time to bat. Warner, his first ball from Roach here. Uppercut over the top of the cordon, out towards the boundary, and will get 4 from his first ball. Our boundaries for Rotoflex by Blunston. Australia none for 5. Warner, an early sign of what we can expect over the next 45 minutes or so, Kat.
Yeah, you give David Warner width and you're asking for trouble. On that occasion there, he just threw the hands at it and let the width do the rest. Uppercut it down to third man. There's a deep point that's behind square, but he had no chance of stopping that.
Warner facing up to Roach, round the wicket again, over the cordon for a second time. Not quite the same control here, but back-to-back boundaries over the top of third slip. Warner goes 4-4 for Rotoflex by Blunston. None for 9 after 3 balls. Kemar Roach walking back to his mark. Must be taking a big deep breath. What more can you do?
Well, he's got to get the ball up there. There weren't 2 special deliveries.
No.
In fact, I'd say by most standards, those are 2 bad balls.
Yep.
And we looked at how Australia came out, and Roach is very observant at what they did with their length early this morning.
He's got to get it right here. Can't let Warner free the arms again. He bowls, and Warner tries to push it out behind point. In the end, it's a miscue out to cover, no single. Yes, watching it back on the replay screen, that second ball, it was a thick edge, but had so much room to work with there, Warner.
Even that last ball there, it was like halfway down the pitch. I still think, okay, well, more often than not, he's got to get the ball up on a good length without over-pitching, but committing them into the good length. And occasionally, if you want to use a short ball, fine.
Warner has 1 century against the Windies, Sydney in 2016. Roach bowls to him here, and he plays off the back foot, weight on, and he gets a run past cover. Indeed, he'll get a couple. He'll probably want a third, but Khawaja won't be up for that. So Warner into double figures from 4 deliveries. Still 1 ball left in this first over. The lead up to 326. Our numbers for Laurenex Cleaning. Google Laurenex Cleaning today.
This first over is a great example too, that you can have your sweepers a deep backward point, and he's got the fine leg, but it doesn't matter having that man out there for protection if you keep bowling short and wide. He's got a cover in place and a mid-off that's quite deep, so he's got to make sure that he's trying to feed those 2 players to bring the slips into play.
Veteran Kemar Roach to Warner, who again opens up the blade of the bat and pushes out to backward point, but there's no single. So 11 runs from the first over. Warner 1, Warner 10 make that, Khawaja 1. On the Mate scoreboard, make the switch to Mate Mobile.
As the supportive parent of a teen, there are times when you must decide yay or nay. Driving them to 7 sports in 1 weekend, yay. Taking time off work to work. At the school, working bee, yay. Giving your underage teen alcohol, nay. 87% of parents aren't giving their teens alcohol. So have a conversation with your teens. Drinkwise wants you to know it's okay to say nay.
Worrell partner on SEN Test Cricket is Ringers Western. Whether it's the paddock or the pub, Ringers Western has the kit to keep you cool this summer. Now Zari Joseph, he's going to be running in from the shade at the Justin Langer stand end. And Usman Khawaja, first time around, took none for 83 from 24 overs. 2 slips and a gully. Bowls here, first ball left alone over the top of the off stump. Bit of movement. De Silva diving away to his right. Disappointing for De Silva with the bat. Bish getting that big booming in-swinger from Mitchell Stark. Sure, there was a decent gap between bat and bat, but what a great... You saw this, I think it was on your Channel 7 coverage, they showed the split screen between what that ball would have done had it not swung. It would have ended up around first slip. Hooped back, left arm over, and lost his middle stump.
Yeah, I'll come back to that, actually.
Seals here, Joseph rather, I should say, with the new ball, bowling to Khawaja, leaving alone outside the off stump.
Yeah, I've seen better batters, and Joshua De Silva is a stodgy batter. If he's played 28 or 30 innings, I think nearly half the time he's batted more than 50 deliveries, sometimes to 100, and he had a test 100 recently. But that was good. It's like, I always compare Shaheen Shah Afridi to Mitchell Stark. I call him a junior Mitchell Stark simply because Mitchell has been doing it for longer. And so many opening batsmen I've seen know that this is coming, and they're still unable to do anything about it. So I sympathise with Joshua.
Joseph, right arm over, bowls to Khawaja off his hip. Yes is the call, out to long leg. We say goodbye to Ian Bishop. We'll have a chat with him again tomorrow on our coverage of the voice of West Indian cricket. None for 12 Australia. Their lead's 327. Still got Kat with me. coverage throughout the day for Host Plus.
Picking up.
So Warner here just taking guard. He'd love to finish the day as the leading run scorer for Victoria Police. Made for more. He's made a good start. 10 already from 5 balls, Warner. And that shades all the way off the pitch now, so they should be fine. Won't be a factor. 2 catching men behind the wicket. Joseph to Warner, who defends from the off stump. That's better. Better line length and pace, 138 kilometres an hour.
Yeah, he started well here, Joseph. He's hit a fuller length, a straighter length than Roach did in the first over. So the youngsters come out, probably disappointed with what happened in the first innings. So he wants to make amends here. Paces up, just under 139 k's an hour. He wants to get himself a couple of late wickets here on day 3.
Joseph up to the crease. Towards Warner, delivers, and Warner from middle stump clips out to mid-wicket. No run, should be no run, but it's through to legs of Chanderpaul. They'll get a couple. Warner to 12, none for 14. 1 ball left in the over. Kat, we had the news about Ricky Ponting, your former teammate and colleague on television before from Gerard Whateley. Any sort of sense of how he's going?
Yeah, just received a message from him probably about 15 minutes ago, and yeah, he had to head off